Welcome back to a beautiful day at Syracuse. As you saw the dome, it is absolutely beautiful outside, Nate, and I am super excited to be here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to watch some state championship action here at the
State
Chinese
championship
Sports Center.
action. We're going to be talking about it, but it will be the Empire State Scholastic Esports Federation Spring Championships. That will be the last time I'll say the full phrase there, so get used to it, but we'll be calling it ESSEF.
Yep, ESSEF, and we have a lot on store today. Obviously, we're starting with Smash Brothers today, and then we have Rocket League today, we have Mario Kart today, and I believe Marvel Rivals is our last game that we're playing today.
Yes, so we'll have all of those. We'll have the initial semifinals for Smash Brothers as well as Rocket League. Then we'll move into Marvel Rivals, and then we'll have the championships for all of those events, culminating with, I believe, Rocket League Finals, which will be back on stream in about 8 hours.
It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be a very exciting day with a lot of action coming at everybody.
Yeah, of course. And again, just kind of breaking down exactly the run-through of events for today. So we'll start out with Smash Brothers Ultimate Octo Finals, Darkstar versus SSBU, Fowler versus Westbury Green Dragons. Then we'll go into Rocket League semifinals as well, which will have some actually student casters from the high schools casting themselves, which is super exciting. I love to see people getting into the casting space, Nate, which will be super fun to see as we roll into Marvel Rivals semifinals, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Single Finals, Trio Finals, Mario Kart Finals, which I know you're excited for. I believe you're on the cast for that. That's going to be great.
I am very excited for Mario Kart Finals because it's not something we typically get to do at Syracuse. We really don't get to watch Mario Kart often, so I am pumped up. And then I guess the remaining of our schedule, we have the Marvel Rival Finals, and then like you said, we're back for the Rocket League Finals, and what will be an amazing match, hopefully.
8 hours from now, we'll probably be a lot more tired, hair a little bit more messed up, maybe some food on our hands after eating lunch, but it'll be a lot of fun.
It'll be a great time. It really will be. But I'm excited for this Smash Brothers Ultimate matchup we have coming at us. Can you tell me a little bit about what we can expect for this first matchup?
Yeah, so we're going to have, to start off our day for the ESSEF State Championships, we're going to have just the Octo. So it's going to be an Octo bracket. So it's going to be all these teams kind of figuring out where their placements are going to be. Obviously, they have some initial standings. So we do have 1 seed versus 17 seed. I believe we're going to have the number 6 seed from Westbury Green Dragons, which is Darkstar. And then SSBU, which is the SSBU 1, let me correct myself, which is the 11 seed from Fowler High School. And again, both of these players really good. Obviously, they've made it to the bracket stage into the state championships, and both of them have a little bit of different play style. I believe for the side of SSBU 1, he is more of a Kazuya player, so a character from the DLC that's got a lot of rep, especially with Steve and Rob the Robot being in those top tiers. Kazuya has been kind of in that next tier down, especially with a lot of the tools that he has available. And then on the side of Darkstar, he's more of a Mii Gunner player, so I'm excited to see kind of, especially with the heavies versus lights, in terms of how they can kind of get stuff done and just kind of what we see, because again, it's one of those things where a lot of these high school players, they have their favorite picks. We're not going to see a lot of top tiers. We may see some, but it's going to be a lot of what do these players like to play.
Yeah, and that is really the difference between what we see when we watch maybe a PC match or a play versus match. And really what we are going to see the difference in is those people play the meta.
Yep.
They don't really play what they're fully comfortable with all the time. They might have a different favorite. In high school, it's really just, what do I like to use? What do I know the most?
Yep.
And so it's going to be interesting to see how those metas change throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and you talked about it. You talk about the meta, and obviously that's the difference between obviously professional versus amateur. And with amateur, it's one of those things where there's going to become a tournament meta. You will see someone play something and be like, oh, I think my pocket pick can counter that. So I'm excited to see, because again, for the side of Darkstar, he is a not for the Darkstar, but for Fowler, he is a Kazuya player, has played some Donkey Kong, has played some King K. Rool as well. So it's one of those things where I'm excited to see what the in-game and tournament meta ends up developing. But we have 8 hours to go, and just kind of see where these players end up getting into, especially when they are watching, because a lot of the players out there, while they are obviously competing, they're fans as well. They're out there watching, they're supporting their fellow players, they're supporting people from their school, as well as opponents from other schools as well.
Yeah, and what's going to be interesting to look at is playing on stage. A lot of these players have not played on a stage before in front of a crowd.
Yep.
So it will be interesting to see how their gameplay maybe shifts. Some people that typically play aggressive might not play aggressive because they don't want to get embarrassed on stage. It might be the other way around. We don't know how it's going to go, but that is what makes this tournament so special.
Yeah, it's going to make it super special. And Nate, I know you've played on the stage before. Talk about how that feels, especially when the bright lights are on you.
It's definitely nerve-wracking, I will say. But I think once you play one map or play one round, you really just get into a flow state type of mentality, and everything just starts to become normal for you again. You start to not think about the crowd anymore. It's almost like they're not there. You're just focused on your screen and what's happening. So it is nerve-wracking, to say the least. Used to it. It's just another day in the office.
Another day in the office for these players. So going into match number 1, again, we have Darkstar versus SSBU 1. What is the piece of advice you want to give to them? Because especially the first game of the day, you kind of set the tone, and everybody is watching you. Obviously, everyone's getting their setups ready. Everyone's getting their controllers ready as well, but they're the first ones up there. So what's the piece of advice you want to give them?
Yeah, I'd say come out and just play confident, right? That's the biggest thing you can do. Don't think about, this is a state championship tournament. This is what you've played all year for. Don't think about that. Just go out and play the game that you've been playing probably since you were a little kid, right? Just go play, have fun, put a smile on your face, get excited whenever you compete well, get excited whenever your teammates compete at a high level, and just have a good time. That's what it's really all about. Yeah,
and that's the kind of the beauty of a state championship like this, because you have players that are playing all different games from all different schools, and players from the same school that are playing different games. So it's one of those things where it's kind of similar to a track meet, where it's like, I'm a long distance runner, you might be a sprinter. When you're running, I'm supporting you. When I'm running, you're supporting me. So it's one of those things where there's a lot of camaraderie out there. There's people out there already, waiting in those Shine Dunkin' Donuts lines talking about, hey, what's the matchup like versus Kazuya? What's the matchup like against, Steve or Me Gunner or Rob the Robot? So it's great to see, especially the community that's kind of building off of state championships like this. We had one in December as well in the Winter Championships. So I'm excited to see a lot of these players kind of coming back and just kind of seeing what they end up doing. I know we were watching a little bit of it. Dr. Perky, I believe, was in the Winter Championships, and he's back as well for the Spring Championship. So I'm excited to see kind of returning players as well.
Yeah, returning players will be a good storyline to follow because they've already had that experience on stage and being in the facility, so they're used to what the lights are like. They're used to what it's like to have fans yelling at them, and they're going to have a little bit more of an advantage, if I'm being honest, if they play their cards correctly, though.
Of course. And the great thing is also, a lot of families out here to sport, and I love to see that. I know esports is one of those things where it's been around for a while. We're not acting like we're in the birthplace of esports. It's been around since 2010, but it's one of those things where finally you feel like you're getting some support when it comes to the high school level, collegiate level as well. Obviously, SU has a great program in terms of collegiate esports, but at the high school level especially, that's where it kind of develops, because it takes time and support from a whole family and whole community kind of being like, hey, this thing you like to do, we will support you being the best at whatever it is.
Yeah, it's fun to see esports, I don't want to say becoming mainstream, but becoming more of a normal thing around the world. And it is interesting that the high school level is even getting there now. I mean, we've seen what schools like Syracuse are building, 3 facilities. It's really amazing. And now high schools are saying, maybe we should start investing into esports. I mean, kids in high school, I'd say, 80% of them are playing video games?
Yep.
Whether it's just casually playing games like Fortnite or whatever, or Roblox and Minecraft, to now playing competitive esports titles. So it is interesting to see how they keep developing in high school. But I think we're getting ready to go into the match here in a few seconds here.
Oh, and again, like we talked about, Nate, again, we have the Kazuya, we have the Me Gunner, so I'm excited to see kind of how it ends up happening. Again, we already see Darkstar right now on that Me Gunner, just kind of trying to establish a little bit of space, but Riddles is not letting him.
Riddles is not letting him do anything. Riddles hasn't taken one hit yet at all. And Darkstar's kind of just getting, I don't want to say bullied, but not the start you want to see for Darkstar.
Nate, I just want to kind of establish again, Darkstar, Kazuya, we have SSBU 1 on the Me Gunner. So again, their names are a little bit different, but those are the players that are seeing. And again, right now it feels like Fowler or SSBU 1 on this Kazuya is just establishing so much dominance. And again, Kazuya is one of those characters where he has so many combos off of the grab. He's able to get so much damage done, and especially being a heavyweight, he's not going to get knocked off stage anytime soon.
Yeah, and it comes back to what we were talking about before the match started with, do you want to play aggressive? Do you want to play a little bit more passive? And he has chose to play extremely aggressive out of the start. He's able to recover, get right back onto the map, only down 71%, still with 3 stocks.
Yeah, and he already took the stock immediately of the Me Gunner, and that's kind of the problem when you have these heavyweights versus the lightweights. It's just so easy with the combo potential that Kazuya has, and right now with those I-beams, just able to zone him out as well. And again, right now with the stock advantage, everything is cheese, and 119, he will not go down because he's so heavy too.
And really doing a good job just getting back to the map. That's a big hit there at 131%, though. Really, this Me Gunner needs to get 1 more, maybe 2 more hits, and that could be a stock taken. But he is not letting it happen at
No,
all.
he is not. He is doing a really good job of ledge guarding, but again, Kazuya gets the hits and a 3-1 advantage, 148 HP, but again, he can't get knocked off the map, and right now, he's so close, especially with heat on, basically, that he's going to deal so much damage if any of these hits land.
It feels like all he needs is one more hit, but he is not letting it happen. He's doing such a good job playing defense here, which is a big thing that people I don't think talk enough about in Smash. Everyone wants to see the big KO. It almost happens there, but it does not happen. And there it is.
Yep, there
Finally
it is.
gets the stock, brings it to 2-1.
And it is one of those games with Smash where it's just kind of a game of momentum where you can get kind of those hits in, be able to get those ledge guards, and you don't have to get the highest percentage. It's just about whether you can kind of establish a good flow of kind of how it's going. But again, it's just so hard against Kazuya because he's one of those characters where once he hits you one, oh, big hit right there. Takes him out immediately. What a shot from SSBU 1 from Fowler High School. Takes him out. What a round right there.
He called game right there. That was as dominant of a first game as you really can have in a state championship environment. There's really not much to critique with that gameplay. It was almost flawless, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it feels like the matchup is really difficult because he's trying to zone, but Kazuya does have tools with those eye lasers to kind of zone right back. So it's one of those situations where it's going to be really dependent on if the Mii Gunner can kind of establish some space, and especially in that middle of the stage where if both of them are there, Kazuya has that advantage because if he gets you with a grab, if he gets you with one of his neutrals, everything combos into everything. And it's one of those things that they talk about in the Smash scene about DLC characters. DLC characters have a lot going on. You have the Mii, or not the Mii, sorry. You have Steve, you have Kazuya as well. And so it's one of those things where it's kind of establishing, okay, how can I zone him out well without getting kind of hit by these eye lasers? And he was trying to do a good job of ledge guarding. It just felt like the Kazuya just could not get knocked off.
Yeah, whatever you wanted to do, he was not going off the map. You got me flying a little bit. I'm coming right back. So really great defense out of the Kazuya, and I'm interested to see if he's going to stick with the Mii Gunner next time around.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at the replays, it just felt like, again, right now, 177 HP, and again, good job overall of ledge guarding right there because he was able to get him, but right here, gets the combo, gets the stun, just knocks him out. And again, he was only at 80%, so it wasn't one of those situations where he was able to take out, but we're getting into game number 2 immediately.
And the metas stay the exact same. No meta shift, no getting nervous after one game. That is what you like to see out of these players is now the Mii Gunner has really taken some space on the map, already giving the Kazuya 87 damage. And finally, Kazuya is going to get some hits.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you like to see. Again, you kind of understand, okay, what happened in game number 1, what went wrong, what can I do to mix it up? And again, utilizing a lot of these little micro bombs as well to kind of get some damage out. Let's see if you can get combos and just kind of get him off stage. But again, Kazuya is in heat. He is basically in rage right now for kind of gaming terms, and he's going to deal a lot more damage. So it's important to kind of finish out this stock. Otherwise, you lose a lot of tempo.
Yeah, and we see here just playing the edge of the map, but Kazuya able to get back just like we saw in game 1. Gets a big hit there, and now let's see if he can defend the edge. And a big hit by the Mii Gunner.
It's going to get a little bit scary. Good job on reflecting back the rocket right there. So, again, important to see if the Mii Gunner can just kind of close out this stock and keep him at range. But the second Kazuya gets in range, if he gets one of those grabs, gets one of those neutrals, he can combo with the Electric Wind God Fist and just kind of knock him out immediately. And this is what it looks like it might happen right here, Nate.
And are both going to fall off the map? No, they both save themselves. And the Mii Gunner takes down one of Kazuya's stocks. So great play there.
Yeah, perfect back air, able to knock him out again. Good job just getting the chunk out. Again, one of those situations where, again, he should most likely go down here, but he's gotten a lot of damage off. And again, comparing it to game number 1, massive difference.
A huge difference so far. It feels almost like they just flipped. The game plan for each of them just flipped going into map 2. And it's been great job by the Mii Gunner. And playing better defense this time around is what I like to see out of Mii Gunner.
Yeah, the big thing is he's just trying to kind of keep him at zone. Again, gets caught with the neutral right there. So one of those situations where, again, going into this is just kind of a straight, we're kind of at a standstill. Both of them are at a pretty even HP. It's just about whether the Mii Gunner can kind of keep him at range. But the Kazuya is just doing a really good job. But again, grab into the combo, doesn't get too much damage. But those grabs are going to be big to watch, Nate, because again, with Kazuya, he's one of those characters where once he gets a grab, he can combo into so much damage, especially when he gets into the red.
Yeah, and combos really are the name of the game when it comes to Smash Brothers, and he's done a great job, especially map 1 was perfect here. He's starting to get back into it and get more, doing a great job defending the edge of the map and really not letting this Mii Gunner get a chance to play offense.
Ooh, he's enraged. Just so much damage. Takes him out immediately. What a play from SSBU1. What a play right there, Nate.
An incredible play. SSBU1 has really just said, you know what? I'm tired of this. You took one of my stocks. I'm not letting you take another one. And he is playing phenomenal as he gets back onto the map here. But the Mii Gunner is saying, let me take another stock.
Good job zoning him out. Again, right now he is in the red, so he does deal a lot more damage. Gets him with a hit. Trying to see if he can get combo. Let's see if he can get the combo off. Again, just a little bit of correction, Nate. SSBU1 now going by Meeprage. So the Fowler Falcon will now be representing with that new nickname.
Perfect. I like the nickname. I like it.
I like it,
I like
too.
the change. And, well, I don't like seeing him lose a stock, though. I'm sure he doesn't either.
Going to this final stock, again, pretty even, but Kazuya getting so much damage. Let's see if the Mii Gunner can kind of establish space, but this is the spot that you don't want to be in as the lightweight character because any sort of neutral hit from Kazuya can knock him out. Good job establishing space. Again, really good combos right there, kind of ledge guarding as well. Can Kazuya get back into neutral space, or can the Mii Gunner kind of take this advantage?
And Kazuya does look like he gets kind of into neutral space here in the middle of the map, but a big combo by the Mii Gunner. Now, let's see what Kazuya can do. Mii Gunner just defending the edge so well, but that's going to be the map.
That's going to be the map. He gets the grab off, and he takes it. Again, such a close match number 2 compared to match number 1, but it just wasn't enough. And again, that Kazuya does so much damage. It feels like the Mii Gunner is trying to create space. He's getting a lot of those pot shots in, trying to ledge guard as much as he can, but if the Kazuya ever gets back into neutral, gets back to that midline point, he just does so much damage, and it felt like fighting uphill, but again, good to see because it's one of those situations where, okay, match after match, I'm figuring this out. Can we just close it out for the Mii Gunner?
Yeah, Mii Gunner just needs to close out one. That's all it takes is one map in an esports tournament, and the whole momentum can shift. And really, as you kind of said, map 1, blowout.
Yep.
Map 2, a lot closer. Map 3, we might see that turnover now. We might see it flip. Maybe Mii Gunner can get one on the board.
And for the tournament, it is a best of 5. So right now, Darkstar does have the ability to come back, one of those reverse sweeps that we talk about where, again, you go up 2-0 for Meeprage on the Kazuya. Can he figure it out? Because, again, it felt like in that game number 2, especially that first stock, the Mii Gunner was able to do a lot of work in terms of zoning, in terms of kind of keeping the Kazuya away and playing that neutral game. It's just about whether Kazuya can kind of get in there. And Meeprage did a really good job, especially of kind of shielding a lot of that kind of poke and being able to kind of get back into that space where, especially those grabs were able to finish him off, especially in stock 2 and stock 3.
Yeah, the grab and the combos have been the name of the game when it comes to Kazuya. And what I really want to see out of the Mii Gunner is control the map, right? That last map that we just watched had so much map presence for the Mii Gunner. That's why he was able to do so much damage and take down the percent so much. As we get into the third map here, and we have the same meta.
Same meta. Again, one of those things where it's just about comfort. You can't get too knocked out of your game because you understand that it's one of those things where sometimes the characters just work better against them, but this is what I feel the most comfortable on, and we've already seen that Darkstar can kind of get it done. It's just about finishing out these stocks cleanly, but with these ledges, it's going to be interesting to see kind of how the Kazuya does play because I don't believe he has the best air game, so it's one of those things where he does have a little bit of poke, but especially in these aerial situations, the Mii Gunner does have an advantage, but takes so much damage and gets knocked out immediately. Meeprage on this Kazuya is deadly.
And Meeprage wants to close this out. He said, I have had enough of playing your games. I want to get out of this game 1. What a play, and another great combo.
Gets another grab right there. Again, the Kazuya trying to get just so much damage off immediately. And now for Darkstar from Westbury, it's just about... goes down again. I feel like he jinxed him. That was a little bit of a caster curse, but again... 3-1 advantage for Meeprage on this Kazuya, but he can bring it back. He is in the rage, gets the grab off. So much damage. Can he control the ledge right here? Close.
It's perfect. It's Smash Brothers out of Meeprage right now as he just continues to edge guard so well. But Mii Gunner gets a hit. That's what you need to see if you're Mii Gunner.
Yeah, Darkstar gets the hit, is able to avoid the grab as well. And again, one of those situations where he's not out, he can get a lot of damage off, especially ledge guarding these positions. But it just feels like every single % of damage that Mii Praise gets off is just, just free cheese at this point because he's up right now 2-1 on the stock advantage.
Yeah, and Darkstar does a good job there, finally taking down one of Mii Praise's stocks. And let's see if he can bounce back here, though. It's a big question.
Yeah, let's see if he can, but gets the stun off. Again, the shield had already gone down. Takes him out, and Mii Praise on that Kazuya was dominant. 3-0 win. Again, match number 2 looked close. It was one of those things where I feel Darkstar had the ability to kind of close it out, but it just felt like in those micro situations where, again, the rubber meets the road, the Kazuya was always there to knock him out. And again, looking at the replay, just one of those situations where he gets so much damage off, and he's living in the red for so absolutely long that any of the damage he's getting onto his Mii Gunner is just free cheese. And again, gets the stun off and just takes him out immediately. And that's the problem with light characters like this. When they're in those situations where all the way on the edge, that hit will just take them out immediately.
Yeah, and you can see through the replays just what Mii Page was able to do with the stun and then the hit. It was beautiful. It was perfect Smash Brothers, in my opinion. That's what you want to see, especially in your game 1 of a state championship tournament.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, especially right now, everybody watched that game. So it's one of those things where, especially for the Smash singles bracket, everyone's looking at that like, I got to deal with this Kazuya. Let me figure out how I can deal with this Kazuya. And some players may have some characters that do have a little bit of an advantage on him, but especially with these heavyweights that are able to get so much done and so much control, Kazuya being one of those top tiers, especially in the meta, I'm interested to see kind of how the meta of this tournament shakes out and what people do to kind of deal with this, because Mii Praise on this Kazuya has kind of set himself on the map.
Yeah, Mii Praise has really put a target out there in the bracket for him, and people are saying, man, what can I do to beat Mii Praise now? What can I do to get one map off of him so far, as he hasn't fallen a map in the tournament? I mean, he has only played one game, but that was a tremendous game to kick us off. It really was.
Yeah, tremendous game to kick off the ESSEF state championships. And going over, again, after this, we will have Rocket League for Penfield versus North Syracuse. And I'm going to be super excited because I get to listen to casters other than myself and student casters from the high schools.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We always love to see new people getting involved in the casting, especially high schoolers that are interested in this career field. So it will be fun to watch, and I'm excited to hear how they do.
I'm excited to hear how they do, but don't turn anywhere. We'll just be taking a quick break as we set up the brackets, and Rocket League will be next between Penfield and North Syracuse as we have some student casters in the booth.
Remus. From the makers of Now You, the instant identity upgrade for the metaphysically impatient, and Yoga Smart, the only yoga program that dares to say you literally don't need to remove a rib, comes the next evolutionary step in your soul care journey. Introducing the Gentle Exit, the world's first spiritually charged, emotionally sound, ceremonially vibrating program designed to help you end things peacefully. Because true freedom isn't just found in becoming, it's found in didn't even pack, and walk forward into your next beginning, not because you're broken, but because you're done pretending you're not whole. The gentle exit, cause not all chapters end with a bang. Some just fade into grace. Call now or don't. Either way, the door is open.
Hello, everybody. I am Max. My username is Tuck6.
I'm John. I go by Charge, and we're both from Bethlehem Central High School.
Today we have Penfield High School versus North Syracuse Junior High School. It is the 9 seed versus the 13 seed.
I mean, we're both looking at like really good teams here. Penfield upsetting the number 1 seed in a great game of 7.
Yeah, 7 goal by 1.
13 seed upsetting Troy.
Troy and Rensselaer, actually.
Yeah, big series there.
The 4 and 5 seed.
So we could look at a potential really close series. Both these teams are actually showing to be pretty strong.
They've shown up a lot stronger than originally anticipated. I mean, going into this, let's do like series score. How do you think it's going to go?
I think it's going to be a very close game. We could see maybe a game 6, game 7. We could see it could end in 5 though. Someone could win in 3. It could go one way or the other. Both teams just showed up. Best of 7 goes to 4.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're heading over to Champions Field. It's a beautiful field. We got both teams here loading in, so.
They are getting in, yep. Penfield, I mean, from what I've gathered, they are a high GC1, mid GC1, and then a Champ 1, Champ 2. And then North Syracuse is Champ 1 and 2 D3s, I think.
Yeah, very strong roster. Going right into kickoff down to the corner immediately of Syracuse. Crab looking for one more, trying to get his backboard. Can't quite do it, still in the corner. Monkey looking for one, is going to hit the backboard. Looking for a shot, Bobby just high. Looking to take small control here. Crab getting the demo, not the ball. Floating down towards the net. The demo comes in. Monkey with a bang down to the sidewall. One comes up. Little soft touch to the corner. Just floating here. Crab up for one. Looking for the shot. Putting it on. Saved by Scar. Going to go out towards the backboard once again. Double commit here from Syracuse. It's an open net. Can anyone finish? Bobby off the crossbar, and it's out to the corner.
Scar going to capitalize now. Not a whole lot of boost to do much with, but he's going to get that 50 off of Moki. Going to try to keep it in the corner. Bobby's going to clear it out. Is that? Money doesn't have a whole lot of boost. Clears away. Crab has no boost. Gets that full pad. Going to try to take it off the corner here. Beats Scar. Can't get the bump. It's floating around. Moki on the ball. Dunked. Off the backboard. There's no one to follow. Bobby going to get that clear. Monkey's going to clear that out. Scar gets the touch off the backboard. No one's there to follow. Moki gets a weird touch, not able to quite get what he wants. Money misses. Trying to follow that, get a bump, can't quite get there. Moki gets around 1, gets around 2, tries to go for the flick, it's off the backboard. No one's able to score. Bobby misses the ball, flipping crap and gets that turn. Try to put it away, can't, double commit. Scar gets that clear.
He's looking up, Bobby up for one, looking for the shot, can't save it. What a save from Money. Crab trying to find one, putting it mid once again for the shot, and it's in the net for Moki. A beautiful first goal from Penfield to put them in the lead.
And I mean, Moki coming in as their lowest rank, I feel like he's doing the best out of all of the players so far. He's putting up a great performance, putting up some great defense and offense, shutting down everything he can.
Definitely proven himself here today on the field.
Bobby's going to take that kickoff, beat Money. Going to get that beat to the boost. Scar, a little awkward. Bobby looking to follow, gets the reset, can't get it on. It's a triple commit by the looks of it. Bobby bumps Crab, stays on. Monkey gets it up. It's mid. Moki looking for that shot again. Misses the ball. Money, no boost. Monkey gets that save. It's still mid. Still dangerous. Crab putting it off the backboard. Looking for the double tap. Gets the reset. It's on. Is that going to go in? It's going to get in. What a shot from Crab there.
I mean, amazing play. It's just going to find the net barely. Almost a save comes out, but not quite. And Syracuse is going to find themselves down 2. Just about 2 minutes. Almost halfway through this first game already.
I mean, yeah, Andrew was just off getting that save. He was so close, but not quite. Monkey gonna look for that follow. Looking to take it down the field. Can't follow for one more. Moki gonna take it up again. Crab can take that pass. Taking it to himself. Taking it up the wall. Misses the boost. 24. Gets cleared away by Money. Bobby needs that follow. Not quite able to get his pop up. Scar trying to get it mid. It's mid. There's no one there to follow. Looking for the shot. It's gonna be off the post. Crab looking to take it downfield. Air dribble, has the control, looks for the reset, can't get it, gonna try to double commit. Moki tries to pop out, last man. No, Syracuse not able to capitalize. Money gonna clear it to Monkey. Monkey misses. Money's last man back, needs that boost to clear. Bobby looking for the dunk, passes it mid. Crab has the control, gets the fake, it's double commit. It's still dangerous and it's off the post.
I mean, that's just a very unfortunate miss, but right again on the attack, Bobby trying to find one, can't quite do so. Crab trying to stay on this, maybe put in middle, looking for a reset, not going to get it. They challenge here, pinch comes out, that's a skied high. Moki trying to follow for one more. Bobby going to get a touch of the sidewall, floating down towards middle. Double commit comes out from Syracuse. Going to float straight down to Crab. Has just enough to do something. Can he make it and pull through? Past one, looking for a double, can't quite find it. Bobby for a shot, Monkey with a save. Scar looking for one, able to get one. Double miss coming out from both teams here. Monkey trying to follow 50 from Crab, flying straight down, looking for a shot, can't quite get it to the corner. Moki trying to keep it a little awkward in this corner here. One's going out towards middle. Money for a shot, it's going to be a little high. Save comes through from Bobby. Going to find its way down the field to Syracuse. Going to try to find something here. Hits it straight to Crab. Crab looking for 50, able to get it, not in the net. Moki able to find one, out to corner. Going to fly one, hit the backboard here. 50 comes out, finding its way down the pitch. Still mid on the side of Syracuse. Going to float down. We're nearing the 1 minute mark. Time is running out for Syracuse. They need to find something here. Bobby, low boost, trying to stay under it. One jump comes out. Monkey with one touch, flying down towards middle. Crab with a bang to clear it away. Still up for it, looking for a double. Can't quite make it, and it's just going to float down safely. Money able to get one touch towards the sidewall, flying down towards mid. Looking for a touch, able to get past one. Monkey looking for a shot past Bobby. Gets a 50. That's still bouncing down towards the net just off, and it's going to be put to the corner by Crab.
Crab taking it down the field. Gonna not get a great touch out. Bobby, a little bit awkward for this follow. Tries to get the touch up. A little bit awkward. Moki gonna get that follow. Take one. Looking for that dunk on Scar. Not quite able to get it. Scar misses. Moki staying on. Gets that pinch mid. It stays high. Money gonna keep it in the corner. Gotta keep it in a safe spot. I mean, the corner is possibly the hardest spot to shoot from, aside from maybe cross the map. And Crab's gonna get another goal. Make it 3-0 for Penfield.
I mean, 30 seconds left. If you're Syracuse, you're panicking a little bit. We see it here in this defense. No one quite able to make a connection, and that's just a free pass for a goal. Everyone on Syracuse diving for that ball, but no one making any connection at all. They have 30 seconds left to make something happen. A kickoff goal here would be vital, but can anything actually come of it? It's going to find its way down to the side of Penfield. Bobby getting dunked by Money. Money maybe be able to put it mid, straight for Scar, but a double commit comes out. 50 comes out, and it's finding its way downside of Syracuse. Open net, and Moki is just going to take it, but it's off, unfortunately. Still mid, though. Syracuse not quite able to do much. Bobby getting one down the field. We're nearing the 10-second mark now, and it's going down. Something needs to happen now. It's not looking likely. Bobby's just going to bang that away, and time is ticking, and it looks like Penfield is going to take game one 3-0.
I mean, it's just great performance. I mean, Syracuse is putting up some amazing defense. I mean, like, I'm trying to figure out a way to describe this. They can't capitalize on their defense in the same way that Penfield is overextending. They're pushing up far, but then the North Syracuse just can't quite get that finish they really need to get, and it's just coming up short.
It may be a communication error or something, but also on defense, we're seeing a lot of panicking. We're seeing a couple of double commits and triple commits, really just leaving goals or passing plays that are free for the Penfield roster. And they're obviously capitalizing. I mean, they're getting these free goals out of nowhere. Obviously, at the start, we had an amazing goal come out. Just that third goal, though, just kind of sealed it. Bobby down to Crab, just an amazing shot, and times just going to tick down. I mean, Syracuse really couldn't do anything there unless they got that kickoff, which obviously they just couldn't get that through.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, if Penfield keeps up this momentum, it will go. It could just be a clean sweep. They are keeping up great momentum, putting on shot after shot. I mean, you look at the overall shots, it's 12-2. Syracuse just couldn't put on the pressure they really wanted. And I also on top of the communications and triple commits, it also came down to not a whole lot of boost. Syracuse, every time I saw them on offense, they were on half to no boost basically the entire time.
Unfortunately, server did go down. We'll be here just an extra second while things get back and running. But we can talk about this a little longer because I think there's a lot to dive into for this game.
We can also go off of the other game as well if we want to. We can go against the Institute of Technology of Syracuse, the 3 seed versus the 2 seed Pelham Preparatory Academy. I mean, that's an interesting game. You look at their ranks. Pelham has a GC2, a C3, and then a C2, I think. And then ITC has a peak 1900, currently GC3, and then I think a C1, C2, and a D3.
I mean, it's just like stack team against stack team. Really, one of those teams, whoever goes to the Grands are going to be just an amazing competitor for whoever takes it out here. I mean, I just can't wait to see how this is going to go. We obviously see that, I mean, Penfield already looking strong going into it. If you see the other matchup coming out as Pelham or ITC, who would you take if Penfield can complete this game as the way they are?
I would say it probably swings toward Penfield or ITC, or Pelham or ITC, because it feels like, I remember we watched a scrim from Penfield versus Pelham, and Pelham won 4-2 there. So, I mean, Penfield has had 2-3 weeks to improve since then, but I mean, obviously the organization of Pelham, they've been playing for 2-3 years now. They've got a lot of they've been playing together for a while, and I think ITC has the same experience as well. They've been playing since the other New York league. They've been playing consistently. They've got the shirts, they've got the jerseys from there, so they might have a good fair bit of organization as a team as well.
I mean, we're also seeing how, like, you mentioned the team's improving, and I feel like that applies for everyone here. All these teams have shown great strength towards their growth as a team and the time they put in and the effort they put in to get better and be here and earn their spot today, all just to lift a trophy and claim that they're the best in the state. And server is going to come back up. We're going right back into it. Time ticking down for the first kickoff. Onto the field, we're seeing Knights, a sub out coming in, find its way down the field. Bobby able to get a soft touch and a catch. It's going to find its way down. Crab looking for one, able to get one down the pitch to Bobby. Bobby looking for one, can't quite make it there. Moki able to get one down the field, off the backboard. No one there to follow. Knight trying to find it, can't quite do so. Scar with a clear. Crab popping one, has boost to follow, getting it a beat here. It's down to this corner of Penfield. Moki able to get a catch, and it's going to roll away when you get a soft touch, but it's off the ceiling once again. Moki looking for a touch, clear out to the corner. Demo comes in, not quite enough though. They're going to need a little bit more to get it there. Still in the corner, quite awkward. Bobby trying to keep control, hitting red cabinets down the side of Penfield.
And I mean, just to start, I mean, putting up good pressure on both sides now, and I've noticed that they made a roster change for North Syracuse. Knight is in instead of, I think it was Monkey was the sub out, and it's already looking a little bit stronger from North Syracuse. They're keeping up the pressure. They're not fumbling as much on defense. And it also comes down to, I'm noticing Penfield losing traction a little bit on offense as well. They're letting up a lot more space or double committing, and then, you know, again, letting up more space. As we're going to see, it double commits an open net. If Penfield can get, or North Syracuse can get there, and he gets it over Crab, and that's a goal!
I mean, that's just very unfortunate if you're Crab. I mean, realistically, you should be there. You have the full tank, you're rotating back, but something just happens, and the extra touch just sends it away. You don't know what to do. That's going to put Syracuse ahead for the first time in this series and their first goal. We're going to see right back into the kickoff. Can they keep the momentum with the new roster, or will Penfield finally gain their footage once again and keep it going? Going to find his way towards middle. Bobby looking for a shot and already capitalizing, just responding right away and finding the net.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a great kickoff there. Crab able to get just the one beat, puts it to Bobby, who also has no boost. Just an unfortunate miss there from Scar. If he hit that, it may have been a little bit more safe, but just he made just short. We see Moki and Scar take that kickoff. Money looking for the follow, not able to get there. Scar beats the ball. Bobby trying to keep it in the corner, keep that safe play. He switched to the Octane here. Crab looking for the pass middle to Bobby. That's just on the net. That's in the net. Wow, what a shot there from Crab.
I mean, if you can do it, you might as well. Crab is going to take it all the way, wasting no time. Both players from Syracuse awkward here, just waiting on the boost here. Maybe not the smartest play. And now Penfield find themselves up a goal, and it seems they've gained some momentum again. But once again, those goals were within a few seconds of each other, so they're going to have to keep going and see where it's going to happen. But it's already back to the side of Syracuse. Crab trying to find something, staying on this ball, losing traction, and it's going to get banged down to the other side of the pitch. Bobby waiting here for Knight's touch, and it's going to bounce up off the backboard. Bobby able to get one rolling down towards middle. Crab with a bang down to corner. It's going to bounce out here just a little bit, and both players miss. This might be a shot from Crab. What a save, finding its way to the other corner. Loki able to get there despite the lack of boost, and Crab looking for one touch, able to find a pass. It's just off. Bobby trying to stay on it now, trying to put it towards middle. Gets one touch, looking for another reset maybe, but can't. Money shuts it down, and a double commit from Syracuse, finding its way down the net. Moki with one save out to corner. Trying to stay on it here. All three of Penfield have gathered around, trying to find out a play they can make. A 50 comes out. Crab staying on this. Trying to go up the wall, has about half a tank off the ceiling, trying to find a shot. Shut down immediately by Knight. What a pre-jump. And Moki going to hit that to the sidewall and off the ceiling.
A demo comes out, leaving a little bit of pressure for Penfield. They get the boost as well. Moki going to get that touch. It's mid. Scar has a shot. Going to put it off the backboard. Not a whole lot of boost. It's going to be a clear from Crab. Double commit. Money, last man back. No boost. It's going to be a pass. It's going to be a try to a pinch. Can't get it. Money puts it back into the corner. Great touch. Still out mid. Bobby gets beat. A little bit overextended from Penfield here. Going to pop it up. Scar looking for that follow. Going to clear it down past Moki. Can't quite follow for another. Crab's there. So is Bobby. Bobby going to get that clear. Take it up off the wall. Off the air. Sorry, that's a great bounce. It's going to go off the backboard. Going to read that waterfall. Flipping Crab can't get there. A little bit overextended again. North Syracuse has the ability to capitalize on it. They just need to get that clear out, and they do. Scar going to need to follow off of Bobby here. Going to get a touch out. Down to Moki. Scar going to clear it off the corner. Moki taking it up in the air. Going to look for the shot. It's in the net. What a shot from Moki.
I mean, that's just a great play you're seeing come out. Penfield still showing some dominance here. I mean, Syracuse had the first one, but it seems it's slowing down. Unfortunate miss coming out. Moki with an amazing touch, finding the crossbar down. There's really not much more you can do to make that any more perfect than it was. Just under 2 minutes now, and North Syracuse need 2 to tie, 3 to win at the moment, but it's going to get knocked down to the other corner of Syracuse. One up, trying to find it, can't quite do so, leaving it for Knight. One comes out, pretty unsolid touch here. It's going to find its way down towards the backboard, going down towards middle. Bobby looking for a shot, can he find it? No, it's going to find its way to the right wall. Bump comes out from his own teammate. And what it could have been a potential offensive opportunity isn't going to happen. Crab floating now, full tank, trying to find something. Gets one reset, gets two, trying to find a third, gets it, looking for the shot, pass Money, pass two, in the net. What a shot from Crab, finding the triple reset.
I mean, I was not expecting, I knew Crab was mechanical, but I did not know he was that mechanical. He didn't get a whole lot with that last reset, unfortunately, as it was kind of an own goal, but it was just very close. I mean,
just enough to get it past the defense. That's all you really need. Now they're up 3 once again, about a minute left, and right back into it. Crab trying to find something else. This kid has a lot going on for him. Right down middle towards Syracuse, rolling down off the ceiling. One coming out. Moki looking to catch and play. Gets the catch, not quite the beat.
I mean, Moki playing really solid, just as he was last game, but I think he's less the MVP this game, and it's more to Crab, who I think has 3 of the goals right now. And he's just been playing really solid. Another pass middle. Bobby not able to make it. Scar has space, has boost. Can he get a touch he wants? He can't. Moki now has control. Knight on that ball. Scar gonna take it away. Knight trying to follow, pop it up. Bobby's there, clearing it down the field. Crab taking it up the wall, off the backboard, looking for a double. He's gonna bounce down. Can he read it? He can. Scar's gonna be there to shut it down. Gonna get that clear out. Moki following it. North Syracuse putting up some great pressure, but not quite enough. They're getting it out of their side, but they can't get it completely away.
And we're seeing it. Time's ticking down once again, just roughly 15 seconds. Money trying to find one, trying to do a latch-ditch effort. Bobby's going to find a 50. And once again, Syracuse finds us down 3. Not a lot of time to do anything. Crab able to get past one more. And time, once again, will tick down for Syracuse. And it's looking like Penfield will take this game once again. Maybe another goal to capitalize. And Moki does find it, putting the score 5-1, 1 second remaining. I mean, amazing game from Penfield. They showed a little bit of destruction for a second. They seemed to fold on each other, but eventually it seemed that everything worked out in the end. They made a great play, and it just spiraled from there. Great triple from Crab, I must mention. That was quite an amazing play. Time ticks down, and Penfield wins game 2, 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a disgusting shot there from Crab. Like, he got the 2, and the third was just kind of like scared them off, make him commit, and then he own goaled by accident. Unfortunate play there from Knight. I feel like the momentum is kind of there, but it's just, all in all, they aren't quite organized enough.
I mean, we want to like look at these stats for a second. I mean, it's just crazy differences we're seeing. Knight looked like he made a presence at the start with a sub change, but overall, dropping under 100 isn't really the greatest situation for your team. It obviously showed to be strong at the start, but I mean, you called it. Crab at the MVP mark, well deserved. I mean, scoring, well, each player on Penfield got about it, but really we saw a lot of presence from Crab, and he's doing what he does best, and that was helping his team towards the victory.
Yeah. I mean, overall, it's just Scar's putting up some great defense, some great offense. So is Money. Not quite the offensive part, unfortunately. They're not able to like push past the midfield, it seems. They get there. They get to the midfield consistently, but they just cannot finish it off.
It seems like it's just like a brick wall of Penfield that they can't quite break through. They pushed a little crack towards the start, but can't make it any farther than that, which is just extremely unfortunate. They have the opportunities, and they definitely have the skill to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm going to kind of make an LCS reference. You know, the blue wall. I think this guy might quite be the red wall. You can't get past them. They're kind of like an unstoppable force here, it seems.
I mean, rolling out already to the sidewall. Bobby trying to find one off the ceiling. Rolling down. Is that just going to float in on its own? Nope. Shut down to the corner. Moki trying to find him forward to his mid. Crab looking for a dunk. Gets it, but it's just off to the sidewall. Monkey going to try to find one down the field. Able to get it. Bobby. Awkward touch. Still in the corner. Has full tank. Trying to get past one. Able to do so. Just trying to keep the ball here. Not panic too hard. Just trying to keep it away from the players of Syracuse. Doing a good job at it. It's past two. Just Knight left. No boost, but gets the 50. And it's back down to Penfield. Crab going to try to find a catch here. Able to get it, but getting chased by Knight. A 50 comes out. Crab able to get the dunk. 50 comes out. Find his way down the field. Crab able to jump on it once again, but it's straight on the Knight. Past one, past two. Trying to find past Bobby. Can't quite do so. A demo comes out, though, and Penfield doesn't have a lot of defense, but they have a lot of offense in the form of Crab. He's going to find it down the field. Going out to the corner. It's going to find its way down the sidewall, floating up. Monkey looking for a jump, looking for a touch. Gets it down the corner, looking for a sidewall. Can't quite get there. Scar for one, and it's passed from Moki.
I mean, you're talking about how Penfield doesn't have the greatest defense, but they have really good offense. And I think the saying is best defense is a good offense. It might be the other way around, but it works either way. I mean, you can't get it on. You can't worry about defense if it's not on your side at all. Now you can get that clear. I'm a little bit curious about the switch up here as Money was taken off despite being I would say the second most consistent player, and that's going to be in their net. Crab getting a great goal.
I mean, you're seeing demos come out from the side of Penfield. This is an amazing show of offense. Just a play past one, the demo comes out, and that's just an open net. No one from Syracuse to be found. Crab just going to take the open net. I mean, free opportunity, you take it while you get it. Might not be a lot of those in this game if Syracuse finds something. I mean, you're seeing the 50 come out down the side of Syracuse once again. Moki looking for one, not a lot of boost. Knight having more, able to get one touch, but that's going to fly down towards the backboard. Bobby not able to put it on. Crab for the finish, gets a fake past one. Not a lot going to happen. Bomb comes in from Knight, though. Shot coming in, maybe. Double commit, and it's going to stay away from Syracuse. Dangerous opportunity. Syracuse played it a little well, and it's going to find its way towards the net once again. Another double commit to keep it away. A little panicky here. Crab past two. Another double commit going for the bump. Able to get it, not quite, but it doesn't matter. Bobby going to finish it. I mean, we're seeing the panic that's coming in from Syracuse. And these guys, they can do this. They have good plays here. The way they want to hit this ball and get it out is great. It's just they're going at the same time. They're leaving Knight with no boost back, and that's just a free goal for Penfield if they play it right.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about Syracuse on defense. They're panicking a lot, which they are. But also, you see every now and then, Penfield puts cracks in their defense. And right here, that's one of them. I was going to say, mainly, they double commit a lot on defense. They panic. But this was just a play and miss.
I mean, you spoke it into existence. The crack in the defense was found. Just finding its way. Moki not able to get a touch. Bobby not ready for that exactly. And Crab just not in position at all. And now Syracuse only down one, cutting the lead fairly nicely with still about 3 minutes left. They have a lot of time to work with. But it's finding its way down to Syracuse. Unfortunate miss. This might be goal on its own, but Monkey able to get back just in time to keep it away and do something more. But Crab going to cut it off, trying to find one more down towards the backboard, floating down. That's just on target. Scar going to go on down. That's right to Bobby. Can a save come out? No. Bobby with his second goal of the game. I mean, just passing it right to the other team, it seems. Very unfortunate situation. I mean,
and unfortunate land from Knight there.
Yeah, you have Monkey jumping as well. All three of them jumping for it, even the ones on the backboard. Unfortunate situation. You just got to forget it and rework on it and come back. I mean, that's what they have in this situation. They can bring this momentum and keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, it's another pass middle here. If Moki can beat, he can. It's going to go in the corner, though. Moki not quite able to follow this. Crab, never mind. Moki comes out of nowhere, cuts off Crab. And Scar going to go for that bang downfield. It's past Bobby. That might just be in the net. It is. Another just unfortunate play on the Penfield defense. I feel like I've got a little bit of a curse here. Every time I've gone to cast and North Syracuse has been on offense, they've scored.
we're seeing these like insane plays where they're just a little out of position and it turns out to be fatal. I mean, Penfield showing that up to Syracuse, and Syracuse showing it right back. I mean, we're seeing a Bobby a little at field with no boost, and they're going to easily just take advantage and try to put that in the net. We see two jumping here, floating towards the middle, though. Crab able to keep it, but that's straight to Scar, but past him. Crab going to find it, stay on this, looking for one more, gets a touch out to corner, floating towards mid, and that's straight on target. Knight able to keep it away from the person who committed. Bobby up for ceiling, trying to challenge, can't quite get there. Knight with a pinch down, finding his way. Scar out to the corner, floating mid. Once again, Knight can't finish. Moki past one, and it's an open net, but can anyone from Penfield get there? No. Monkey gonna get back, gonna try to take here with boost. Moki with one, floating up. Scar trying to find the touch, it's out to the sidewall. Knight trying to find this, not a lot of boost here. Bobby getting the pad, trying to find something here, looking for one. Crab up as well, double commit comes out, double floating backboard. No one from Penfield here to follow as the double commit. We're seeing a 50 come out, and that's going to find its way towards the Syracuse net. Knight's going to bang down the field, and we're still in this game for Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, Penfield losing a lot of momentum here, I feel. And it's back on their side again. Another touch mid, but Scar's too far up. Knight has no boost, a little bit awkward. Double commit, going to keep that on the Penfield side. Penfield, Moki misses. It's going to go back mid. Bobby able to clear it out. Monkey going to clear, pop it to mid. Scar puts it down. Bobby touches it out. It's just not leaving this corner. Knight looking for that follow, gonna get the bang up, looking for one more. Can he get it? He can, that's in the net. It's 3-3, what a touch from Wild Knight.
I mean, that's a way to come back after last game's performance. I mean, you're obviously finding the net, that's just incredible. Past the Penfield's, quote, best player here by rank. And we're just seeing an amazing play come out, and that's just gonna make it equal with about a minute remaining.
I mean, I think by rank, Bobby is their highest, and the Moki, or sorry, Crab is like slightly behind him. They do play a lot together, but Crab's been playing more consistently. And I mean, it was just a great turnaround there. I was saying again, every time I'm casting, they get scored on. It's a little bit confusing here, but Penfield is struggling on their defense. Crab was a little bit awkward there, and Penfield's trying to make up for that. Can they? It's going to be a little bit wide. Bobby tries to put it mid to Moki. Can they save it? He can. It's almost an own goal. It's dangerous. Scar backflips, and it's in the net. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that's an insane play because all players of Syracuse are jumping for this. It seems a little awkward here. Not really sure who had the ball here, but that's just unfortunate. That triple commit's going to make a bad landing for Scar, and no one's able to get to the ball in time. Monkey having no boost, and Bobby's just going to slam it top middle. Perfect goal to put them ahead with about 40 seconds left. All Penfield has to do is play pretty solid here. Just play good defense, play with good rotations, keep your comms up, and everything should go smoothly. But you never know with Rocket League. We got 30 seconds left. Anything can happen. A kickoff goal, maybe an unfortunate whiff or an own goal here. Monkey finding its way down the field. Crab gonna catch, looking to follow, has the tank. If it gets dunked, he's gonna find his way through the backboard. No shot coming through. Bobby gonna clear to the sidewall. Moki trying to find one down the field, able to do so. Crab looking for a shot that might be in, and it is. What a shot! What a passing play from Penfield. Amazing way to put yourself up to with about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Penfield got their momentum back. I don't know what happened there. They slowed down a lot at the middle of the game, and they got their goals, and they started just losing traction bit by bit. I feel like they got a little bit confident in themselves, and it started just, you know, getting down on them. And that's like something I see a lot from Penfield, is they get really confident when they're up, and then they start overcommitting, and they get punished for it. And I wonder how that'll play out if they win this.
I mean, time's going to tick. Crablik for a catch, but it's already over. Penfield up 3 now. Just one more game to go if they want to seal it up and just find themselves a spot in the grand finals already. I mean, they're keeping the ball up, but not much is going to happen for Syracuse. Maybe another goal for Penfield, but that's going to die on its own. I mean, amazing plays from Penfield. We're just seeing, I mean, like Syracuse have these opportunities. They showed it. They were up this game big time. Penfield was able to bring it back. I mean, Bobby obviously having an amazing game. Knight showing up. Everyone from Syracuse having a great game. We saw amazing plays from Knight. I mean, that one touch over Crab was just amazing, giving your team a lot of momentum. Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize, and it ended up in them losing the game. And now we go to Game 4 with Penfield up 3.
Yeah.
Just one game left.
I mean, Syracuse they're just falling short on defense, and I think that's what their biggest mistake. And I mean, you look at these replays here, Penfield, Wild Knight just awkward here. Bobby's able to get a free goal. Once again, it's another miss from Penfield. They, as I was saying in that clip, they were falling short on their defense. They panic a little bit. They make mistakes, very easily fixable mistakes as well. It's just all, can you figure out the right move at the right time?
I mean, we see these like critical moments where unfortunately it's just a little too much. Once again, that triple commit just very fatal. And then, I mean, after this goal here from Crab, an amazing passing play, I must note, just from Penfield, just showing the chem that they've built over the season. There's not a lot you can do if you're Syracuse in that situation.
Yeah.
You have 10 seconds left. You're down 2. Best you hope for is a kickoff goal, which they unfortunately didn't get.
Yeah, you can really only get a kickoff and then maybe a 0-second, but they just weren't able to get that momentum. And starting into this, we're going to get Bobby and Money. Money's back on the field once more. Every game has been a roster change. North Syracuse can't quite find their grip. That roster was their best performing roster yet, so I'm a little curious to see how that plays out. Knight gonna get the miss, it's gonna be saved. A little bit dangerous here. There's no one there on the ball. Moki gets 50. Knight, Monkey gonna be there, gets touchdown. Bump, Money gets the 50. Moki has the ball. It's a pass back. It's a dangerous chance here. Monkey has no boost. Crab looking to take it up the wall. Getting chowed by Knight, not able to get there, and Bobby's looking to follow. Gets beat by Monkey. It's dangerous. Gonna get that clear out.
I mean, we're seeing already staying in a tight stronghold here. Crab looking to break this now, taking it up the wall. 40 boost, trying to find something off it. Uses it all, able to get one more touch. Past one, not quite. Knight and Monkey looking for the double commit. They unfortunately do. Money trying to stay on it, gets dunked by Moki. Monkey trying to take. Unfortunate miss. Crab gonna take it, has half a tank, trying to put one towards the middle. Able to get down, Riddle, straight shot, just high. It's going to find its way to the corner of Syracuse. Bobby trying to find one more past Knight. Knight a little awkward here. Dive comes in from Money. It's going to be a clear down the field. Moki a little unsure of where Money's trying to go with it, but it's going to find its way towards middle. Crab almost touching into his own net. Moki staying on it, though. Has a lot of boost. Demo trying to come out here, not quite going to find it. Bobby grabbing the backpad, trying to dive on it, able to do so. And it's find its way down to Syracuse off of Knight. Money trying to stay on this, has half a tank to work with. Bobby, unfortunate miss. Crab able to get the dunk. That's going to be on the target. Knight there for the save.
I mean, it's just a little bit of falling short here. I feel like Penfield has every bit of opportunity to score. They're just missing after missing. It's going to be in their net as I say that. I just got a little bit of caster curse. But, I mean, I feel like it's just a little bit of back and forth right now.
I mean, we're seeing these amazing plays come out. Bobby looking for the quite cool shot here to put on target. Can't quite make it, though. And we have obviously a follow-up coming in. Pretty simple goal from Penfield here. Money looking for one, looking for a double, not going to find it. Bobby with one. Monkey trying to hit one out to the corner. Moki trying to stay on it. 70 boost, trying to make something work here, trying to put it towards the middle. Knight, no boost. Unfortunate miss from Crab. Moki trying to stay on it here. Bobby looking for the cut, able to find it, get one down more mid. Can't quite do so. Money with one touch. Crab looking for one, can't quite get it. Moki with an awkward touch. And Monkey's going to send it down the pitch. Crab looking to take it to the corner. Bobby with one. It's going to find its way down to the side of Syracuse. Crab looking for a touch, able to get it. That's going to be on target. Can this hit come out? No! Unfortunate whiff from Syracuse here. Crab going to find a goal to put Penfield up 2.
I mean, it's just a great bang there from Crab, and Money just not ready for it. He's standing still, not exactly the place you want to be in, not exactly this, like the movement you want to have there, and he just can't quite get up. Not enough momentum on his car. Just see him take that kick off. It's going to be a win, and Monkey needs to follow here. Gets that bang. Crab can put it in the corner. Still dangerous if anyone can follow. And I just realized they took out Scar, who I've only seen be at the top of the leaderboard. And I feel like that's a little bit of a risky play there, no?
I mean, you mentioned at the start of the game that these roster changes, they're making one every game. It seems they're trying to find their footing. Their last roster was obviously their strongest, and they chose to switch off from it. And we show how that could be maybe a little destructive here. Constantly changing a roster every game is almost never a good idea. They thought it would work, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it will be. But only time will tell. They still have 2 minutes to work with, so it could be anyone's game. But this ball is just flying down towards the side of Penfield, but they're just going to keep it away. Moki, both Money and Monkey just right next to each other, awkward in this corner. Moki trying to stay on this. Low boost gets 50. That's going to go off the ceiling. A demo comes out, and Monkey is going to have a clear. Bobby looking for one, able to get one touch down towards middle. Knight looking for it, getting beat by Crab, looking for a double. Can he get it? Yes, so that's going to be just off. Amazing touch, not quite on target. Money looking to keep it down the field. And a shot comes in from Moki, just off. Knight going to hit it off to the ceiling. Bobby looking for a follow. Maybe one touch out to corner, trying to put it towards middle. Crab deciding if he wants to go or not, will not do so. The play comes in from Syracuse, find its way down to the corner of Penfield. Crab staying on this here, trying to keep control. 50 boost left past one, trying to find it past another. 50 comes out, and a double commit comes in. Bobby up for the shot. A double commit from Penfield. This could be an opportunity with Syracuse here to capitalize. Shot comes in and a demo, but no goal.
It's just double commit after double commit, I feel, even on both sides. And Bobby gonna get that reset. But yeah, I mean, how are you feeling about just like the back and forth of this whole thing right now?
I mean, it's just as I predicted, a pretty tight series we're seeing. Obviously, Syracuse can't quite capitalize and secure the game, but they are keeping it quite close. But we're seeing now, time is, again, once ticking. We have a minute left, and Syracuse need to make something happen to shift the momentum. But we're seeing it on the side of Penfield. Maybe a goal could happen here, but it's going to be an off the ceiling. Crowd looking for one, quite awkward. Knight knockout as well, though, can't really follow. Knight up for one, hitting it towards middle, though. A double commit comes in, and it works. Off of the car of Monkey, and Bobby and Crab are just going to dive on it, and now they have a 3-goal lead.
I mean, yeah, that's just like, you can't really out 50 that, and then it just ends in, unfortunately, they're all stacking on top of each other, and no save is able to come out as it bounces off of their car. And we're going to see that continue as Crab's going to get that 50. Monkey trying to follow now, going to get that touchdown, looking for more, passes it past his own teammate. Crab's the last man back, going to get beat, could be dangerous here. Not quite, not able to capitalize, not able to capitalize. Crab gonna look for more, trying to take it off the backboard. Money gonna own goal by the looks of it, saved by Knight. Great save there.
20 seconds left. Syracuse needs something, but Penfield putting the pressure, looking to take a sweep, and maybe another goal from Moki. Soft touch, and it's off the crossbar. How unfortunate. But in the end, it does not seem it matters. 10 seconds gonna tick down now. And it looks like Penfield will be moving on to the finals of ESSEF Spring 2026 Rocket League. I mean, amazing series from Penfield. Not much you can say there.
Yeah, I mean, Penfield, again, I feel like they're getting overconfident. That was, I mean, if you look at ranks, it should have been a much more, like, it should not have been that close looking at ranks. But, I mean, North Syracuse was taking the wins they could get. They were getting win after win, taking the chances that they could. Penfield consistently making mistakes.
I mean, we do see that, like, despite us constantly mentioning ranks, it doesn't matter in a team chemistry environment. We are seeing that a lot of these plays are happening from team chemistry differences. A lot of these Syracuse players seem to have certain mistakes that they make, which just affect the team as a whole, while Penfield, a lot of their goals come from passing plays and capitalization on mistakes that turn into passing plays. We did see a few goals come from Bobby down to Crab, Crab to Bobby, and then also Moki getting in there for a few. Just amazing series all around from Penfield. They really showed their strength. And we'll have to see who plays them in the grand finals. At the moment, ITC and Penfield or Pelham are still playing. So
yeah, I cannot look at the game behind us. All right, and as now we are done, next up is Bethlehem versus Washingtonville, Marvel rivals. It'll be a very exciting series. We are obviously playing on that team. I'm going to say it's going to be a very close game. They've improved a lot since the start of the season.
Yeah, but that's all we can say for us for Rocket League. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back with Marvel Rivals.
Welcome back to the ESSEF State Championships. I am joined by Rayshawn for Marvel Rivals semifinals. Rayshawn, are you excited? Because I am so excited about this.
Yes, I'm actually very stoked. I've been with this for ESSEF. Last time that Syracuse were able to host it last semester. Penfield is a school that was a part of that, and they come back. So I'm really excited to see what type of change up they did and wait to showcase themselves this time around.
Okay, I'm excited too. You know, one of the great things about this race, Sean, is just kind of the crowd. I was able to sit out there during the Rocket League matchup between Penfield and North Syracuse, and it was just great to hear like the parents, the crowd just get super excited. I was listening to the mom of one of the of one of the North Syracuse players, and she's just cheering them on as they score those goals.
Nice.
I just love the environment that we have right now. But going into the Marvel Rivals, I know you're an expert on this game and just kind of talking about what is the meta right now for Marvel Rivals, because I think it's changed, especially with the 7.5 patch.
Yeah, so with 7.5, we were able to get a brand new hero named Black Cat, along with a brand new system into the game, CC immunity.
Okay.
Now, if you hit with 3 CC, you get basically a 65% immunity system to you. If you get hit with 7 CC abilities simultaneously, you become flat out CC immune. So, therefore, with that, the kind of meta right now is very dive heavy. You see that Venom, you see that Daredevil. Again, Gambit still a threat inside the game. And then, sometimes, you're going to have those little niche picks like Invisible Woman is still very good right now. Groot been getting banned a lot in terms of competitive play. Mantis and Ultron seem to be climbing up within the ladder. But Dive is just dominating the lobby right now. It's so much strong along with the CC immunity. You'd be able to get in, try to get elimination, and then hopefully you don't get CC to the ground. And then you'd be able to come out, and then you'd be able to cap the point and continue doing your progression.
Got you. So dive is king, similar to Overwatch. I feel like in all of these hero shooter games, just dive, dive, dive. What do you see in terms of like some of the bans that we might see? I know you mentioned some of the characters like Gambit. You mentioned Groot as well. What are the expected bans at least?
So with the bans, ideally they would get 6 bans. I would say for all 6 bans, I'm expecting a Gambit just to ease out everybody's stress levels. A Groot might get banned for any type of convergence or convoy map. I believe a Phoenix will get banned. It's a very good hit scan player right now. Invisible Woman, especially they're going to dive. Invisible Woman is one of the best anti-dive in the game. Also, just a generically good support character. Tank Pool, Deadpool is inside the game right now. He's fit for all 3 roles, tank, DPS, and support. But specifically, Tank Deadpool is one of the best tanks in the game right now. So that's a good, easy ban. And the last ban is honestly would be pick and choose. Our person would go for Venom because that character has so much survivability, so much sustain, and just have free reign to do whatever they want. But we could still see Daredevil. We could still see Black Cat just in case. We could see White Fox. We could see even Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger had also climbed up within the meta.
Rayshawn, I was a Cloak and Dagger player. I loved Cloak and Dagger. Nice. That was like my favorite hero whenever I was playing Marvel Rivals. I haven't played in a little bit, so I kind of want to just talk about some of the new heroes we've seen. I know you talked about Black Cat, talked about Deadpool as well. In terms of Deadpool, I know that for the bans, you have to ban out each specific role, if I'm correct on that. Correct. So I know you said Tank Pool is probably going to be the meta. Talking about some of the new characters, I know you mentioned Jean Grey as Phoenix as well, right? So what do some of the new characters do for people that maybe haven't seen Marvel Rivals in a little bit?
Yes, so I'm not sure we have any Black Cat players here, but for Black Cat, she has a little gimmick to her. She wants to steal people money in order to use it for her ability. So basically a cash and cash out type of character. The more damage you do, the more currency you will get as the character. And then you have a wide variety of skills. Sometimes she could basically send out a whip to just hit players, which will take, I think, 150 credits from her. And not that, she could also select throughout a variety. She has like a little inventory slot. Right. She has this ability. She become invisible. She could have a tracking thing, or to just for anybody who just like any type of die character, there'd be like a little like flame ball that tracks them with a laser. She has a grounded ability, which also blocks any type of movement ability for characters. And I believe she had 2 other abilities. I'm really not so reckon or what those are, but she has a lot in terms of her kit. Now, that character may not be an issue, but in season, I believe 7 or 6.5, Elsa Bloodstone will be a menace inside the lobby, I shall say. Elsa Bloodstone, basically, she's the brand new, she's the latest hit scan character right now. She just does so much damage. She has stacks in it. If she gets 3 eliminations, she gets 4 stacks, and therefore her dash cooldown along with her sniper cooldown all become 2 seconds. I believe it is just 2 seconds and not 3 seconds, and she'd be able to dish out so much damage. And her ultimate, the Glosstrox, which, fun fact, is her brother. Ironically enough, if you read the comments, it is her brother. So don't ask me how that's her brother. But her ultimate is basically, it sends out a little monster that just takes all the enemy team players in. They won't be able to do nothing about it if they get hit by it, and then she can send it back to her team while still doing damage to them while they end the monster. And I mean, honestly, it's basically like a guaranteed win fight if you get like 3 or 4 inside there. But also White Fox for season 7, who came out, is a support character. If you ever play Overwatch, she kind of like Kiriko in a sense. She has a teleport that provides shields and healing around the enemy team. She also has her right click or her RB for anybody who play on controller. It just sent out this little projectile that charms enemies and also heals your allies. But not too much on White Fox, but a lot for Black Cat and Elsa Bloodstone.
Got you. And then just kind of, we may have some viewers in the audience that may have not played like these hero shooters, these 6v6, 5v5 hero shooters with Overwatch and Marvel Rivals. What are some of the different roles that we have in the game in Marvel Rivals? And kind of emphasizing on some points, like I know you mentioned hit scan. That is a term that I know as a gamer I know. But what are some of those kind of basic terms to kind of break down what the audience will be looking at?
Yeah, so for anybody who had not played Marvel Rivals, it's a 6v6 hero shooter. Basically, for Marvel Rivals, it's a little bit more unique in comparison to Overwatch, but you have the tank role that basically blocks damage and provides space for their team. You have the damaging role that, it outputs the most damage, so therefore they ideally looking to get eliminations to secure wins, team fights wins. And you have supports that basically just heal your team and try to keep them up. But in Marvel Rivals, a lot of the support characters could also fill in that DPS role inside of it. It's insane how some of the numbers work within this game. But the objective is that there's 3 game modes: Domination, Convoy, and Convergence. Domination is basically there's a center point on the map. 2 teams, they battle each other out. They take control of that point, and they wait for the charge to go to 100%, and then they win the round. It's a best of 3 rounds within that specific game mode. So, team that has 2 points wins. For Convoy, it's a little payload map. Like, say you have a car that parked at your house, and you're trying to get to grandma's house. Your team would try to go to that car at your house, and then try to drive it over to grandma's house. For Convergence, it's similar to that. However, it's like a combination of Domination and Convoy. So you want to go to your house, capture your house, and then drive the car to grandma's house. So, but those have the game modes working within Mario Rivals.
Got you. So all the players up there trying to head to grandma's house, basically, in the basic sense of it. Everyone's trying to head to grandma's house, get some of those cookies, get those wins. And, talking about it, Rayshawn, looking at what we're competing for, I know there's a camera up there, so we can take a look at it as well. But there's a lot of trophy and a lot of hardware up there. I saw WWE, almost like a WWE title belt as well.
Oh, yes, I've seen the belt,
so
too.
I'm super excited.
I would aim for.
I'm assuming MVP of the tournament. I'm not sure exactly what the title belt is, but I'm super excited. I think those trophies are really cool. And it's one of those things where, creating spaces like this, especially for high school esports, where we talk about it where for a while it was just professional esports, right? We had all the big professional esports for League of Legends, Dota 2, all that stuff. Then collegiate esports came up, and now programs like Syracuse exist. And now with high school esports, it's kind of those things where these players just get better and better and better because they're starting earlier and they have this community that supports them, where a tournament like this, 6 years ago probably doesn't happen. And now you have all of these players interacting with each other, playing games with each other. And, some of them eventually in collegiate, they'll be teammates. They'll be competing against each other at different rival schools. PEC, they could be here at Syracuse competing for them as well. So I'm super excited. And then kind of transitioning back into Marvel Rivals, I think it's one of those games that, it's come out in the past 2 years. And it took, initially big boost. Everyone was playing it, and now it feels like it's kind of stabilized and gotten to a point where, the meta is kind of developing, the players are developing, and the characters are so cool. Like, even if you don't play Marvel Rivals, every time you see, I saw White Fox, Elsa Bloodstone, I was like, whoa, what is this character? It's such a cool game to see and just such a cool game to play, and I'm super excited to, kind of see what these players bring out. Are there any pocket picks? I know we talked about the meta, we've talked about the top tier. Are there any picks that may not be top tier, but may have a good matchup into something top tier, or maybe something that's a pocket pick that's really annoying if we see it?
Yeah, so there's a couple of characters that provide a lot of utility, but don't stand strong as an individual character.
Gotcha.
I mentioned earlier before, Ultron and Mantis. Those are 2 support characters that does basically almost 0 healing for their team.
Gotcha.
However, they able to provide so much damage output for their team. For Mantis, she got 4 leaves. She able to just damage boost her teammates. So a Black Widow, which is usually somebody having any references to Zaza or anything like that, the character is honestly practically useless. However, with a Mantis on the team, Widow become from almost one shot to could actually one shot an enemy. So you can make some comps around that. For Ultron, again, he's one of the flyer characters, right? Is ironically enough, not many people can actually look up in the sky, so therefore Ultron could provide a lot of just on-field pressure along to that. Because then again, if you diverge the enemy attention, you now breaking them apart and therefore the rest of your team could just capitalize on top of that and then crash on the enemy team.
Got you. And I know you mentioned flyers as a kind of a specialty role. I know there's flyers across a lot of the character pools, regardless of what role specifically you are. Kind of talk about flyers in general and how they affect the game, and in terms of how flyers kind of require hit scan to be a part of the game as well in terms of dealing with them.
Yes, so inside certain games, flyers are basically like the name is
Yeah.
the characters fly. For Mario Rivals, I believe every single character who has a flying mechanic has infinite flying, like Storm, like Johnny Storm, or Human Torch, if you want to go by his hero name. Android could fly all the time. They gave Adam Warlock a flying ability, but for hit scan is basically a roll and DPS to where it's basically, aim at the flyers and shoot them down.
Yep.
So some of our hit scan characters inside the game being Phoenix, Hela, Punisher is kind of like that. You also got Hawkeye, Black Widow. If any team that go against a flyer character, just go and hit scan, make sure you aim up at the sky at them, and then make sure they can't apply that type of pressure to which they initially would.
Yeah, exactly. And when it comes to hit scan, basically the idea is kind of like, if you're thinking about an old school duck hunt, right? You aim, you shoot, and it hits immediately. Versus other characters might have projectile, travel time, whatever it is. So it's one of those things where these flyers are kind of like gnats running around. They're just all over the skies. I remember when Overwatch was really popular, you just had the Pharah Mercy combo that was running around.
Oh,
now
man.
Jetpack Cat is
fun
running around
time.
as well. And so it's one of those things where it's really cool to see with Marvel Rivals as the meta develops and each person kind of has their own unique pocket picks. It kind of requires people to change. And, that's the cool thing about a tournament like this, where it's like, we talked about the meta and we talked about what's popular, but we might just have someone over there that is just an absolutely cracked Punisher. And now you're like, how do I deal with this Punisher character? And it leads to things like, maybe we see Doctor Strange, maybe we see other characters, Magneto might come in as well. So it's one of those things where we talk about the big, large meta, but in terms of a tournament meta, it can just develop so quickly, especially with these two teams that are so good in kind of being able to execute what they're doing, and they're coming back as well. So I'm excited to see kind of how the tournament meta breaks out and just kind of overall what these players do with the kind of the tools at their hands.
Yeah, but then again, meta is not everything. In terms of tournament play, a lot of the big things is synergy within the team and be able to work along with your peers and your teammates. So one big thing about Mario Rivals, because there's just characters and just ultimates that could be on the field at one point, Oak Cumberland will be one of the biggest plays we will see today. Again, Groot is such a good character to Oak Cumberland. That's usually why he would get banned, because he could trap the entire enemy team, and then you would see a Moon Knight, a Namor, a Hela, or just anybody that could dish out a large chunk of damage simultaneously at just combo with the Groot ult, and then boom, you just win the team fight. So again, Cumberland and also position regarding the team maps will also take huge effect to how all these maps will play out.
Yeah, and in Marvel Rivals, it's one of those games where it's kind of about tempo and positioning. It's really about controlling space. You talked about getting to Grandma's house. Well, to get to Grandma's house, you got to go to Aldi's, you got to go to CVS, you got to go to Walgreens,
gotta go
and then
HMC.
and then you go to Grandma's house at the end. It's about kind of creating those spaces slowly in. So it's one of those things where I'm excited to see kind of how that works. And kind of talking about and breaking it down to everyone, it's going to be about if you're in the audience watching these games and you're like, I don't know what's going on. It's one of those things where you kind of watch the characters in front of you, figure out if they're creating space, and then once the big ultimate button in the bottom right pops up, that's when you know most likely something is about to happen. Because these ultimates are absolutely sick. You have tornadoes, you have big eats, you have Hulk, you have all these characters that you may know, but this is kind of a new iteration of them and how they work. I know we talked about it a little bit. I know you talked about ulti combos, but one of the things I kind of want to talk about, which is unique in Marvel Rivals, is the team up feature, where it's like when two characters that have a synergy team up together, they're able to kind of get a little bit of a bonus. Are there any kind of character team ups that are popular or kind of define the meta this in 7.5?
Yes, ever since the character came out inside the game, Gambit, his team has always been the best inside the game ever since it came out. Originally, before, the Jeff Storm team up usually be one of the best team ups, but then they took it out in regards to Season 7. So now that's no longer dominating the meta as we've seen. But right now, Gambit, Magneto, and Rogue. So the team of how this works, if you have a Gambit on your team, a Magneto and a Rogue player, they would get an extra ability to where it basically enhances their primary fire, in which it just do like 10 times more damage than which they normally would do. But in this regard to Gambit, I don't believe that any other team up that actually been dominating the scene so far. It actually mainly just been characters, but I say Gambit is the only team up that actually been taking over. Oh, but also Hell No More. Actually, I just remember that. Hell No More, basically, Hell gets an elimination. No More squid spawn an extra undead squid that just, it's just more annoying to deal with.
Got you. So it just kind of adds that extra damage, and Hella and Namor are both damaging characters, that damaging subtype that we're talking about with those classes. So I'm excited to see kind of how this works. Talking about overall kind of general strategy when it comes to Marvel Rivals. I know you talked about Dive is kind of king right now. With Dive, it's kind of the emphasis on being able to take out those squishies in the backline, which are those damage dealers and those supports. I know we've talked about Ultron being one of the supports and kind of different in how he plays. What are the more standard supports that we're seeing in the meta right now? Like, is it White Fox? Is it still, like, is Jeff even, like, I loved Jeff when I was playing the game, but I felt like there was a big hate train on Jeff the Land Shark. So what are some of the supports that, people like to play right now?
Oh, well, Jeff is a support you could definitely run.
Definitely.
Don't worry about Jeff. He got a lot of changes ever since the beginning of the game and one of a few reworks, but you could definitely run Jeff. But I would say Cloak and Dagger, Invisible Woman, and Luna Snow are generally your average supports you would see in every game. But that's because they have sustaining support ultimates that just 10 seconds the entire team basically can be eliminated. But otherwise than that, you could see some niche picks here. If you want to go any type of triple support con, you could see a Raka Raccoon, you could see a Iron Warlock. Again, the Ultron Mantis. Loki has been picked up inside the field for quite some time here. And, White Fox, she been holding her own for a little bit here. But everybody else basically get outshined with Cloak and Dagger, Luna Snow, and Invisible Women. I won't say Gambit because Gambit would usually get banned. So
Most likely.
No point. But those three are basically the top of the field. They able to dish out so much healing. They also able to dish out so much damage. And then again, they have that, hey, we not going to go down for this 10 seconds here. We're going to stay inside this fight, and we're going to turn it around.
Got you. In terms of maps, I know that maps is kind of a thing that it depends on kind of what people like to play. And maps, I think in Marvel Rivals are a little bit less important than in like a game like Overwatch, where I feel like maps, certain teams are really good on certain maps and not as good on other. Are there any maps that kind of skew like heavily towards offense or defense that we might not see, or maybe will be prioritized by a certain team?
Yes, I would say Central Park is definitely a defensive heavy map. Basically, first point of Central Park, you basically have to go straight to the enemy's face. There's no other way to go unless you try to destroy the environment around you in order to create different type of rotations your team could take. Otherwise than that, you will basically be going inside a fight for 4 whole minutes straight, which is the entire game. Could get eliminations, still won't be able to even touch the point.
Gotcha.
And then it is so heavy skewed for defensive side. But then again, if you do able to capture that point, I would then say it shifts heavily to the attacking side.
Gotcha.
Because then they able to get so much space and they able to get so much LOS or line of sight with the enemy in regards to second and third point for them.
Got you. So Central Park West, basically, car to grandma's house while you're being actively egged.
Yeah. I like that. I like that. Wow.
Active egging on Central Park West.
Yes.
But, I'm excited for a lot of these maps. I think it's one of those things where Marvel Rivals is such a new esports that it's kind of still being figured out. I know, like, Top 500 is kind of one of those places where I'm looking at Top 500 stats, and it's like Penny Parker, 62% win rate, just does well against everything. Invisible Woman, Daredevil, you mentioned as well. So I'm excited to see kind of the team play aspect, and that's going to be the biggest thing where, these teams are coming into the semifinals. They have not gotten warmed up. A lot of them have been watching their teammates from their same high schools compete. So it's one of those things where when you're on that stage and the lights are bright, and I know Nate talked about it when we were watching Smash Ultimate Singles, but it's one of those things where it's about that pressure. You may not have played on a stage like this, and kind of talking about, I know you've been part of the Syracuse esports program. What is it like to be on that stage? What is it like to kind of be in that environment, hear the people cheering, and obviously no boos in the crowd, but one of those things where, they cheer for the opposing team and you're like, oh God, like we've lost this point. When it comes to Marvel Rivals, is there kind of those things where there's a time where you can take a break and say, okay, we need to regroup, reset, and what can we do about it? Kind of the mentality of esports like Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, so this semester and last semester, I was able to be part of the Syracuse Club Marvel Rivals team. First time touching stage, it was super hot, I would definitely say. I remember just get so overwhelmed and almost overheated at one point. And then along with the pressure, it just build up like one-on-one. But I would say, I know for me, after I get inside a fight and if I do get eliminated, I take those 10 seconds of my respawn time in order to, just take a breather in, calm down, talk to my team, see what we could fix, and then just go inside the next fight as if the last fight didn't happen, just so that I could do my best for my team or to win the next fight and hopefully win the point and the match for our team.
Got you. Yeah, it's one of those things where when it comes to competition and just overall in esports, I think the big misconception that a lot of people have is that you're on that stage and you're playing a video game and it's just kind of easy. But the thing is like when you're playing that game, you have that headset on, you're playing the game, everything else disappears except the noise. The noise always stays, and you hear everyone cheering, and especially when they're cheering and you just died, or when you just got eliminated, or when you just lost a point, you're like, oh my god, like what do I do right now? So it's one of those things where I think that's the biggest misconception about esports. That fire of competition is still there. It's the same thing as making a layup. It's the same thing as hitting a home run. You feel that energy when you get an elimination, where you're able to capture a point. So I'm super excited for these players out here because for a lot of them, it might be their first time competing in a live esports tournament like this. And, the Syracuse space, which is really great and amazing, does emphasize that feeling of like, oh, this is real. This is not just me at home right now.
Yes, I agree. I mean, traveling for so far, I mean, usually when you start like high school, you just take every day. You wake up, you go to school, you do your work, and then all these teams, they players will practice. But now you're taking basically some of these players like an hour drive, 2-hour drive, maybe even 4, depending on where you are inside New York. And then just to come inside a brand new scene, a brand new facility, one of a kind, regarding the entire country, and then just compete for semifinals, finals, things you've been working in your entire past couple of months for, it put a lot of pressure on it. But then again, if you also hear with your teammates, people who you've been, making a family for like the past couple of months with here, as long as you have them, as long as y'all all, have a chill time, very happy, very light, I think everybody could get through the day with full-blown confidence that they all going to win.
Yeah, and that's great to see, especially. I know we talked about the family that's out here, which is great to see the support, but the coaches up there as well. When it comes to esports, the big thing is like it's the same thing as a regular sport when it comes to the competition, as well as the team play aspect of it. You've been playing this entire year, and now all of that culminates into the next 30 minutes on that stage. And that feeling in your heart where you're like, okay, this is it. You know what I mean? And pressure makes diamonds. And I always think about when it comes to pressure, I think about players like Kobe Bryant, Tom Brady, where it's like that pressure elevates them. In my opinion, I think pressure doesn't elevate. It brings you down to your floor. And whatever that floor is, all that practice that you put in, all of the work you've done, the work with your teammates in terms of communication, in terms of strategy, all of that comes out, and all of that is bared, wide to the world. You can't hide anything when you're on that stage. So it's one of those things where it's like, for me, pressure takes you all the way down to your floor, and what is your floor? And for these two teams, especially competing in the semifinals, hoping to get to that championship stage, hoping to get one of those trophies up there, maybe even a belt, if one of them was the MVP of the tournament, I'm excited to see kind of what they end up doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also excited to see some of the comps that we're going coming up here. One thing about me, I like people who take some type of diversity or uniqueness regarding to their team comp. So despite all the characters that we did talk about, the Groot, the Hela, the Namor, everything like that, the White Fox, I'm hoping I could see some characters that we have not discussed of. If I could see a Magic, if I could see honestly, might as well mess around, do a Scarlet Witch, or even, just a couple of characters to which you don't really see in the light of day, like Thing, Hulk, Captain America, all those type of characters really don't get that much love, despite they all could be very usable. Marvel Rivals is the type of game to where, honestly, everything inside the game is really overpowered, so therefore nothing inside the game is overpowered. So if I could see the unique comps, that's something I'm very interested to see. It also defines the identity of any of the teams here. But as we seem like games getting started inside a little bit, so as we go inside the game, we can see some of the bands and future characters who is going to be picked here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see I know you talked about Gambit most likely just going to be banned 100% by both of these teams, so interesting to see if it ever actually makes it through, but we have the Bucky ban immediately from the side of from Penfield as well, and Daredevil ban on the side of the Heart, so interesting to see what H&M Magnet end up trying to do in terms of kind of overall what they end up trying to prioritize. Loki has been, I believe, picked, right? Rayshawn, right here?
Yes, Loki has been protected on the side of the
Got you.
Patriots. The two bans that we start off right here is Bucky and Daredevil. I'm not surprised at the Daredevil ban. I am surprised about the Punisher save here. We might have a group player within the lobby so that the Punisher could be saved in a way to destroy the walls of the group player. I'm not very surprised for the Loki save. Loki is a very sustainable support. He could copy any other support ultimate inside the game, along with any other character ultimate inside the game. So we can see a lot of changes here.
I want to kind of, just to explain a little bit, Rayshawn, in terms of the pick ban order and how it works. So it's that each of these teams bans a character, the other team bans a character, and then the save is basically saying this character will not be able to get banned for the rest of the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Ideally what it is. And as we see the next ban and save, a ban on DPS Deadpool. I'm actually quite surprised. I know DPS Deadpool have been taking some scene around social media, just being very much a nuisance inside the backline here. I'm actually super happy about the Angela save. I myself is an Angela main here, so it seems like both teams might be running dive here along with the magic save.
Got you. And Angela, just to kind of clear up, is a tank character, kind of able to be that beefy frontline for his team. Okay, got you.
Angela is very much a flying dive tank.
Okay.
The first flying tank we had inside the game in regards to this. But as we see here, another ban on Magneto here. I'm quite interested in seeing what the Hearts would play here. They ban seems to be very focused on stopping frontline pressure. With another ban on Susan Storm here, Invisible Woman. So yeah, we might see a very broadly dive combo side here.
Looks like the picks are going to be covered for the side of the Patriots. Penfield already has most of their characters picked here. Just kind of looking at the basic team comp, Rayshawn, what are we seeing from the side of the Penfield Patriots?
What we're seeing here for the Patriots, locking in Emma Frost, Angela Namor, Cloak and Dagger, Moon Knight, and Loki here. I think what they're going to be going to aim for is that the Angela is trying to get some piss off or drag the enemy to their team so that, you know, with the damage output of Namor and Moon Knight here, is be able to honestly get a free pick here very early off while having to sustain for Cloak and Dagger and Loki. Loki could easily copy Cloak and Dagger in order to just have that double ultimate in case they get rushed down. The Hearts, however, are locking in Groot, Rogue, and I can't see. Okay, there we go. Cloak and Dagger, Punisher, White Fox, and I believe Elsa Bloodstone here. So the Hearts is going for more brawly comp. I'm really not sure how both teams will play out in regards to this, but I'm actually in more of the favor of the Patriots here. I really like their team comp here. I also have to be a huge fan for any Angela player.
And then talking about just terms of initial strategy, again, the mission area is going to unlock in about 25 seconds. Is there any, in terms of early positioning on this Hydra map, that you can kind of do in terms of what you want to contest for before the map opens up?
Yes, I see here Magic and Angela is both contested this high ground here. This high ground can honestly make and break the entire game here. For Hell's Heaven, which is the name of the map, that high ground gives everybody so much LOS of the space. We see Groot trying to wall off people. Angela missed the grab. Emma get the grab in, be able to get a pick off of Rogue here. White Fox dispositioned, but able to keep themselves up here. Now the Hawks is down by one. However, with Groot, they able to still contain point as much as possible. As you can see here, the Hearts have captured point, so they only able to get a little bit of the percentage here unless they able to stall for long enough. Moon Knight get a pick on the CD here, but get pissed off by the White Fox here. Obviously, the Thing player is now trying to come back to spawn, able to help their team here. With the final pick off of Groot, now the Patriots take control of the map point and honestly would ideally be able to get much more percentage than the Hearts here.
Yeah, Penfield was able to get that initial pick, but the Hearts did contest the map or contest the point initially, got 23%, but now it's up to the side of the Penfield Patriots. Again, in terms of overall damage, it feels like a lot of really good damage, especially on that Moon Knight was able to get that initial pick off. So I'm interested to see kind of what we're switching out around. I know the Thing is gone, as well as Thor is now on the map as well, and this Punisher getting a lot of damage down, doesn't get any any immediate picks, but so much damage going down as he takes out Loki immediately. Can the Moon Knight? The Moon comes down, takes out 2, but he goes down to the Thing. Can the Hearts contest this point? But so much damage going out. Namor throws down the fishes, takes out 1. Oh, he survives. Emma Frost living barely. Oh, sorry, Cloak and Dagger living barely does have the ultimate as well, but 49% for the side of the Penfield Patriots. It doesn't feel like the Hearts are going to get enough. Zero Goober takes out the Thing. Angela takes out Thor as well, and this should be overall control for the Penfield Patriots. A massive team fight. So many good ultimates from the side of the Patriots.
That was a very good team play for the Patriots here. They able to get off very early picks here. The Moon Knight ultimate able to pick off 2. Now, the Hearts, they did go characters to which basically is anti-dive or basically anti-Angel here. The Thing player, Thing could just slam down on the ground along with Thor. Because you see here, we see the White Frost ultimate along common with the Punisher. Cloak and Dagger just trying to keep them up here. Ooh, unfortunately enough, their ult with 2 players are down here. The Hearts may just lose this this match here. As we see, final fight territory now 90% for the Patriots. Moon Knight still has ultimate, the Ender able to pick up the CD here. No more just picking up the scraps of the Hearts here.
Thing jumps onto point, trying to get something done, but somebody on the Hearts has to touch. Namor takes out the Thing. We have Moon, I can't remember his name, High Val right there, taking out 2 members, and the Hearts do survive. It looks like they're going to be able to get point. Overtime does get contested, and H&M Magnets take on the point. Massive play from High Val right there, being able to take out 2 members immediately.
Now, they may be down, but the fight is not over yet. I've seen a lot of teams be able to hold off a point for 5 minutes straight here. The Hearts is now on Doctor Strange off of the Thing play here. They probably was looking for Portal until they realized they actually had won the point here. But the Patriots now coming up with 4 ultimates. Now, this is what we talk about ult combo here. Angela, she could trap the entire team of the Hearts inside one location, and then either Namor or the Moon Knight, as we said before with the Groot here, could just ult afterwards and get very easy piss off here. It seems we also seen a switch in order to Hela here. Now coming with the Angel or comboing with the Namor or getting with the Moon Knight, getting the entire enemy team here. Now they just flying off the rest of the Hearts here, able to get a team wipe here, and that is game.
Penfield pulled it out of a hat, and they did a magic trick and just made the Hearts disappear. What a map and what a combo from the Penfield Patriots, being able to take off the frozen airfield, capture it. Again, it is one of those maps where it's 3 different points. So, Rayshawn, it's not over for the H&M Magnets. They did get a good contest, but one of the big things was just they didn't use a lot of ultimates when they lost point initially, or when they lost point the second time, and that was one of those things where you talked about it. Angela had that ultimate, was able to group up every single person, and when there's 4 or 5 ultimates up in Marvel Rivals and you get hit by every single one of them, the team gets wiped.
Yes, that was honestly flawless execution in terms of the Patriots here. However, because they did use the 3 ultimates, or I believe 4 ultimates along with the Emma Frost ultimate inside the last fight, they won't have it for the next fight in order for this point. And Marvel Rivals, the ultimates do transfer over from one round to the next round here. So as we see here, the Hearts is coming up very close on their Cloak and Dagger ultimate, along with the Patriots. So we could be seeing a double support ultimate here regarding this fight here. But we also seeing a change of the Hearts now off of Doctor Strange on the Emma Frost here, and also on the Star-Lord Elsa here. In order for the favor, I also didn't see this, but support pool is getting played here too. Now support. Yeah,
I was just to ask Rayshawn, is support pool actually popular? Because I know I've heard about tank pool and DPS Deadpool, but is support pool actually something that's even played?
Support pool is able to, because he has is a support, so therefore he could heal. He able to get his upgrades a lot faster than the other roles. As we already see here, support pool in just the first 30 seconds of the fight already is coming up close to ultimate here. As we see here, Cloak and Dagger almost get picked off by the Moon Knight here. Does get picked off by the Moon Knight here. Deadpool did ult, as unfortunately we can't see. Elsa did get the pick off the Thor here. Deadpool just trying to keep his best way in order to keep Emma Frost up. However, the Hearts have to back up here, have to get the points away for the Patriots here. And Patriots just applying so much pressure so early on.
Rayshawn, the player to watch right now, and I feel like he's been so consistent, is Omni 404 on this Moon Knight. He deals so much damage in these team fights, and you kind of talk about it. Being able to close out these kills is super important, because anytime a single member on the Hearts goes down, oh, the Cloak and Dagger ultimate is going to go down immediately. They're going to go for a push onto the point. Ultimate's going down as well. The Emma Frost ultimate goes down. Can the Moon Knight get the damage off? He doesn't seem like he's going to be able to. Cloak and Dagger take out one. Deadpool pops his ultimate as well, and the Hearts are taking the point. Star-Lord goes crazy, takes out two. I was going to say Widowmaker, but Black Widow finishes off the last person as well. And the H&M Magnets, the Hearts take on the point immediately, 7%, while 35% for the Penfield Patriots. Good use of ultimates and overall good fighting from the side of the H&M Magnets.
Yes, but coming up in this next fight here, because the Hearts had use for the ultimates here, as we can see here, as when we were spectating the Moon Knight just didn't ult. They knew they both had Cloak and Dagger ultimate, but it's better to save your ultimate, let you lose the fight so you can come inside this next fight, then pop your ultimates. And as we can see right here, Moon Knight did exactly that. Cloak and Dagger able to get out, however, be able to find a pick here. Thor ults, unable to find nothing. Do get Crystal by Emma Frost here. Now on his last leg, just trying to escape here. Get pissed off by the Loki. Emma Frost now just taking free range of the point here, along with ultimate coming up. So if she wants, she could get a couple of staggers here. As the stagger go out for the Star-Lord from the Moon Knight, now then with the support pool, and Emma Frost just won't be able to make it. Low and low. Hearts going down one by one by one. The Patriots just contain so much pressure.
Yeah, this Emma Frost was kind of charged up as
Nasty.
Angela takes out the Black Widow as well, and you kind of talked about it. It feels like when the H&M Magnets have their ultimates or an ultimate advantage, they're able to take these fights, but overall, they're just getting desynced too much. Members are dying one at a time and one at a time, so they're not able to get a full push in, and this Moon Knight is dealing so much damage. It feels like this Moon Knight, as well as the Emma Frost, is just dealing so much damage to that front line. Can they get through this choke? Ooh. Ultimate goes down, but immediately the Black Widow takes out two, but the Moon Knight ultimate takes out three. Loki takes out another one as well, and the H&M Magnets were trying to get through that doorway, but the door got closed. Big ultimates from the side of the Penfield Patriots.
Yeah, and one thing we could see right there, the Andrew had ultimate like way longer before the Moon Knight here, but however, she saved her ultimate so that they could play the combo, which I did will get in this point here. Hearts is looking for the TP here. Emma Frost then ults in order to make sure that none of the Hearts could use their ultimate, CD ultimate, in order to sustain point. Able to find two, the support pool in the Venom goes down to the CD, and just like that, Patriots, it's a game over here. They just staggered one by one, and the Patriots able to take the first round. Domination.
Whew, what a match from the side of the Penfield Patriots and the H&M Magnets as well. Super good play overall, but you kind of talked about it. Those combos, those ultimate combos were just kind of key for the Patriots. It felt like every time the Angela and the Moon Knight were just kind of always saving their ultimates so they could use it on that push. And that last push, it felt like the Emma Frost was maybe able to get onto point, but really good Cloak and Dagger ultimate just kept the entire team alive. There was no way to push onto point, and that desync, that kind of decoupling of the teammates on the H&M Magnets, it feels like, and kind of what we're talking about to explain is the idea that in 6v6 shooter games or in these hero shooter games, you want everyone to be alive at the same time so you can make a big push together. But every time a single member gets picked off, not only are you losing their utility, you're just losing more time on that stacking counter. So it felt like H&M Magnets, those little picks that were happening on the side that we weren't truly watching, it just felt like it always just staggered and staggered and staggered the push, and eventually the time just eventually ran out.
Yes, one thing you don't want to do inside hero shoot game, you don't want to stagger. All these respawn timers are 10 seconds long, and just to even get to point is an extra 10 seconds.
Yep.
So that's ideally one whole 30 seconds to a minute to where you could be wasting just going down one by one by one. But I would look at some of the stats here. Recall, the Moon Knight just dishing out so much damage. And go inside some replays here, we can see these little flanking Moon Knight plays happen one by one, taking out the supports here. And just the old combos has always been effortlessly flawless here. Emma Frost is getting 4 CC with that. And I mean, the Patriots, they played it well, synergy very and well utilized together. However, I feel like the Hearts have been able to find answer here. Maybe there's something not working within the team comp here. Maybe it's a certain character that hasn't been doing pretty well here. I would say I think one of the players we haven't been really highlighting here is Angela. Angela, it may not seem like it, but she actually doing so much for her team. She's separating the attention of the enemy team in order for them to take attention onto her, and then it will allow her team to just push up. And as we say, the Moon Knight, the Namor, they're going to dish out so much damage. You have to look at them. If you don't look at them, that is your HP bar right there. I mean, but then again, you also can't just let Angela just do everything that she wants, because then she's going to drag one of your teammates out, do a 1v1, and we've seen some of the combos there. Angela, she knows how to do honestly, the classic Angela combo, the melee primary shield combo, along with your E, just to do extra bonus damage there. They just have to find something. I know the thing, the Thor, it worked for anti-dives, but you kind of do need that shield tank there. Emma Foster is such a good frontline tank, and she's so oppressive, deals so much damage on herself. I really don't think the Magneto ban was probably the safe play there.
Gotcha.
I think if you do save the Magneto, you could still let Gambit roll through. You could still let Daredevil roll through, get them out of the game. However, if you going against some type of form of dive, you want that sustain. Magneto, he able to bubble up his teammates himself. He able to keep himself alive. He able to keep his team alive. That is a tank you want to have in the game just for safety measure. And again, when you ban Magneto, Cloak and Dagger become 10 times stronger. Magneto is one of the few only characters in the game that can insta eliminate a Cloak and Dagger while she doing her ultimate, because it's like easy in order to throw the little metal ball at the Cloak and Dagger. But again, I mean, we could see what we're going to have inside this next round here. But that's my thought process for the last round.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we talk about it. You know, obviously everyone always talks about the DPS because it's the big kill, it's the big eliminations on screen, it's the big damage. But that Angela play from the side of the Penfield Patriots was just so key, because it felt like even at the start of the match, she was able to kind of get Magic immediately off, and the Magic player from the H&M Magnets just had to switch. They just said, I'm not dealing with this anymore, let me get out of here. So it's one of those things where it just creates so much space. We talk about a game like Marvel Rivals is just all about how much control you can have, and when you get pushed back into those chokes, that choke point that the Hearts were in was just so hard to get out of, especially with the Moon Knight having those onks, being able to kind of just ricochet damage, and then Angela on the side basically just taking one of your teammates completely out of the fight. So it's one of those things where creating space may not be highlighted because it doesn't show up in the scoreline, but we talk about how big the Angela was, and they never used their ultimates unless it was for the team. It's about that team play was so big from the Angela. I'm excited to see kind of what we go into, and I know you talked about some of the bans. If you are a team like the H&M Magnets, looking at what happened in game number 1, are you saying we may have just messed up, it's on us, or is it let's target something from their team, let's not make sure that they have that same comp? How would you approach this kind of situation going into map number 2?
Yeah, I think some people are very against target banning. I actually am in favor of target banning. Sometimes in regards to some plays you hear, you can't really work around like every single character inside the game here. So, I mean, if they go for that, the Android ban or even the Cloak and Dagger, first ban going for Moon Knight in favor of the Hawks here, taking out that high damage output, then going for the next ban here for the Bucky in favor of the Patriots here. Then protecting Loki again here. It seems like the Patriots, they know what they really want to go for. The event's going pretty fast here.
Yeah, and Invisible moving saved from the side of the H&M Magnets as well. So I'm interested to see, again, Moon Knight was immediately banned by the Hearts. So it's one of those things where, again, we talked about it with the players that are on stage right now. It may be one of those things where we talk about the meta and all the things that are popular. But there's a lot of times where people just kind of play what they like to play. So if you say, hey, let's just see him on something else. Let's just see this Moon Knight on something else. Let's see if he can execute the same way, because he was so dominant in in match number 1. But again, those target bans are coming out, Rayshon, because Angela is targeted as well.
Yes. One thing. So in order to analyze how these bans and protections are not working, the reason why Bucky was banned first was because Bucky is a very good anti-dive tank, anti-dive DPS. My fault. He has so much CC, so he has a grab. He can knock the Android down the ground. So taking him out the game basically told the Hearts, hey, we is going to run the same thing we did last time. If it worked one time, why wouldn't it work again?
Yep.
So therefore, the Hearts had to take it to their own measure in order to do that target ban for it against the Android. Because again, if they don't have an answer for it, just take the character out of the game and then work your own way. Now with a protect on the Hawk and the Thor here, I really like this. It's a lot of off tanks here being protected here. Hawk is a very interesting protect. I know some people have some hopes in regards to his new buff he got. He has 2 claps now and an easier time way to get eliminations here. But I mean, we're going to see something that we have not seen before today.
Rayshon, I do want to say this. Gambit is not banned.
Gambit is not banned. That's an interesting
I did want to point
pick.
that out, because you talked about how kind of game warping this character is, and he didn't get banned by either side, and now Penfield is hovering him as well as the Loki. I don't see it being hovered by the H&M Magnet. So again, talking about kind of how good this character is, kind of break down what makes him so good.
Gambit, he's very versatile.
Okay.
Gambit has very high damage output. He has very good healing. He has a bounce heal, so therefore you really don't need to be looking at your teammates in order to bounce the heals off of them. And they all grouped up together, to which we see a little dive being run here of the Patriots here. So Gambit is able to just heal all of them simultaneously. Also, one of the most dangerous parts about Gambit's kit is his anti. Inside this game, anti is basically Gambit would throw a projectile out, and it would give the enemy team reduced healing. I believe the reduced healing is by 35%.
Okay.
So when you get anti, you in very dangerous territory because you won't get healed as much, and the game has a lot of damage output here. So I think ideally what the Patriots will be aiming for, that they probably would go in after the Gambit antis, and with the Hawk and things sustaining so much damage onto them, the VP will probably get as many picks as he can off of them.
Got you. It just seemed, Rayshawn, I feel like when you were kind of listing off all the things that Gambit did, you just said he does everything really well. So damage, healing, we got everything. We also have the Bash Bros as well on the side of the Penfield Patriots with the Thing as Hulk. So I'm interested to see kind of what they end up doing. Again, trying to get contest around this choke, but this Gambit is dealing a lot immediately. The group wall does go down. Jean Grey on this Phoenix deals a lot of damage. Magic takes out, and I believe that's Invisible Woman as well. So Invisible Woman and Cloak and Dagger go down immediately from the H&M Magnet, and it's so hard for them to get around this choke. So much healing going down, and it feels like Invisible, or the Thing and the Incredible Hulk are just in this front line dealing so much damage. The Bash Bros continue, and this cart is stalled. Grandma's house is a long way away, Rayshawn.
One thing I would like to point out is very interesting. As we did see, the Phoenix did output so much damage. She had both the Chancellor and like some of the supports and DPS also in one-shot territory. But just by the Phoenix turn they had to the BP just for the 3 seconds, able to allow Patriots to still sustain as much. Now going inside the second fight here, we see Invisible Woman just trying her best to get the ricochet hits off. Loki isn't able to sustain the dive long enough. However, I don't think Hearts is able to output as much damage as it being healed for the Patriots. Some ultimates coming up here. Loki died while just receiving ultimate. Gambit 10% off, and now going down by the Patriots. Hearts is now taking full control. This Phoenix is just rolling the lobby.
Really good play overall from the H&M Magnets, and it felt like again, you mentioned it, the Phoenix did so much damage for that team, and the big thing was that they just didn't have much damage. It felt like right there, again, they switched out of it. Now it's Elsa Bloodstone, but it was Black Panther as well as they had, I forget what other DPS they had, but the Black Panther just wasn't able to deal enough damage as well. But this Phoenix ultimate does go down, doesn't get too much, but Thor takes out Loki again. The H&M Magnets are kind of rolling right now, and Penfield Patriots just pushed back. Ultimate does go down.
With the Gambit ultimate, they're able to just retake this fight so much with the damage boost, the increased movement speed. Oh, but the come retaliation, the Hearts then use White Fox ultimate, the Kasune here. The Incredible Hulk pops his ultimate. It seems that he's still within enemy territory here. Oh, the Loki copy for the second Gambit ultimate going in. If it doesn't work once, let it work again. However, the Hearts still have 3 ultimates coming up here. Invisible Woman ultimate, or to try to keep her team up. Elsa able to get the rest of the team out of the Invisible Woman ultimate. Now the Hearts will have to back up here. The Patriots are able to sustain themselves with 1 extra fight here. Phoenix able to pick off the Elsa here. Groot just trying to find a pick on the Loki. Loki is able to escape this with his entire life. Groot is not able to find it, and he goes down. That's so unfortunate. Thing ultimate gets 3 here, unable to break through the support line though. Groot then ultimate unable to find any picks here. Cloak and Dagger coming for another ultimate. We just seeing a very prolonged fight here.
Can they get something done? Again, the Thing takes out Groot as well, so there should be a little bit of push. The Penfield Patriots, the Phoenix ultimate goes down, takes out 2, just so much damage. The H&M Magnets are rolling right now, and the Penfield Patriots have no answer. Again, in game number 1, in map number 1, it felt like the coordination was so strong, but right now the Patriots are running. Someone call Paul Revere because the H&M Magnets are rolling on to point number 2.
I would say it basically was a tug-of-war struggle over there. I believe that entire fight lasted an entire minute, and every team used at least their ultimate once here. Hawk is able to get his second ultimate coming up here, pops it in order to stay on point here.
Good group wall.
But Hawk just getting drained one by one here. A pick on Loki here. Now the Patriots is down by their one support. Hawk turns to Baby. Phoenix finds 2 here. Ooh, the wall.
Yeah, the
Keep
wall
the
just cut
Gambit
them
out
off.
of the way. Unable to heal his team here. Because of that, CD goes down. Phoenix finds another pick on the other Phoenix. And the Hearts just taking the point here. 4 minutes to cap the final point. They trying to look for a stagger here on the Gambit. Is able to find it. And Phoenix just one by one just mowing down the Patriots here.
That's one of those things, Rayshawn, where it's not going to show up ever on that stat line, but that group did so much work with that wall, just being able to kind of zone off the supports, and it felt like finally they got that point. 3 minutes and 32 seconds left is for the H&M Magnets, but again, Thor takes out the Phoenix as well, so it's going to be interesting to see kind of what the Hearts can do. The Phoenix ultimate is up right now, so if they are a group, this is going to deal a lot of damage. Ascends onto the high ground, trying to get some damage down. Again, just any sort of pick will kind of mean that the H&M Magnets just roll immediately onto point. The Phoenix ultimate does go down. Can it get anything done? But again, damage, just these fights are just so absolutely long. The ultimates go down. The damage going in. Big Phoenix ultimate takes out High Val. Jester takes out again. They're going to be able to hold on here, but the Pantheon Patriots fighting. They're fighting. Can they hold this point? The Loki gets out of it. Does have the ultimate as well. Can he steal the Gambit ultimate? We shall see, but again, so much damage going down. Hulk pops the ultimate, going in, trying to get some damage down. The Phoenix from the side of the Penfield Patriots takes out one. The Hulk takes out another. Can the Penfield Patriots hold here? They do end up grabbing the point. The Kart is going to be pushed back. The H&M Magnets are not going to make it to Grandma's house yet. And the Penfield Patriots just kind of show a little bit of life.
I'm not gonna lie, I am really surprised the Phoenix for the Hearts was not able to eliminate their entire Patriots with the combination of Gambit ultimate and the Groot ultimate. Ideally, that should have worked. Oh,
yeah.
Wait, actually for the side of the Patriots here. That really should have worked. That should have eliminated 3 here. I guess it's sustained based off the Invisible Woman. With the Groot against Gordon, but the Quick Dagger ultimate and also with the Immortality field for Loki here. It basically neglected the entire ultimate here. CD ultimate, however, Patriots able to find 2 here. Maybe too little too late on the sides of the Hearts here. Patriots just trying to keep themselves up here. Able to find a pick on the Groot here. Both, it's a 4-4 fight here. Now sustain the Hearts is now trying to push up as much as they can here. Trying to sustain. Phoenix now gets ultimate on the side of the Hearts here. May be able to find pick here. Ooh, final pick off the Phoenix here. That's a very good stagger here. This is final fight territory here. It's only 30 minutes left in order for the Hearts to cap point here. This one ultimate may make or break the game. Able to find the pick on the Hawk. Hawk is down. However, this Groot here could turn the side. Phoenix also goes out. Able to get faded, but finds the pick on the Hawk in the background. Now, the Groot comes out. Invisible Woman do counter with her ultimate though, so therefore they able to live it. Ooh, Gambit ultimate comes out on the side of the Patriots here. Hawk is trying to make back on his team here. Loki come back for respawn here. CD just trying her best to keep her team alive here with the ult from the Thor here. Hearts finds 2 on the Gambit and the Groot here. I'm not sure the Patriots able to sustain long enough.
Jesters takes out the Phoenix from the side of the H&M Magnets, so a lot of damage is going down. The Hulk does go into ulti. He will be supercharged as he walks in, but Groot takes out the Phoenix on the opposite side for the Penfield Patriots. It's a 5-on-5. Can the damage get in? Again, 37 seconds left for this team. Can they get something done? But it feels like the H&M Magnets are rolling. They're rolling. They're rolling. They're going to be able to push on the points. Can they take out this Groot? Finally goes down. Groot on Groot. Violence. The Incredible Hulk does go down as well. This should be Kart all the way to Grandma's house. Can they pick up the cookies? And they do, Rayshawn. Big win for the side of the H&M Magnets. Again, all 3 points captured, 18 seconds left. Let's see what the Patriots can do on offense, but that was a massive switch up from game number 1, or map number 1, where it felt like the Patriots had full control, but in that game, that switch to that Phoenix for the side of High Val was huge. I felt like in every single fight, he was able to get really key picks and get damage on the backline. He was taking out the Incredible Hulk in the backline. He was taking out the opposing Phoenix as well. Really good play from him.
Yeah, one thing I would say in regards to what we see here, this is the brain work that goes behind all the protest and ban system. The Hearts, the reason why they capitalize so much is because of the Groot. That's the reason why they banned the Punisher. You look on the side of the Hearts, or actually those are the side of the Patriots, you banned the Punisher here, but now, therefore, you ban Punisher, you no longer have the answer to Groot. So now you have to find basically an exception here. Now, as we see with the brand new team comps, if the answer is not Punisher, it will be Wolverine. Wolverine is one of the most well-known anti-Groot characters. He gets the grab off, and because Wolverine, he does more damage based off the more HP somebody does. So therefore, Groot, he will have to try to play his CC immunity wall ability inside a very smart position here for the next play here. Not really much team count changes in regards to both teams here. I would say Patriots is staying on this triple support for their attack. It's a very interesting pick here. They sacrificing damage output on it for sustain.
Yeah, and the H&M Magnus as well, running just single DPS right now with basically triple support and two tanks. So again, triple support on both of these sides, just kind of, you know, putting it on the side of this Phoenix to kind of get stuff done. But again, that initial push overall, just kind of talking about as we kind of break into this, for this map, is this more defensive sided or offensive sided, Rayshawn?
I would say for this map is very much defensive side. That's why I'm very surprised about the Patriot comp choice here. However, if you're able to break off this first corner up here, you could, it's more of a balance between the both of these. As you can see, Thor is trying to go in, trying to get a pick off here. Phoenix is able to just capitalize so much damage off. They unable to break through both triple supports here. Phoenix is able to find a pick on the Wolverine. Looking on the Loki here, Loki low. The other Phoenix are trying to get out here. Patriots Phoenix is able to get out with a live. We're coming close on ultimates on both sides of the Hearts and the Patriots here. Both Phoenix ultimates are coming online. Wolverine ultimate now 10% off. I really wonder what type of unique combos we could see regarding this play here.
Yeah, and you talked about it. Getting around this corner is so difficult. Even if you're winning the fight, it's just so hard because of the positioning that you overall have. Again, we do see the Hulk and Wolverine combo. Does it take out the Groot? Can he finish him off? But he goes down immediately. Took so much damage from the side of the H&M Magnets, and it feels like that push is going to be kind of dissuaded unless a big ultimate can go down. They're getting stuck around this corner really hard right now, Rayshawn.
Yeah, that Wolverine grab was just, it was flawlessly executed here. As you can see, Gambit coming close to ultimate, able to find pick on the Phoenix here. Patriots just getting held at their spawn doors here. They have to make switches here. Despite you have ultimate, you do switch a character, you get 50% on your next one. As you can see just right there, they switch off of Phoenix here now on the Namor.
Is there any pick that you would like them to switch to that maybe could break this hold right now from the side of the H&M Magnets?
I really think they should go for the Magneto here. Both Gambit ultimate come from both sides. Hawk just clapped them out. Then with another fight, Hawk finds able to find two picks here, then ultimate CD ults just for some type of sustain. Another ultimate despite two of the teammates are down. Second Gambit ultimate come out on the side of the Patriots trying to kill through the CD ultimate. Gambit able to find a pick on the Thor here. The Hearts is not going to TP here. They're just going to play for the next fight here.
That was pretty incredible right there. Got into the back line, got so much damage as well. He was able to take out two, and big play overside from Insig to kind of get the Patriots out of that corner. Again, in terms of time, they don't have a lot. They only have a minute and 18. They're going to be able to get most likely this first point. They shouldn't contest, but again, maybe this door is a chance to contest, but it's going to be so hard. Again, getting so much damage. Immediately, the Incredible Hulk takes out Invisible Woman, as well as the Gambit falls to the Loki, dealing a lot of damage, trying to get something done, but Wolverine takes out Groot, and that's going to be all she wrote. Point number one goes to the side of the Penfield Patriots. They should be able to cap it now. Again, 3 minutes on the clock for them. Let's see if they can get around this in another choke point. But again, really good side for the Penfield Patriots, and you talked about it. There's times where you just have to switch off. Try to do something different. They did do something different. And the Namor wasn't the biggest part of that fight. It felt like Insig on that Incredible Hulk was just kind of carried the fight afterwards. He was already there. But really good play overall from the Penfield Patriots to not fall down after kind of getting throttled immediately on the first two pushes.
Yes, in regards to my rivals and team combo work, another grab on Wolverine, get pissed off by the Namor here for the Phoenix. Now Hearts is down by one. That's a very bad stagger to have in regards to your defensive side, especially you definitely have no shield tank. Namor has ultimate. He may be able to find a 3K right here, potentially. Just able to do so much damage here. He goes for it. Get blocked out by the Groot wall, unfortunately enough. However, he do get traded out in order to find a pick on the door here. Groot now has ultimate here. They have to try back away the Wolverine. Phoenix O's unable to find nothing here. Ooh, maybe looking for his. He going for it. Hawk Olsen followed up by the Invisible Woman. Ooh, he has to try and make a play here. I feel like that can make or break this fight right here.
Can he get something? Again, that's the question here, Rayshawn. Again, one member does go down. The Loki did go down from the side of the Penfield Patriots, but again, the Gambit followed from the side of the H&M Magnet, so it's going to be interesting if they can get around this corner. Big to see, but again, ultimates are up. We do have the Groot ultimate up for the H&M Magnets. Can he get something done? They are pushing them back, so this is advantage for the side of the H&M Magnets. Members are being staggered. Does he get the ultimate off here? Can he get something? But the push has been stopped. Immediately, the Gambit ultimate is popped as well. Can they make this push with the increased speed, the damage, the healing? Can they get it done? But Gambit on the opposite side takes out the Wolverine. Not going to be able to get the abduct. Cloak and Dagger does have her ultimate. Can she make something happen? They're getting throttled around this corner. The Cloak and Dagger ultimate does go down. This shouldn't make it, so it's going to be hard. But again, opposite Cloak and Dagger ultimate does go down. Everyone's going down. The Incredible Hulk gets one member from the side of the H&M Magnus. Can he get the damage down? Groot is in a good position to get a flank, but he doesn't get one. Does take out the Loki, and H&M Magnets are throttling the Penfield Patriots. They can't get around this corner. They only have a minute left to regroup, but he does get abducted. Can he go down here? This is going to be big.
Groot lives that entire time. I'm honestly surprised, but it's very unfortunate how that team fight goes inside the Patriot here. 2 Gambit ultimates along with using CD here. That's all 3 supports ultimate used for that one fight and unable to cap point. Now I reach for the final 45 seconds of second point here. This is final fight territory. There's no more ult. It's the one ult Patriot has here. He has to find something with it. Able to find out the Groot all along with the pick off the throw here. Invisible Woman go down. Hearts going down one by one here, unable to recontest here. Patriots might be able to find themselves still inside this map.
What a play from the Penfield Patriots. Every time it feels like they're getting throttled, they can't make the push. Somebody on their team shows up. Jesters on this Namor did so much damage in the backline, and there was just nowhere for the Hearts to go. Point number 2 capped for the side of the Penfield Patriots. They have a minute and 39 seconds to make it over there. But again, really good play overall from this team to be able to be clutch in these situations where they have one team fight left. Again, so many ultimates getting popped here. Incredible is ultimate as well. Invisible Woman ulti as well. Can they get something done? Namor on the side of the H&M Magnets takes out the Rogue from the side of Patriots. Can they get something done? Ultimate does go down. Not enough damage, but this Wolverine is in the backline clawing people. Takes out 2. Another member goes down. The Penfield Patriots are rolling in, and Paul Revere is here to save the Patriots.
I know you ever seen Wolf and Fish have so much synergy, but the Wolverine and the Namor just basically just 1v or 2v6 the entire fight right here. Now, one thing I did like that the Patriots did find the switch off. As we can see with the Rogue along with the Gambit team are able to just mow down Hearts one by one. Touching spawn doors at one point. Now, and just like that, the Patriots able to cap 3 points here with just about double the time that the Hearts did with 1 minute 18 seconds. Actually, in comparison to just 1 whole minute here, game's not done yet.
Yep.
It's now going to OT and for you just see a convoy map inside the Patriots and the Hearts here, both basically with 1 minute going around. One thing I would say, I did like the Patriots do the switch here, doing triple support on attack. Sacrificing that damage output doesn't really help you as much. With the switch offense, triple support along with the Rogue, and as we say, the Rogue Gambit team up, which is one of the most powerful teams in the game right now, it provides them so much offensive capabilities in order to just mow down Hearts. That's the reason why they're able to win, ideally, the last 2 fights effortlessly, play along with their ultimates here. And now, as we've seen here before, it was very much crunch times for the Patriots. We didn't really think that they'd even be able to cap second point, but they turned the entire game around inside their favor. This definitely boosts our morale and the mentals along with the team here. I wonder if they willing to close this out.
Yeah, it was just an incredible play from the side of the Patriots. It felt like they got the second point and then immediately rolled in and got number 3. It was a situation where maybe, 28-3, Tom Brady was playing for the side of the Patriots and made the score immediately to take the win. Kind of explaining how overtime rules work, Rayshawn. Again, we talked about it. both teams have captured all 3 points. So now in this situation, what happens is that you basically have the difference, right? The H&M Magnets have a minute to try to get as far as possible, and then the Patriots will as well, right? Just to kind of understand.
Yes, both of them will have the time that you see on the screen in order to get as many points as they can. Once the time goes down, it will be an overtime bar that pops up.
Yep.
That bar will always go down. It will not stay the same, even if the team is on point.
Ooh, big boom! Can they finish?
You trying to find the pick off the road here, unable to block off the enemy team. I think Patriots going back. Oh no, Patriots actually staying the same today, 2-2-2. I mean, if it works on offense, I guess it could work on defense here. They trying to sustain themselves as much as possible. Loki getting so much ult charge off of it, already at 70% here. Maybe we could see a Gambit ultimate in the first 1 minute of this fight. Down goes Wolverine here. Hearts is now up by 1 player here. Groot trying to wall off the Patriots as much as possible here. Patriots will have to try to play as safe as possible. Gambit going in. First ultimate of the fight here. Now coming down the last 5 seconds. The Hearts cannot fall. They fall. Time is up and down goes 3. Gambit finds 2. Heart finds 1. Namor finds another with his ultimate here. Rogue able to find the last pick, and now it's just Phoenix to try and stay alive. Unable to. Hearts cannot contest again. Therefore, that is their attacking side. Patriots was able to defend it. Now Patriots will be able to go on the attacking side here and just either get the same amount or push forward.
Yeah, so to anybody watching in the audience, explaining how it works. So now the H&M Magnets, the Hearts, have gotten 51.76 meters in the time that they had. Now the Patriots have basically a minute and 18 seconds to get as far or farther. If they get farther, they win. If they can't get as far, or if they get knocked off the point before they're able to get to that point, they lose. So it's one of those situations where overtime rules are a little bit strange. Again, if you've never watched like a hero shooter like this, but it's going to be interesting to see. And the big thing that happened in that fight, Rayshawn, was that so much ultimate charge was generated by that Gambit. They were just able to get so much. Was it Gambit or is it Loki as
Loki.
Gambit? Okay, Loki as Gambit. Again, if the first time you're watching Marvel Rivals, you're just like, what is going on? What are all these characters?
So many colors,
Yeah.
so many just over, man, what's the word?
Overloading?
Man, I don't know.
Like-
No, it's man, I can't find it.
That's
But yes,
fair.
anyways,
Yeah.
the Loki was able to farm out 70% within the first 30 seconds of that fight here. Loki could pop up 3 clones. He has one of the most, honestly, best healing outputs if all your clones directly hit one of your teammates there. And that would be make or break it. When it comes to overtime, you can't have staggers in overtime.
Yep.
Again, that 10-second just life cooldown along with extra 10 to 20 seconds just going back to point here. On defensive side, if you do get a stagger off, they probably weren't able to touch the point again. We seen Wolverine get picked off very early. He wasn't able to come back and to help his team after that.
You see the Rogue here. Again, interesting to see what the H&M Magnet try to do on defense here. Can they get something done? Can they get the hold? But the Wolverine takes out Groot immediately. We talked about that counter, and he just goes back in the lane and just rips through the crew. Can't get anything done. The Incredible Hulk as well takes out the Thor. This Wolverine is the backline. He's just clawing everyone apart, dealing so much damage. Oh my God, just taking them out. And it looks like the Patriots have the offense to do it. They should be able to get the point. Can anyone on the Hearts make a big play? The Doctor Strange is going to drop the portal to get one final kind of hold. Will they be able to get something done? Can someone even touch the point?
Ooh, the Invisible One did play for touch here. However, Loki is at 8% here. The portal is actually way farther than the spawn doors. But however, Hearts is able to touch point again. Gambit finally a pick on the other Gambit here. Patriots up by 2, up by 3. It may be the end for Hearts here. Just going down one by one. There's just so much pressure along with the Patriots here. That Wolverine play just took control of the entire convoy map.
Yeah, the Wolverine's name was Tom Brady. The Incredible Hulk's name was Rob Gronkowski, and that's all that needed for the Patriots offense as they took map number 2 as well. Again, it was really close. They had a really good chance, but again, Insig on this Incredible Hulk made so many plays, and it felt like we were talking about, can they swap something out? Can they do something different? And again, they did do something different. They swapped out DPSs, but it felt like this Incredible Hulk was so big. 44, 5, and 5. 29,000 damage, 58,000 damage blocked. For anyone that doesn't understand what that means, he did a lot. He did a lot.
One thing I would say, I would need this Hawk player on my ranked games for sure. Ideally, I would actually go against what I predicted before. I really thought Hawk wasn't going to be a very viable choice. I personally don't think the character is so good. However, then again, every single character inside the game is made by the players themselves here. We've seen Insig just dominating on Hawk, able to apply so much frontline pressure. And then again, most eliminations inside the lobby, 3K most finals inside the lobby here, and able to block nearly 60K damage here, almost as much as all the healing inside the game combined.
Yep.
Here, as we also see, as we look at these other stats line here, the DPSs, they did their work too. 16 finals, 14 finals, and going inside some replays here, we could just see how both teams played to such a high and competitive level here, playing ults very effectively here. The combos that goes in, the counter ultimates actually been inside play here. I really like all the Invisible Woman ultimates that have been played. I think every single time Invisible Woman ulted, it has survived through what you would assume would be an insta-kill.
And kind of just looking at the replays, it felt like the meta kind of developed in this map number 2 where Phoenix became really high priority. First, we saw the Heart switch to it, then the Patriots switch to it as well. So it's interesting to see kind of High Val kind of define that, dealing so much damage especially. And then the group came in as well. He was super important and impactful on the Hearts as on offense. And then we saw Omni 404. And that's the big thing about a game like Marvel Rivals, having that flexibility. You're not a one-trick. You're able to play those different roles. That Wolverine, even though there were times where he jumped in and died immediately. Like he was gone. He was immediately gone. But there were a lot of times where he was able to abduct the group, get him out of the healing, make it so that he wasn't able to get anything done. And that final offensive fight, he got in and just absolutely obliterated the backline. He took out one member from the Hearts, and he jumped into the back, and the healers had absolutely no way to peel off this Wolverine. And Michigan's, I believe the Michigan Wolverines may be proud because what a play from that Wolverine right there.
Yeah, one thing I would say, now Patriots up by 2-0. This is game point here inside the Patriots here. The Hearts, they will have to try to find some answer against it if they trying to win this series here. Now, in regards to bans, I think you try to probably take out the Loki. I believe Loki Gambit is such a it's a strong support line because Gambit Ultimate is so strong in its own, and because Loki could copy the Ultimate, having 2 Gambit Ultimates mainly is a safety measure in order to try to capitalize as much damage as you could in order to win point here.
Yeah, and just looking at all the players and how excited they are, looking at what they're fighting for, Rayshawn. Look at the trophies, look at the swag, look at the championship belt right there. I know both of our eyes are glued back there. It's so amazing to see what these players are kind of competing for and what they're kind of fighting for right now because it's about pride, but having a little bit of swag, having those titles that you're able to take back to your high school is super cool as well.
I mean, along with this, it's end of the year here, so I mean, going to summer break here, it'd be pretty nice to say you won a championship for your competitive series to which you play in high school, and probably for some of these players here going along to college and therefore future on. These are very high level lobbies. Like, I mean, I've been playing for the club team for quite a while here. I'm very impressed of how some of these players are playing here. I'm honestly really interested and kind of scared, I'm not going to lie. The Wolverine player, the group player, and the Loki, they all kind of got me a little worried here. So I'm really interested to see how this last game going to go. Then again, as I say, the Hearts, they have to try to find some answers. They've been playing really well. They've been pretty even matched both these times, both here, ideally overtime here. But then again, there's something within the cracks you just have to fill up here. And, I mean, that or Patriots, if they found the answer once, they find the answer twice. I mean, third time's a charm. Why not? Could we see potential sweep here?
I think the Hearts have something. I think on Convoy, especially, I really like their play on offense. I thought they did a really good job in terms of kind of defining what needed to happen. The switch over to the Phoenix was really cool to see. I thought they were doing a really good job in terms of staggering. I think on capture the... What is it called? Is it convergence? When you're capturing the point? Like capturing the point, I think they struggled with because it felt like they couldn't get past those chokes. But in those maps where there's a lot more flexibility in terms of positioning, where it's not as so much as like we fight through this door, you fight through another door, where you have the ability to kind of be a little bit more flexible, a little bit more unique in terms of how you approach those fights. I thought the Hearts did really well, so I'm kind of interested to see if they can find another Convoy map where they're able to kind of get some of those open angles to kind of do it. I think the big thing is going to be it feels like Penfield is really good at adapting. They have players. The Incredible Hulk, again, he didn't switch, but Omni 404 on that Wolverine, as well as the Phoenix, as well as the Namor, as well as the Moon Knight, he's just able to play every single one of those DPS, and he was able to play it for each single situation he needed. Initially, he needed a lot of damage and a lot of AoE, so he played Moon Knight. Then he switched over to the Namor. That didn't work for a little bit, so he switched over to the Phoenix because he was kind of matching what the opposing Phoenix was doing. And then finally he said, hey, there's a Groot in this game. Let's get him out of here with the Wolverine pick. So I'm interested to see kind of what he plays. And it's one of those things where you have to be really selective if you're on the side of the hearts because you already understand you're down 2-0, but it really doesn't matter what the score is. You just take it map by map by map, point by point by point. All you need to do is just get one.
Yeah, and one thing about competitive play here, when you go inside a brand new team, you really don't know what they're going to be running.
Yep.
You don't know what they're going to be doing. You don't know their synergy, how they operate as a team. Now with 2 games going in, you ideally get the sense that what their play style is, what characters they really like running, how they like taking all these angles or any type of map control here. And when choosing this final map here, in regards to it, again, if they do go to any type of convoy convention map, as you say, Hearts, they trying to look for a very open space map.
Yep.
They don't trying to take all these closed angles here to where a lot of the dive, a lot of the Wolverine could just get a little be a little sneaky along the back lines and try to get a couple picks off there. They probably looking for a museum map, probably a Lower Manhattan, maybe Shibuya. It seems to be a pretty good defense map for a lot of teams here. But then again, I really think as you say, the Hearts really have it out. You can't let these games get to you so early here. There's always a chance. Again, as I say, there could be a potential sweep, and then there could be a potential reverse sweep that we could see inside the future here. Hearts, they have to keep their head a lot strong inside the game. They have to talk about what type of team comps the Patriots are running, who they trying to go against. The Groot is seems to be working out. Groot is a very strong character on any type of convergence and convoy map. These walls is literally breaking the entire structure of the enemy teams here. You kind of probably want to take that out here. However, you can't also just misguide what they've been running before. Again, the Angel was also an issue, so should be seen before. That's the reason why they was target banned the last time. Do you still want the Angel out the game, or do you want the Groot out the game? Now this is all going to be rotating side players' minds here. Who they trying to look to protect, who they trying to look to take out. Loki seems to be a very character to which we've seen this entire time. Gambit, we've seen the entire time. Phoenix here been dominating for the last time, the last round. You have to find something here. With only 3 bans and 2 protects, you kind of really got to pick and choose who you really want out the game and what type of counters you have to play for other things that you're not going to take out the game.
Yeah, I think when it comes to games like this, Rayshawn, in my mind, when you have a player like the Insig on the Incredible Hulk as well as Omni on all of the DPS he's played, when you see a flexibility like that, in my mind, the way I think about it is I'm not even going to target it. Because there's no point in wasting a ban when you know they're already comfortable on all of these other characters. I think the big thing they can do, just kind of how you mentioned it, is target some of those supports. See what they're flexible on. Because there are times where the supports on the side of the Penfield Patriots are getting caught out. They are, getting eliminated before the push can go through, or they are getting kind of disjointed or decoupled. Get them off some of these picks that they're comfortable on, Loki, Gambit, stuff like that, where they're able to make so much pressure and kind of help their teammates that are already succeeding. I always say this, if you're against a team that is up 2-0, you got to make it weird, because obviously the standard isn't working, right? I'm not beating Steph Curry in a shooting competition.
Oh,
but,
no confidence?
But maybe I can beat him in a League of Legends game. That's the thing, right? You got to challenge them at where they're at. And so one of the things is, like, if I've already played you standard and played kind of what's happening, and I've lost twice, I'm not running it back a third time. So my thing is, the Angela ban, I thought it was really strong in game number 1. Take it. You play Incredible Hulk as well already. You're succeeding on that. So why am I going to target you again? The Moon Knight ban, you beat us with 3 other DPS characters. So why am I going to target that? Let's see what your supports do. Let's see if I can get their champion pool or their character pool kind of whittled down, and instead of the Gambit and Loki, play something different. Play one of these other characters.
I really like that thing. That's a very strong mindset. Also, that's also a very popular mindset in regards to the beginning of the season here. When season 7 ideally came out, believe it or not, if you do play competitive play, the supports usually get banned the most. There have been a lot of times to where you see a Gambit, CD, Invisible Woman, Luna, all 4 of the top support characters inside the game all get banned down inside one of your ranked matches, and now. Again, when you take those 4s out, there's basically no support ultimates inside the game. You only have White Fox, you only have Mantis, you only have Rocket Raccoon, to which ideally, I'm actually quite surprised we haven't seen Rocket Raccoon yet so far today. Because the damage boost from his ultimate, a lot of you combo with any type of, like a Phoenix ult, it could actually eliminate through a lot of support ultimates here. But again, like you say, take the support ultimate out, get them out of the game, try to see, hey, your backline is now 10 times weaker. Y'all no longer have the sustain you had before. Let's see how it's basically a game of sword versus sword. Who has the better offense here since there's no type of defense? But, once you take those supports out of the game, you can't be having a lot of comps to where they could take a lot of damage in. We've seen a lot of the Rogue Hawk, the Thing, Thor, those combos. There's no real shield tank in regards to that. So if they do input so much damage, they won't be able to get healed that much. So do you really want to take that risk, taking out so much sustain out the game, if you can't outdish the damage output in comparison to it, and if you can't keep up the people who might just go down instantly, since you no longer have that type of healing capabilities here. But I mean, I really do think that's a very good idea here. We could see, make it weird. We've seen triple support before. Ban all the supporters, do a Jeff Ultron Mantis combo, and then just run it down against the enemy team. That'd be quite interesting there. But I would love to see what the Hearts and the Patriots will have for this final game going on. As we could see, I think we head over to Empire of Eternal Night here, a convergence map. That's actually Central Park, the map I was talking about beforehand.
Got you.
That map it's a struggle here. I know that map is a very high rate for defensive side and not for attacking side here. It's one of the hardest maps ever. Personally, I think it's my second worst map I played on.
Gotcha.
For this one, we could see how some players will play. Mario Rivals is a very unique game. If you click the B button on your keyboard, and I believe the down on the D-pad for your, if you have any type of controller, you get to see basically it's like a whole like a black and white screen, and then it'll be yellow outlines for structures you could break. You could actually break the map inside Mario Rivals, and once you break the map inside Mario Rivals, it will rechange itself into like a 1.5 type version of the map. So for Central Park, that really need to take inside play here because, again, like I said before at the beginning of this, you don't want to fight the main chokehold for so long because that will just drain all your time. You want to take these other type of rotations. You want to go to all the way around to the left, all the way around to the right, or just around the entire map here in order to even touch the point here and able to basically collapse on the enemy team when they least expect it.
Gotcha. Going into map number 3 again, I'm going to look at it from the side of the H&M Magnets, the Hearts. Again, they're on offense first from what it looks like. Rayshawn, I teleport you over there. You're the coach. You're on the headset. Hi, Val, saying, "Hey, coach, what are we doing for game number 3? What's your strategy?"
I would say for game number 3, if we have Protest and bans first, we would ideally ban out the group because, again, on Convergence and Convoy map, these characters that are able to just displace the enemy team and also have so much basically defensive pressure, you want to take them out. So the group or penny ban will be pretty good on this map here. And I would probably, it seems that the Patriots is kind of fearful of that Bucky. We might want to protect Bucky and use him a lot. He's been getting banned first for the past 2 rounds for a reason here. Let's see what's the reason to which that team really don't like this character for. Otherwise than that, I would say in terms of play style for the Hearts here, I would say we kind of have to play a little bit more safe here. We've been going a lot of pressure. We've been getting punished a lot by the Patriots here. Maybe get a little Emma Frost. I'm really seeking for the Magneto here. I really think that could go super, very good out. But as we get inside the bans here, another target ban. Again, they may not like the Moon Knight so much. And again, the Bucky goes out. It seems like we probably could get similar bans as the first one here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, again, if they end up switching their style. It feels like the Patriots are just kind of going stock right now. Low-key being saved again for the side of the Penfield Patriots. Can the Hearts mix it up? Let's see. That's DPS Deadpool being protected from the side of the Hearts. So, again, something different is going to be seen. I'm interested to see what High Val wants to play. He is hovering the Deadpool. So, again, interesting to see kind of how they end up going through this. Let's see what they try to ban out. Well, again, Angela was really strong in map number 1. The Incredible Hulk for Insig was really strong on map number 2, and it does get banned.
Yep. Seems like there have been a lot of target bans that might happen within going these games. There go the bans on the Phoenix here. I think these bans is really heavily reliant on the last map here. I'm not sure if either team is really looking for the bans and protect for the first round. Because then again, I mean, I personally would not still let Angela through. Now going to save on the Invisible One here. Gambit and Invisible One, the best 2 supports inside the game right now. Still inside the game here. Also with the Protect and Loki here, the Patriots will still be looking for that double Gambit ultimate combo that they run in here. Now, as we go inside the final bans here, will the Hearts go for another target ban here, or they will probably try to ban for the synergy of the team here? the last 3 seconds, they would choose a ban on Cloak and Dagger. That's very interesting. As you say, you probably want to ban more supports. I mean, if the Patriots do go triple support, no longer
Group banned.
See, Dash actually called it. A ban on the Groot here. But then insta-lock the Lord Penny here. Penny and Groot is basically the same amount of defensive pressure here in regards to this map here. Penny is able to put mines down on the ground, and if anybody walk inside their mine, they basically get exploded and isn't able to walk on point here. So the Patriots will be playing for that. Now, finally, a pick. Collapse in the air. Magneto gets chosen along with the Gambit team up here. Magneto, Thor, Loki, Gambit, DPS pool, and Elsa Bloodstone on the side of the Hearts here. On the side of the Patriots, we have Loki, Rogue, Gambit, Punisher, Namor, and Penny here. The Patriots, it seems to be that they're going to need to be heal pocketing their Penny play a lot. Still not a shield tank on the Patriots. A very offensive team here. The Hearts, however, is the first attacking side regarding this match here. I mean, with Gambit team up and Magneto, they probably would be able to just push on through, but the Penny will be a massive issue here. With the ban on the Phoenix here, now Phoenix is a character that able to, with her ultimate, destroy every single objective or object within the game. So now since Penny gets banned, or now since Phoenix get banned, Penny has much more value in regards to how this team comp is going to work.
As we start onto map number 3, right now the Penfield Patriots have a 2-0 advantage over the H&M Magnets, but the maps have been really close after map number 1. It's going to be interesting to see kind of how they can get this done. Right now, they're just trying to get some space from the side of the H&M Magnets, but he goes down immediately. Insig takes out Arata on the Magneto, and the push is going to be stopped because it's so hard to get around this choke. Again, this Penny Parker is dealing so much damage because everything is mined and trapped. Can they get around this choke? Interesting to see. We shall see if they can get something done, but this Penny Parker is doing a lot of work for this team. Deadpool does pop the ultimate. Can they get something done? High Val in the backline, but Omni takes out High Val. The Deadpool can't break the third wall when he's in the respawn room, and the Patriots are holding strong for this push. They are taking a good amount of damage. The Namor gets low, but does not go down, and right now they're stuck in the doorway again, just like map number 1. The Patriots have to hold as much as they can, but the Hearts have to just go through this push. They do have Invisible Woman ultimate. Will they pop it here as they try to get point? High Val takes out 1. High Val takes out 2. This Deadpool is in the back line taking out the Patriots. Paul Revere, again, I'm going to mention your name, invoke him again. We need some help because the Patriots are getting eliminated. The H&M Magnets, the Hearts cap one section of point number 1. Will they capture the second, or will the Patriots just let this go? This might just be a 3-point cap for the side of the H&M Magnets, and this should be the start of the Kart push phase.
Hearts play that honestly perfectly. As we said before, they were kind of struggling in order to take the point there, but they kind of stay inside their entire line right there. They were able to get the pick off the Punisher, and after they get the pick off the Punisher, they were able to capitalize off of it and go straight to the point. Gambit ultimate comes in combo with the Punisher ultimate, able to try to kill through Magneto ults. Unable to find anything. However, in the background, Rose finds 2, finds 3. Punisher able to find 1, and Patriot just with using 2 ultimates able to sustain. Now taking control of the card here, Hearts have to try to find a way to able to recapture point here while still maintaining the ultimates.
You know, Rayshawn, you talked about how strong Gambit is, and it feels like when you pop that Gambit ultimate, you just mow down the team. Loki does steal the ultimate here. Can he pop it? He will pop it. The Gambit ultimate popped to the side of the H&M Magnets. They are going to be able to push on the point, but Omni takes out 1. Rogue takes out another. High Val in the backline takes out Gambit, but Omni finishes off Magneto. 3 members go down for the H&M Magnets. Even though the Deadpool got something done, it just wasn't enough. And again, the Penfield Patriots hold them immediately. They can't get around this choke, and so much damage is going down. The Invisible Woman does have ultimate. They do pop it. They're going to push them back again. Gets trapped. Can they get something done? Arata takes out Punisher. High Val takes out Jester as well. They're gonna go for the push. Can they fully sustain it? Can they get all the way to the back line? Elsa Bloodstone trying to get some damage done, but Rogue takes out Deadpool. The push is again stopped for the side of the Patriots. They do have 3 members on cart. They should be able to get at least around this corner. The Patriots are holding strong, but the Hearts have something. But
what?
Penny Parker, Invisible Mind takes out Blitz'em.
Okay, for anybody that doesn't know, as you can see on the floor, the little yellow webs here. If Penny Mines goes inside of the yellow web, the mines ideally just become invisible. So I believe Penny had like 4 mines back there that able to pick off the Elsa. Elsa able to find kill off of Rogue here. The card is still inside the favor of the Hearts here. Hearts now have Elsa ultimate. Elsa is trying to look for one. She finds 4. Ideally able to get a pick off the Magneto, able to pick off the Punisher here. I still think this is the favor of the Patriots. They're able to still sustain as much as they can. Deadpool gets pissed off here. Now Patriots is up by 1 here. However, with the Elsa Bloodstone ultimate comes in, able to find 1, find 2, find 3. Elsa just going to drag it to her team, not able to find kill. However, Invisible Woman finds a kill on the Gambit here. Hearts just now able to just wipe the floor with the rest of the Patriots here, able to just capture the 2nd point here. And now with 4 minutes or 3.5, go inside the last point here.
Really good play overall from the side of the H&M Magnets. And the thing I want to point out to you, Rayshawn, is that K Blitzum on this Elsa was playing Groot last game, so he's switching over not only to a near character, but to a new role, and he's playing it really well. The other person I want to shout out is Magneto. The errata on this Magneto has been playing really well. He's getting off picks that we don't see too often. Whew. Can they get this push done? They have one member on the car as they push up into this, try to get some done. Magneto does, or not Magneto, sorry, the Punisher does have ultimates charged, so he should be able to get something done. Pops the Punisher ultimate. Judge, jury, and executioner takes down Invisible Woman immediately. Tries to take out another, takes out Errata, takes out Gambit as well. Thor falls from the side of Gambit, and big damage from the side of the Penfield Patriots. The Punisher held strong. The Penfield Patriots Punisher punishes the Magnet Hearts, and they go down immediately on that push.
Yeah, 3 ultimates on the side of the Patriots here. Now with only the 2nd Gambit, the Rogue and the Magneto here. Magneto falls early here. Gambit has to ult in order to make sure the Patriots don't lose point here. Rogue might come, but afterwards she does. With Rogue ultimate, now the Hearts will not be able to use their ultimate since it getting drained by Rogue. The Patriots, they just trying to sustain how much they can. However, Hearts is now able to, ooh. Thor is able to escape from the Punisher here, not getting picked off. That would have been a nasty stagger on the side of the Hearts there. However, that's pretty good. Now down by 2, Invisible Woman just trying to keep her team alive. The Hearts now have nearly almost the entire team of ultimates here. They had to go in with Gambit here. They had to go in with Thor. They had to make that combo. And I mean, with Deadpool here, they might be honestly able to kill through our Patriots. Patriots have no type of support ultimates here. Magneto have to ult early here. Try to find the Gambit, unable to find it. Now, just like that, Hearts are able to capitalize off of it, able to find 2. Patriots fall 1 by 1 by 1, unable to keep themselves up.
Yeah, this stagger is going to be unfortunate, but again, ultimates were used from the side of the Hearts. They used 3 of their ultimates. They still have Magneto ult. They still have Invisible Woman ult. Will they be able to sustain the push? They have 2 members on Kart, another member on Kart as well. They try to get some positioning up. Again, Invisible Woman takes out Loki, but Gambit takes out Invisible Woman, so supports are down 5-on-5 fight, but Omni takes out the Deadpool, diving into the back. Able to not get anything done as he goes into the back line. Can they get this push? Can they get through this doorway? It's so difficult. They're going to have to use a lot of their ultimates. The Deadpool on screen making it so difficult for the Punisher to get stuff done. But right now, Magneto in the front line not able to get anything done. They do have ultimates. 3 ultimates up. Elsa Bloodsong ultimate goes down as well. Invisible Woman ultimate goes down as well. Can they get this push? This is going to be all of their resources to try to finalize this push. They get out 1. Loki does go down. 6-on-5 situation for the side of the Hearts. Can they cap this point? They have ultimate. Punisher ultimate does go down. Judge, jury, and executioner. But Magneto ulti misses. He doesn't go down. He takes out 2. Big miss and big whiff. Jeff ultimate.
And when he got 1, and just like that, Jeff goes down. Favor of the Hearts here, just able to take out the Patriots 1 by 1, crippling them. The Patriots unable to find the answer for this attacking side. And just like that, once you go Magneto, you got it. The Magneto Gambit combo seems to be dishing out as much damage that they need to. I would like to say there was at one point the Patriots did with a little weird comp there. Solo Android triple support with a Jeff, and I think the only damage deals was the Namor and the Punisher there, as we can see right here. And it's unable to. I mean, the Patriots, they just wasn't able to defend long enough there.
Yeah. It was one of those situations, Rayshawn, where I feel like they were just kind of switching to things to try to hold on from the push, but when the Hearts have momentum, they just push and push and push. And the player to really shout out, which we're not seeing right now, but Arata on that Magneto did a lot of work. I know that the ultimate did end up missing onto the Punisher, but was able to get enough damage in the surrounding area that the push didn't get dissuaded. So overall, really good play. It does seem like he's going to be switching now back over to playing the Gambit. So now they're running just... double Tokyo moving now, switching over to the tank. So it seems like the Hearts are kind of just mixing around where their players go in terms of comfort. So I do like to see that. Overall, I think that they've played really well. The person to really shout out, I feel like, has been K Blitzum on this Elsa. He's been doing a lot of work in terms of overall damage. I'm interested to see kind of how the Patriots respond, because even though the Hearts did get all 3 points, it did take them a while. It wasn't like they got the fastest push. So they have the full 4 minutes from the side of the Patriots to see if they can get all their pushes. Interested to see kind of how they do. But again, Penny Parker on this defense was super strong for the side of the Patriots. Can the Hearts use it as well as we get into map number 2 with the Penfield Patriots on offense?
Yeah, we see a couple of changes here. The Patriots now running Magneto Strange at a tank lineup, and going back to triple support, Gambit, Invisible Woman, and Loki here, with solo DPS being Elsa Blunstone. I mean, this is not what you're trying to look for attacking side. I think the Hearts, I mean, again, no shield tank going through Penny here. However, Penny was able to try to sustain as long as she could for the Patriots side. I mean, she might be able to capitalize the same off of it inside the favor of the Hawks. Hearts here, still holding their own here, going low on the Gambit. Strange, unable to find any type of pick. He can't walk up because of the Penny mines here. They're able to apply as much pressure. I mean, with triple support, they just unable to dish out as much damage as they ideally wanted to. I don't think the Patriots will be able to ideally push here. They need to try to make a change fast enough. The Hearts, they just farm an ultimate based off the 2 tanks that doesn't have shield here. And Invisible Woman just got ultimate because off of it. They could go early here. Penny coming close with 70. And over here off of the Patriots, Invisible Woman now getting matched with the Hearts Invisible Woman ultimate. Both teams just not dying. They just staying alive as much as they can here. However, this is more painful. Magneto ultimate for the Punisher, unable to find it. Doro's able... Oh, Strange able to find one in the background. Punisher able to find one. Now up by 1 point for the Patriots. Get ulted by the Elsa Bloodstone, able to sustain with the Gambit ultimate. I mean, Hearts, they just still able to keep this up here. 1.5 minutes went down the timer here. Thor just get ultimate, able to stay inside the Patriots front line here. And Gambit ultimate coming up for the side of the Patriots here. They could combo it with the Doctor Strange here. Penny also to try to sustain for her team, going long enough. Ooh, she just gets trickled down 1 by 1. Doctor Strange ultimate, able to find both support players. Get the insta kills. A Gambit ultimate pops, but however, point is already captured on the side of the Patriots here. 2 minutes in order to capture point here. The Hearts are not able to turn to Doctor Strange, and they won't TP. They're just going to give up this point here and play for the second point.
You know, Rayshawn, in a lot of these settings, it feels like the Patriots are getting stopped or they're getting throttled a little bit by the Hearts. And then Insig just makes a super play in the back line, gets both the supports, and it just feels like the push immediately worked for the side of the Penfield Patriots. Really good play from Insig on this tank. He's just being so effective, just being able to get so much done as well. And again, overall, the Hearts had a really good stop to the push. Every single time that ultimates were used, they were able to kind of stop them. Thor ultimate does go down here, doesn't get too much, gets chunked really heavily, but does stay alive because of Invisible Woman healing. But High Val takes out 1. High Val takes out 2 as well. Both of the supports on the side of the Penfield Patriots go down, and we talked about this. The Hearts are able to target the supports from the side of the Penfield Patriots, and now the push does get stopped. 5 members on Kart will be able to get this push. Overall, really good play from the side of the Hearts. Again, just trying to waste as much time as possible, trying to get this clock run down as much as they can. But again, it's about stopping the push holistically. 4 members on the side of the Hearts trying to contest this point, pushing this stuff back. And the Penfield Patriots will have to regroup, but they do have 3 ultimates to try to do it.
Elsa Bloodstone comes out with her ultimate on the side of the Hawk. Blitz unable to find any though. However, the Hearts, they're just trying to keep up as much as possible. Jester used the Elsa Bloodstone will find sleep and it's a team wipe on the side of the Hearts. Hearts just falls down. That was the biggest ultimate I've ever seen for Elsa Bloodstone, with just that one ultimate, able to give them point, able to push for this high ground here. Jester just take it upon their own hands. I mean, if nobody else gonna do it, why not me?
I have no words there, Rayshawn. Jester, if you want, you're more than willing to stand up and take a bow. What an ultimate. Got every single member, and the last member fell right after every single one of his teammates gets wiped out. High Val does have the ultimate. The Magneto ultimate goes down as well. The big Doctor Strange ultimate. Just Jury Executioner, Invisible Woman ultimate as well. Again, there's so much going on, but Invisible Woman does found the low-key. Omni takes out High Val, so the Punisher ultimate doesn't get too much done. This Thor is the backline hammering away as they backline for the side of the Penfield Patriots. Can he get anything done? But he does not. Goes down. The Hearts are getting rolled over right now, and it feels like every single time someone on their team makes a massive play to sustain the push. This should be point number 2. Sorry, not point number 2, but they're able to get around this choke point for the side of the Penfield Patriots as they approach onto this final site.
One thing I would say, I really do like the patience there in terms of Ziva and Invisible Woman. You can see they was getting pressure along with the Punisher ultimate and with also Hearts using their Invisible Woman ultimate. However, they didn't try to match the Invisible Woman. They said, we already this far up, we already have point here. Ideally, we also capture point when the Hearts got off a point. I don't need to use my ultimate here. I could just die. If my team dies, it's okay. We could retake next fight. Then goes in with the Gambit ultimate by the Loki here. Just patience, just... The ultimate just being played flawlessly, back to back to back here. Thor able to get out here, unable to find any piss, but Invisible Woman is still inside here, gets pissed off. Oh, actually Invisible Woman lives, doesn't get staggered, does get staggered by the Gambit here. Thor just trying to stay alive, but getting pressure here. Patriots just in order to cap point here. Unable to touch, get pushed away by the Invisible Woman. Hearts unable to touch, therefore now going inside overtime here, but Patriots 3 minutes free on the counter. Hearts with only 1 minute. Hearts, they have to make a play here.
They have to make a play. They have to get it done, and it feels really difficult because it feels like the H&M Magnus, or the Hearts as we've been calling them, have been playing really well in these situations. It's not like that they're rolling over, but every single time someone on the Patriots makes all I can call it is a super play. Initially, the push was getting stopped. Doctor Strange finds it in the back line, ultimates both of the supports, they go down immediately, and the push happens immediately. And in that fight, it felt like the Hearts were contesting, and then Jester's Elsa Bloodsong ultimate just finds 5 people, and the last person goes down after his team is wiped. It's just so difficult when it feels like every time that you get something done, you're like, okay, we held. Someone on the Patriots just makes such a big play that's just so hard to contest. Because what do you even say? We got hit by 5. We got hit by a 5-man Elsa. It's just like he played better in that situation. So it's one of those moments where the Hearts just have to regroup. Again, they're trying something different as well. This should be triple support with just DPS Deadpool. Will they have enough damage in this situation, Rachel? What do you think?
I mean, in terms of this, I believe they will not have the much damage. However, Jeff is a very good triple support character because Jeff provides so much constant healings and constant damage. If you want, Jeff could also just be ideally another DPS in along the scenes here. I mean, but Patriots, we've seen them been choosing their ultimates. They must have some type of vision here with their eye. They're able to put all their ultimates just effortlessly, perfectly. And then again, the penny mines, I mean, it doesn't work. It works one time, it doesn't work the second time. However, the fact they do find a kill on the Deadpool here. Deadpool do switch to Punisher in order to counteract the penny here. Hearts, they only have 30 seconds left on the timer. They have to trust this point in order to just even hit overtime, however. Then again, it's a very hard first point here. They have to try to break the penny mines as much as possible. Patriots sustain themselves. Invisible Woman go out by the Elsa Bloodstone here. Hearts down by 1. Ooh, getting very low by the rest of the team. Patriots just pushing up. Elsa just doing as much damage as she could. Jeff isn't able to sustain his team long enough along with his Gambit here. Patriots, they just taking this entire point inside their own hands. Ooh, map do change though. This is what I mentioned with regards to breaking the map point. Now Patriots, they do have the opportunity to rotate around, but they just able to find pick after pick after pick. Also finds 2 here. They able to find a 3rd one on Thor. Punisher unable to sustain his stuff as long as possible. Then down goes the Hearts, and Patriots able to take it. Now come inside their side of OT here on their attacking side. Now one ultimate was popped. It didn't need to. Elsa had it on all inside their bag.
Yeah, 0% capture froggers for the side of the Hearts. So it's one of those situations where the Patriots just need to cap it once and they should have the win. So again, if you're looking on the side of the Hearts, it's really difficult. I'm not going to say that they're in it feels like almost an insurmountable position, but you have to try. Again, crazier things have happened. 28-3 has happened. A 3-1 comeback has happened in basketball. So it's one of those moments where you got to dig down deep, try something weird, make something happen. It feels like High Val has been playing really well as well, and Kate Blitzum on the Elsa, as well as now going to be playing the Magic, has been trying as much as he can. We are going to be seeing most likely double supports with the Venom, which we haven't seen this entire set of games.
Along
So
with
I'm
the
interested to
White
see.
Fox here.
Yeah.
It seems that Hearts be taking a change throughout their entire comp. Now comes the Angela. They're running White Fox, Luna Snow, Venom, Angela, Strange, Punishers, 3 tanks, 1 DPS, 2 supports here. I mean, this is kind of the wacky comps we've been wanting to see here. I'm actually quite interested inside this. This is the attacking side for the Hawks here. The Hearts actually, they switch off the Venom here to the Iron Man and switch off the Luna Snow to the Invisible Woman for the attacking side here. I appreciate that. I take that. Playing, you don't want to do anything too risky here. You have 3 minutes to defend this point. You don't want to give them any type of opportunity here. One lost fight makes this entire game here, and then also it will be a sweep for the Patriots here. Now Patriots, they take to the attacking side here. Will this flyer be quite an issue for them? Rogue and Magneto try and look on the Dr. Strange, able to find it. CC Immunity save the Magneto. Find the pick on the Invisible Woman. Support now. Hearts only have 1 support. That might be it just already here. Patriots, they need to take advantage of this. Now with only 1 support, White Fox can't sustain the team by herself so long. Down goes Dr. Strange, however, High Val able to find a pick off the Loki here. Now Patriots, they no longer have their sustains here, so the Hearts is able to try to defend. Hopefully long enough for the rest of the team to regroup. Roll going against the Iron Man, shuts him down. Elsa finds the pick on the Angela. They just getting shot out the air one by one. Gambit now just trying to keep his team up right here. And that may be Hearts here. Hearts Punisher goes down, Invisible Woman goes down, Adam used rest, but fight is potentially already lost here. Patriots sweep for semifinals for Marvel Rivals here. 3-0. Then again, all these games were still ideally very close here. It seemed like the Patriots, they just had the game plan each and every single time. It only took them 1 whole minute to capture that entire point there.
Yeah, Rayshawn, you mentioned it. Again, it's a 3-0 sweep, but it does not kind of show how close these matches were. Every single time it felt like the Hearts were fighting and fighting and fighting. But at the end of the day, it felt like the players on the Patriots just showed up in clutch.
Yeah.
This is my favorite phrase I say all the time, so again, you can steal this from me. I say there's things that's consistent and there's things that's being clutch. The Penfield Patriots were consistently clutch. Every single time. It felt like when a play needed to happen, players like Omni showed up, Insig showed up, Jester showed up as well. Again, probably going to be the biggest highlight we might see in Marvel Rivals. That was a massive Elsa ultimate. And it just felt like every single time the players on that team showed up. And looking at the scoreboard, Omni on this... again, I don't believe he was playing Magneto the entire time. I believe he was switching between some picks.
I believe so too.
But 44 kills, 6 deaths,
yes.
5 assists, massive. So much damage dealt, so much blocked. He was just on fire for this team, and it felt like, again, in a lot of these fights, it just felt like everyone showed up. The Gambit, and looking at a little bit of the replay as well, it just felt like, and you talked about this, I think the Gambit was just too warping for a lot of these fights. It felt like every time the Gambit and the Loki combo, just being able to get so much firepower, just made it so that the Hearts could not hold in a lot of these choke points. And I'm surprised they kind of opted into it again because it felt like that was kind of the big thing that broke it open. That Gambit play was so big.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Gambit, with his ultimate, as we see here, basically with all these fights consistently, Gambit ultimate, it will add explosive damage on top of your own regular damage here. So stuff like Punisher, his ultimate is very strong and on his own. Just add explosive bullets along to the mist. Now it's doing double what it initially do. And that Elsa right there with the 5 is just, that was just quite insane there. I mean, you just have to find like just a straight narrow line there. That's that's what Elsa thrives off of, and able to just find the 2 pips right here. I mean, Gambit, he just always a threat and force. I mean, now since Patriots now move inside finals here for Marvel Rivals, I'm really curious they will still run the Gambit. I mean, or just Gambit will even be inside the lobby initially after what we've seen today.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. Again, it's one of those things where I think the Hearts tried to do something different. I think they liked to they saw the Moon Knight initially and said, I don't want to play against this ever.
Yeah.
So they took that out, and I think they had a good match in map number 2. They had a good match in map number 3. It just felt like the Penfield Patriots knew what they were going to do. It felt like they were always playing their game. It felt like the Hearts were trying to kind of respond and say, okay, we're going to ban this out, we're going to ban this out. The Penfield Patriots said, we're doing this, we like this type of comp, we have these types of players, and our players show up a lot of times in the clutch. So Shout out to the H&M Magnets, or the Hearts as we've been calling them, for showing up. They had a great performance in the semifinals, but the Penfield Patriots do move on in a 3-0 to the finals. I'm excited to see what they do in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to take it for them. Congratulations to Penfield. And also, a big shout out for all our high school players here today. I mean, this is very much a groundbreaking thing that we could see here. This is the second time we've done this for ESSEF. And, I mean, these isn't very easy games here. It's very tough. It's very hard. I mean, it's put a lot of stresses along this. But, I mean, you can't just let these things get to you. We all out here to have a fun time, a good time here. I mean, and then, that's what it's going to taste us. What's the next game we're going to see after this?
After this, we will be seeing the Smash Brothers Ultimate Singles Finals, which is going to be Nate and Evan on stream. They're going to be casting it. Again, I know you'll be back for the Marvel Rivals Finals with Ryan, I believe, so it's going to be a great time. I'm excited to see those matches, but don't go anywhere. We're just going to take a quick break to set some stuff up, and then Smash Brothers Ultimate Singles Finals will be next with Nate and Evan. Join us in a little bit.
Welcome back into the ESSEF Spring Championships. I'm Evan Simbita alongside Nate Romastan, and we've got some Super Smash Brothers solos, the finals coming up right here.
Yeah, finals coming up, and what is going to be a big matchup, maybe the biggest matchup of the day so far, as we're going to have Alex from Middletown go up against Tadpole from Washingtonville.
And the interesting thing, Tadpole the 3 seed, Alex the 5 seed. No 1 seed, no 2 seed. It's a little bit of the underdogs coming in today.
Yeah, the underdog story has been kind of the trend, I feel like, so far today. We've seen it a few times, but really in Smash singles, that has been the whole game plan, is the underdogs have kind of taken off. I mean, we're saying 3 and 5 are underdogs. I don't know if that's truly an underdog, but would have expected the 1 and 2 to be here.
Would have expected it, but the interesting thing about Tadpole, he's coming in as the 3 seed, but interestingly, he's won the last 2 solo championships straight in this building as well, so not really a true underdog in that sense, but still came in as the 3 seed.
Yeah, he really isn't your typical underdog story. I mean, when you win on this stage 2 times in a row being here, that's pretty impressive. I will say there's very few people that can say they've done that at a LAN at Syracuse University, and so it'll be interesting to see, can he get the 3-peat? That's the question I think we're all wanting to know the answer to.
His senior year should be at the peak of his powers. I mean, you would expect him to be the champion here, but
I'd
we'll
put him as the champion. I hope so.
Yeah, so that'll be the matchup. Alex from Middleton, we don't really know too much, but making the championship game as the 5 seed, that's a pretty impressive feat.
Yeah, it's a good feat for him, and what I'm looking forward to out of him is how's he going to handle the pressure of being on stage and then going up against somebody who has won back-to-back already. That's a mental game that I'm looking to see how's he going to play that, how's he going to figure it out.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool to watch so far. We've got some fans sitting out here as well, and it's been just the whole building has been filled today from 9 a.m. It's been really cool to see, and the pressure not really getting to a lot of competitors, but maybe those 1 and those 2 seeds feeling a little bit. Maybe that's why they're not on the stage right now.
That might be why. I mean, when you get onto the stage, it is a completely different level. When you come to a LAN tournament, it is a completely different level. It's not the same thing that you've been typically playing, as we do have some rewards here too, which adds to the pressure. You can see the beautiful trophies, and my favorite, the WWE belt, as you see it right there. That thing is sweet. Can we just acknowledge how cool that belt is? That thing's awesome.
And that thing for the Super Smash Brothers champion as well. So
we're going to see who gets it right after this match.
I wish we could hand that one out. I mean, that would be pretty cool to give it to the winner. But
that would be awesome. It's like the old get up on top of the ring and hold up the trophy. That thing's sweet.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And, we got to mention the trophies, the medals as well. Pretty cool.
Yeah,
pretty cool to see.
Pretty cool rewards here, and a lot, especially for a high school level tournament. That's awesome. That there's those type of rewards and those type of accolades that are on the line. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll have that coming up soon. Any predictions for the match?
I got to go Tadpole 3-0. It is a best of 5, and I think he might just run away with it 3-0.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with the same. I mean, the 2-time defending champion, how could you pick against him?
Yeah, it's hard to say no to him. It really is, but we're going to see what happens. Because I think Alex might come out swinging a little bit. I'm interested to see how he's going to play. Because a lot of the times when you go into these LAN championships, you might play a little bit more timid. I really want to see Alex come out and just start throwing haymakers and just seeing what lands and try to get Tadpole off of his game.
Well, Alex coming in as the 5 seed, he's had to play some of those top seeds already. He's had to play the best competition just to get here, so maybe that'll help him out a little bit. He's been playing good players all day.
Yeah, I mean, he has the experience for sure going up against good players. I'm interested to see what the character picks are going to be here. I'm interested to see who are we actually going to be watching. And when we see the characters, that's going to tell us a lot about the play style.
We've seen a lot of heavier characters, especially in those earlier games, but do you think maybe switching up to a lighter one in just to throw off the pace would be good, or sticking with that heavy?
It really depends on the style that you want to play, right? Having a heavy character is going to allow you to take a little bit more damage, maybe play off the edge a little bit more, get more platform control, which is such a huge thing. Having a light character, though, if you're able to play at range with them and really just kind of poke away at the health, that's big as we jump in to the game now.
Interesting picks here.
Interesting for sure. We have a robot versus, is that a Splatoon character?
Yeah, that is the character from Splatoon. Early on, 44% damage against the Splatoon character, so not great so far.
Not great so far, as Tadpole really doing a great job to start this game off. not taking any, Caster Jinx took 3 damage there, but what a combo.
Wow.
To come back, and can he get back on platform? He can. And that's the first stock gone already.
And great edge guarding there by Tadpole. Only took 3% and took a whole stock off of Alex.
That was wonderful smash work. That's what you want to see right out of the gate. That's how you get your opponent kind of, almost tweaking a little bit, not knowing what's going on. Is now Tadpole trying to get back, but Alex doing such a good job edge guarding, but Tadpole going to regain center stage.
Yeah, well, Tadpole, if he can stay in that middle of the stage, I mean, he might win another stock right here, but Alex can get back on stage. But it's interesting with the Rob to see him kind of going in there, more of a brawler character, more close quarters, and still edge guarding.
Yeah, and he's playing Rob perfectly as another good combo there, and takes another one of Alex's stocks.
And a beautiful up smash right there just to take another stock from Alex. And this has been a really impressive match. Obviously coming in as the 2-time solo champion, the reigning champion, this is what you expected to see.
I think this is what everybody in the venue was like, this is what's going to happen.
Oh my goodness.
As he calls game, doesn't even drop a stock. I don't think it gets much better than that.
No, that was a clinic right there. You literally cannot do better than that. You can't do better than not losing a stock and eliminating all 3 of your opponents.
That looks awfully familiar to a guy we have at Syracuse University, Syrup, who does the same thing to his opponents. That was very, very impressive.
Well, that was incredible. I mean, he didn't even take 100% damage in the whole match and had 3% after taking the first stock off of Alex. Do you think it really gets better in these next 2 sets, or is this over in 3?
It might be over in 3, but I do want to see Alex try to come back, try to regain composure. I mean, when you just get wiped in the first map like that, maybe you switch up your meta, maybe you play a different character, and see what can I do just a little bit differently.
Well, Alex decided to go with the Inkling from Splatoon as the character and a little bit more of a rangy option, but just couldn't separate from Rob, who's more of the brawler character. Rob and Tadpole was really right close into that Splatoon character the whole time.
Yeah, Rob did a great job, and Tadpole, he just put so much pressure onto Alex that he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Alex would try to set up a combo, try to set something up, and just, it didn't matter. It did not matter at all.
Yeah, well, let's take a look right here. We're going right back into it. Second set of the match. So same matchup, a little bit of a slower start here. The Inkling getting 30% damage right off of the bat, and the Rob taking control again.
Yeah, Rob doing a good job just getting platform control, and we're seeing Alex, though, fight back more. This is a better start than last map, for sure.
Well, Alex with the up air right there, but not enough to get a ton of damage. They're even right now at 69% each, but a couple good hits there by the Inkling, and Rob might be on the ropes.
That's a great combo. That is what you want to see if you're Alex and if you're Middletown. You want to see Alex get those plays, but now Tadpole in Washingtonville coming back, and this is a much better game so far.
That was a great projectile there by Rob off of the stage and still getting the hit. Very impressive, especially from the brawler type character. Utilizing those projectiles to get the damage off stage, it's going to be really important.
Yeah, and Rob edge guarding there, but luckily Alex brings him back to the middle of the map and gains stage control. And Alex, what another good hit on to Tadpole, and now kind of more of an even a 50-50, and Alex going to knock Tadpole off the map, but Tadpole with a good response.
Yeah, I think really what we've seen a lot is Alex taking control of that center stage, and that's what's helped them to not even lose a stock. They're pretty even in this match.
Yeah, it's really been a balance for that 50-50 at center, but Tadpole calls it and gets another stock taken off of Alex. That's 4 stocks in a row if we include last map for Tadpole.
Yeah, just another brutal up smash. I mean, there's really nothing you could do in that position, especially with the Inkling being at around 150% there.
Yeah, and if you're Alex here with the Inkling, you need to try to get some type of pressure here, get 1 stock off, but Tadpole doing a great job edge guarding. Gets sent back to center stage, and now this is what you want to see by Alex. Get the center stage control and be able to keep Tadpole off of the stage.
Well, Tadpole making great use of this stock at 196% and finally losing that one. First stock of the day gained back by Alex.
Alex finally getting that stock off of him, finally getting a little bit of momentum, but now you look at Tadpole with 0% and Alex is at 100, so Tadpole hoping to finish off Alex here.
And does, right there. There you go, you called it.
Right on time. A great play. by Tadpole, and now Alex really on the ropes for this map number 2 because they're so close in health now. That was a big stock taken by Tadpole.
Well, we saw it right there. Only 7% taken off of Rob on that stock by Alex. So very, very in control is Tadpole. I mean, looks well on his way to being a 3-in-a-row champion at this event.
Looking good so far, and he's just edge defending so well, but there, over just a little bit too much. He gets center stage control. What am I talking about over here? He does a great job doing what he does best.
I think Tadpole is really recognizing that Alex is the most successful when they're in the center of the stage, trying to guard that center and kind of force them out to the edges right where they were in that first game, and now we can see him almost taking another stock off of Alex.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job with his combos there, really utilizing them when they are in the center, using that combo that Rob has, getting him to the edge of the map, and then being able to do things like that and call game and take another stock off of Alex. Just dominant so far by Tadpole. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean 2-0 and pretty easily, I would say, for Tadpole, only losing 1 stock across 2 games. That's pretty unheard of, especially for the championship game. This is supposed to be best on best, and Tadpole looks to be just that much better than Alex.
Yeah, Tadpole really is just showcasing the talent that he has and why he's been a back-to-back champion. I want to see Alex, though, come out here and get one. That if you're Alex right now, you got to forget the last 2 maps and come out and get one on the board. See the ball go to the hoop.
Just got to see one go in,
Gotta
right?
see one go in.
But if Alex can keep control of that center stage, I really think that he will do a lot better. We saw it there. He was taking a lot of damage off of Rob just by staying in the center, firing those projectiles, and he was doing really good. But once Rob started to push him towards those edges, that was when it got sticky for him.
Yeah, Tadpole does a great job at just keeping you away from your strong suit. That's what he really does that separates him as maybe he can close it out here with Game 3.
Well, Inkling and Rob for what could be the final set of the solo championship for Super Smash Bros. Here at the ESSEF Spring Championships. And a little bit of a slow start here, but Rob taking 16% right off the bat.
Yeah, and that's that middle map we were talking about there. Alex had him in the middle, was able to get some easy damage.
And a little bit more damage there. We're coming up on 25% now. The Inkling off to the much stronger start. Kind of utilizing, but now here we're back on the edges, and Alex starting to take a lot of damage. They're back even.
Yeah, it's the trend that we've been seeing all game. And in the middle, Alex gets his damage, and he has to get Rob to the edge and now edge guard himself. And he does a pretty good job there, but not able to get him off yet. Rob playing tremendous defense.
Yeah, and you can see it there with the projectile, just getting like 8% damage. Not a ton, but when you start chipping off like that, especially against the brawler characters, you can stay at the difference. That makes a huge change in the match.
Yeah, and right now, any damage is good damage. If you're Alex, you really need to win this first stock. In my opinion, the first stock of a map is the most important stock because it really can set the momentum for the rest of the map there, and Tadpole takes the first stock.
Yeah, and it really was just an overcommit right there by Alex. You saw him shooting while Rob was in the guard, and he just got a grab right coming out of that, and, I mean, took the whole rest of the stock off of Alex.
And Rob has Alex on the edge, but Alex able to gain center control, and Rob says, no, get off of my platform. As Rob trying to edge defend, but not able to, as Alex is going to have Rob on the ropes here.
Yeah, he's staying in that center again. That's what we wanted to see from him. If he wants to have success, that's what he's going to have to do. And finally, takes a stock off of Tadpole. They're back even, but Alex at 92%, he's on the ropes here.
Yeah, this looking awfully similar to Game 2 is what happened in Game 2 happens here in Game 3. Alex gets Alex gets Tadpole off the edge, has a lot of damage already done to himself, and Rob's able to respond right away.
Well, Tadpole already taking 2 stocks off of Alex, and this might be some of the final moments of this match. If Tadpole can take another stock off of Alex, the match will be ended, and that WWE-style belt that we saw will be his for the 3rd time in a row.
Alex, though, doing a great job maintaining the middle of the platform and is going to have Rob in a bit of a pickle right now. He's maintaining this platform, keeping Rob from getting any hits onto him.
Yeah, you could see Rob going back into that guard, trying to get Alex to overcommit like he did on the last stock, but really a great job by the Inkling to not overcommit. Almost takes another stock off of Rob, but now he's on the edge. He's in a little bit of trouble.
able to recover the well and not let Tadpole really get him going and get into that cycle that we've seen so many times today.
Alex has to take advantage. He's taken 40% damage, just has to get a little bit more, and finally does. And we're almost even, 75% on Alex, but that's a little bit better than what he came into this stock with.
Alex has to play perfect Smash Brothers right now. He has to play perfect for the rest of this because things like that can happen, and if he loses the stock, it's game.
Yeah, and that grab right there, pretty crucial. Unless the Inkling can get something going, this one might be over very soon. Alex on the edge, on the ropes, and there it is. 3 times in a row, the champion, and Tadpole, the 3 seed, takes it home, and we'll see him crowned with that WWE belt real soon.
Tadpole is going back to back, as Drake would say, but we're putting one more back onto it. A very exciting wing for Tadpole, and when you look at Alex, you went out there, you did your best thing you could.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, he did a great job in that match. I think he adjusted really well. That first match was all Tadpole, but second and third, especially in that third one, it was really close, and I think he made great adjustments to try and get back into that one.
Yeah, he really played better every map. As the match continued to go on, he got better and better and better, but unfortunately, when you only have 3 maps to get better, that map 3 needs to be a win, and he could not pull through.
Yeah, it was pretty close. We'll see the replays here. This one from the first match. Alex getting that stock taken off very quickly, just 3% damage on Rob. And then from here, it was just center control from Tadpole. He really never looked like he was even threatened in this one. Second map was a little bit different. Rob still getting that first stock off of Alex, but 2-2, evened it up. But after this, it was all Rob from here on out. 0% on that next stock, and when you're a whole stock behind, it's pretty hard to get back into it.
Yeah, it's hard to make a comeback there, and as we see when we get into game 3, the trend continued of Tadpole getting the first stock. That's an important thing to keep in note, especially at the high school and even at the collegiate level, is that first stock is crucial. And then you can see here, Rob just does a great job playing the edges of the map. This was really nice, too, by Rob. Gets Alex off, and then when there's 1-1 left, everything's on the line. Rob comes through and performs in the clutch.
Well, I think especially when Tadpole getting out in front like he does, when you're taking a whole stock and only taking 3% damage or 6% damage like he does, it's like you're starting with an extra life. I mean, it's pretty hard if you're Alex to come back from something like that.
It is hard to come back, but what's not hard to come back from is coming back to our live stream after we take this quick break as we get ready for, I believe, the Rocket League Finals. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon. Welcome back to the ESSEF Spring Championship as we are in the Shine Gaming and Esports Center in Syracuse, New York.
Here we go.
I'm Nate Romastan, joined by
Evan Simbita.
We're back. You just listened to us do Smash Brothers if you were here before. But now it's time for some Rocket League as we get ready to see. You want to introduce our teams?
Okay, well, we
Change it
got
up.
the Penfield Patriots and the Pelham Panthers.
It's going to be a great match. It's going to be great.
Should be a good one. Rocket League, we saw these two teams a little bit earlier, and obviously they were the better of the opponents, but hopefully another strong matchup here.
Yeah, this will be the finals, so the winner will take home a nice big trophy that we've seen throughout the live stream and through the broadcast. What's interesting is we already watched the Patriots play one time before. They played in North Syracuse, and they just came out and just steamrolled them. They did everything you had to do correct in Rocket League. I'm interested to see if in a championship environment they can replicate that.
I don't think you're going to be able to do this, especially in a championship game. These are going to be the two best teams, right, in the tournament. I don't think you're going to be able to just come out and steamroll a team, but hey, maybe. I guess we're going to see what's going to happen.
We could see there are a lot of people here watching. We'll see how that pressure kind of builds throughout it. We really, when we started the live stream today, I kind of said, I think the pressure might get to some of these top players. I've been completely wrong. It has not gone to really anybody. We've seen the high seeds kind of run away with it as we've gone on throughout the day. So I want to ask you, what do you think? Who do you think is going to take home the Rocket League championship?
I'm going to go with Penfield. I am. I think they can get out in front of this one, and I think that the early leads are really going to be what determines this game. I think if they can get out in front and just hold that straight defensive lead for the rest of the game, they'll be pretty easy on. But who do you think?
I don't want to be a copycat, as they say in school, but I'm also going to pick the Penfield Patriots. I just think when I watched them play their first game, they played so well as a team. They managed their boost. I mean, they looked really good playing on stage, and they have the experience of being up there. They've already played one match in front of everybody, so I really think they're going to be able to run away with it.
Yeah, well, should be a good one. I mean, we saw last time that they were managing their boost pretty well. They were in the air. They were making really good plays, but it's going to be a lot harder against this Pelham team. It's not going to be as easy, and they're going to have to face a lot of competition.
Yeah, they're going to have to face a lot of pressure on the map, I think. I think the one thing that the Panthers will be able to do well is really play aggressive and make you play defense. And that's what we see some of the teams in the PC do, like Baylor. They really don't let you get out of your side of the map, and they force you to almost play left-handed. So I'm interested to see if the Panthers will do something like that.
Yeah, I want to see really which team can handle the pressure and handle the adversity a little bit better. I think depending on which set we go into, these teams are both going to go down, at least at some point. Which team crumbles and which team comes back to tie the game, I think that's really going to decide the winner. Obviously, if you go down, you have to score to get back into it. But I think if one team gets a really big lead and then just buries it from there, I mean, that could be the key to this match.
Yeah, and another key to watch is the first 60 seconds. We see it at the collegiate level. I'm expecting to see it at the high school level. If you can score in that first 60 seconds, you really pressure the other team. I know it sounds like, but they have 4 minutes still to go score because Rocket League matches are 5 minutes. But it's just that mental state that ends up just crumbling. If you get right into a match, you're like, all right, let's go get some goals, let's go win this. And then in the first 60 seconds, you're already trailing 1-0. It really just kind of sets you back, derails your momentum.
Yeah, but that's that adversity. I mean, if you can't come back from being down, when you're playing good teams, you're going to be losing at some point in a match. But you're going to have to face that. I think that's more of a mental thing than a skill thing. But to get back into these games, that's going to decide our champion.
As we see both of our teams warming up, fist bumps are going out. That means the game should be getting underway here very shortly, and maybe, we will be crowning our Rocket League champion here at the ESSEF Spring Championship.
Yeah, I know when I watch these two teams, or really any of the teams in these competitions, I play Rocket League. I'm not very good at it. I wouldn't consider myself a great player, but the things that these guys are able to do on the field, I mean, they're only in high school, but they are head and shoulders some of the best players I've ever seen.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I've tried Rocket League before, and I quickly uninstalled the game because I realized the skill gap was extremely large, and I was not able to keep up in that type of environment. But they're very talented players. They really are.
I think especially when you see the aerials, the reversals, and the boost management, you rarely see a player with zero boost because they know what to do They've been there before. They know how to manage it. And I think that really helps to see some of these games are a lot low scoring just because the defensive players know how to manage that. They have a player that's kind of always roaming in front of the cage. So low scoring game. But like you said, that early lead, I think that's going to be the important one.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see who's going to kind of take what role for each team, right? And Rocket League compared to the traditional soccer you watch, people don't have their same role. You know, the goalie's kind of just a cycle on the map. Kind of whoever's back is playing goalie. So I'm interested to see. But we're jumping in to map number 1 versus with Penfield playing against the Panthers.
And we could hear the fans behind us. People are getting into it. This is exciting. Someone's standing up and trying to show us their shirt. I think it's that's a Pelham fan there.
Trying to represent, show off that, look, we are here to win a championship as we take a beautiful look at Champs Field in Rocket League and what's going to be home for our ESSEF Spring Championship.
It really is. I like the trophy in the back there, right in the middle of the stadium. Always
cool.
can see that.
You know what you're playing for every time.
Yeah.
Every time you drive around on the map, you look up, you see what you're playing for. And you have all the eggs cheering you on as well.
Of course.
The eggs in the stand. I would love to go to a real-life Rocket League match.
Oh, that'd be incredible. I think they hold those, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if it's in the U.S., but I know they do have real-life Rocket League matches somewhere in the world.
As we get into the game, Pelham sends it into Penfield zone. Flippin' Crab, able to get it out, though. Is now Rexno able to send it to the middle. Rexno versus Bobby at the top. Bobby gonna win it. Sends it into Pelham zone.
And a great pin right there by Bobby just to get it off the center of the map. But a quick goal by Flippin' Crab. What happened right there? The defense was split.
He found the gap. It was a great pass by Bobby into Flippin' Crab. And we were saying the first 60 seconds is very important. And, well, Penfield must have listened, and they took advantage.
Oh, that one only took 27 seconds. You've still got a lot to go, even in this first minute of the game. But Penfield gets the first touch there.
Now Flippin' Crab, they're already pressuring the Pelham defense, but able to clear it out is Rexno. But Bobby comes in, keeping it into their zone. And Flippin' Monkey, now to Flippin' Crab, steals it from the top, but a little bit too much off. Bobby trying to contest, gets it out to Flippin' Monkey. Monkey sends it to Crab. Crab can't do nothing with it as Sindo sends it out.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting there that Penfield are holding 2 players in their defensive zone, maybe because of that early lead, but they're still attacking very, very efficiently. They're still getting more shots on cage than Pelham.
Yeah, Penfield's doing a great job just keeping Pelham in their zone, not letting the Panthers do anything. But as we say it, now the Patriots can't get out of their zone, and the goal is going to go in for Pelham. What a response! That's what you want to see.
And the aerial assist there by Rhino, I mean, look at that. He just goes over the top, puts it right in the middle, and that's a tap-in, as they would call it in soccer. So 1-1 now, outside of that first minute, though. So we'll see which team can capitalize next. Penfield gets the first touch and puts a shot right on cage, and it's another goal. Pelham out in front of this one, 2-1.
A miscommunication there, looks like, out of the Patriots. Or it was just great offense by Pelham. The game plan was just better.
I'm going to say that's great offense there. He split the Penfield defenders like the Red Sea, and early 2-1 lead for Pelham.
And Pelham going to win this break again, but Crab able to recover quickly. Flippin' Monkey sends it into Pelham's zone. Yellow back, though, to try to play defense. Cannot. Bobby with an aerial tries to get a shot on goal too high, and Yellow going to send it out. But a great play by Penfield to keep the ball in Pelham's zone.
And you see Yellow playing that defensive goalie type role, but it looks like he's going to come out of cage and get something going on the offensive side. Rhino with it, but they lose the ball. Flippin' Crab trying to clear, but now it's back in that Pelham zone off the side wall and resetting over in the Penfield defensive zone. Flippin' Crab in the air just trying to clear this ball, and he will get it across midfield.
Yeah, Patriots doing a good job pressuring Pelham's defense now. They need to capitalize. I feel like right now, this is a moment in the game where if you can capitalize, tie this game up 2-2, that could go a long way.
Flippin' Monkey trying to get something going. All 3 Pelham defenders in their zone, but they almost let one in before a last gasp clear. Rhino trying to get it going. Yellow Crab, and nothing going.
Monkey did a good job there, getting the ball off of the 50-yard line, putting it into the Pelham zone, but none of his teammates were there to be able to help respawn. As Monkey going to do another good job on defense. Crab sets it up, though, almost for Pelham, but Bobby is there to save the day.
Bobby saved the goal right there, but Rhino still finds the net. Pelham out in front 3-1, and it's the surprise challengers who are out in front of this one. Rhino with the goal, and that's a tight angle shot right there.
That is not an easy shot at all if you're Rhino, but able to sneak it in, get behind the Patriots defense.
So we reset again. Penfield with their third straight first touch in a row, but it has not resulted in any goals for them. Flippin' Crab with that first touch, but Yellow Archer with the shot on goal, and it's another one. It's 4-1. Pelham is way out in front of this game, and just a complete lack of defense from Penfield.
That was phenomenally done by Penfield. They were able to demo 2 of the Patriots, which really only had 1 guy left on the map. So then, what do you have? You have a free net, and as soon as one of them spawned up, what was able to happen? They bumped him. Wide open shot. Doesn't get any easier.
You saw it right there. There was a Penfield player, and that was almost another goal right there, but you saw a Penfield player going to clear it, and they just tapped him right out of the way to usher that ball into net. But Penfield on the attack now, and a goal. Flippin' Crab off the wall, assists himself, and it's 4-2.
Flippin' Crab does a great job there. That's a great way to respond, honestly, if you're the Penfield Patriots. And when you still have 2 minutes left, it's not impossible to get 2 goals in 2 minutes and send this thing to overtime.
Of course, a lot of time left in this game, but I guess if you're Flippin' Crab, got to play some hero ball, got to go get that goal yourself, and he does. Cuts the deficit down to 2, and they're right back on the attacking side, cleared by Yellow Archer.
Monkey does a great job there, just sitting back and setting it up to keep it in Penham Prep's zone.
Another shot here over all of the defenders. Flippin' Crab with a double in 20 seconds, and Penfield right back in this one.
And Flippin' Crab is stepping up right now. In a moment when you need your best players to step up, he's doing so, playing tremendous Rocket League.
That is a really impressive shot, almost from the halfway line to just lob that one over the defenders. And now Penfield only needs 1 to get right back in this game. On the attacking side, again cleared by Pelham. But Flippin' Crab with another shot. That one's not on target, cleared away by Rhino.
Flippin' Monkey now going to try to keep it into the Pelham zone, but not able to as Yellow is able to get it out. Now on to Sindo. Sends it out to Rhino, can't get a good shot. And Yellow going to back up here to play defense. If you're Pelham right now, what is your mentality?
Oh, you gotta defend. It doesn't matter how many more you can score, as that one almost goes in off the crossbar. Looked like that one went off the corner, but now right back into the Pelham zone. 1 minute remaining, and Penfield on the attack. It's Bobby with it, cleared away by Pelham.
Almost getting scary there for Pelham, and they almost get it in. No, Bobby there to save the day. And now it's set up right in the middle of the field, and it's a goal for Pelham. And they might have just sealed map 1 of our ESSEF Spring Championship. What a play, what great teamwork. Walk me through what we just saw.
What an aerial right there. We saw 2 Penfield players in net. Obviously at this stage, you can't concede anymore, but it wasn't enough. Put it top left corner, and there's no saving that one.
A very hard one to save, and now we're gonna get into where Pelham could really run up the score here, because if you're Penfield, you almost have to leave your net empty so you can go try to make a great play on offense here.
Well, the ball in the Pelham zone, Penfield attacking. Only 1 player down there. It's Flippin' Crab, puts a shot on, not on target. And Bobby, not sure what he's doing down in that corner. Going around with it now. And it seems like this ball is going to stay in the air for the majority of the match.
Yeah, if you're Penfield right now, you really want that ball to stay up, because as soon as it touches at 0 seconds, the game ends.
And one last grasp goal as the Pelham fans exclaim, and that looks like it'll be a 6-3 win in map 1 by the Panthers.
Yeah, really right there, that's that empty net kind of mentality. You're trying to just get anything going offensively. You don't care about your defense right now. And when that happens, it's very easy for Pelham to get a score. As we're with 1 second left, as soon as the ball touches, the map is over. And map 1 goes to the Pelham Panthers in a 6-3 dominant fashion.
Well, not exactly what you expected to see. I mean, we both said that we expected Penfield to be out in front of this one, but that looked like absolute domination. Disregarding that last goal, obviously, because it's an open net opportunity. Even if you do, Pelham looked completely in control that entire match, as we've got the replays going on here. And really, it was a lot of capitalization right off of the bat by the Panthers.
Yeah, it really was. The Panthers just They started out slow, and then they really picked it up and they got into a momentum, they got into a groove, and then they just ran away with it, as that is probably the best play of the day, in my opinion, so far, perfectly setting his teammate up.
I mean, this one right here was pretty good as well. Just lobs it over the defender and the easy finish. And then as they touch down, the winners, the Pelham Panthers, still a long way to go, though. I mean, Penfield, we talked about it pregame. They got the first goal. They got out in front, and still Pelham absolutely dominated the rest of that match.
Yeah, and we take a look at the Pelham Panthers players here. Locked in is what the kids say nowadays. Locked in, ready to go. And then we take a look at the Patriot players. And if you're a member of the Patriots, what is your mentality right now? What are you saying to yourself and to your team?
Got to move on, right? You saw that you could take the lead in the beginning of that match as we get right into the second one. But it's clear that you can lead this team. You can be the better team. You just got to put that one behind you. And it's a long game. Got to get out in front of this one.
Couldn't have said it any better. As Flippin' Monkey and Bobby are both on the aggression here, but Rhino able to shut it down single-handedly in a 2-on-1 situation. But Crab able to put it back into the Pelham zone, and Crab does respawn. He put it behind him, just as you said, and gets a shot early.
That's another tight angle goal. Flippin' Crab is very, very close to the net and goes cross goal. I don't think Pelham was expecting that one to be so far over to the right of net. And a quick 1-0 lead for Penfield.
Yeah, it was great aggression, too, out of Penfield. Really just saying, let's go all in on our offense. But now Pelham doing the same thing as Bobby, though. Able to play good defense.
Well, we saw it last time, Nate. I mean, Penfield got out to that early lead, and it didn't even matter. So they've got to hold on to this one. But from a Panthers perspective, you've got to get another one back. That one on Cage had to be cleared away by the Panthers. And now they're on the attack, but cleared back into the Pelham zone. A destruction there by Flippin' Monkey. A shot off Cage, and they get a deflection into the top of the net. It's Bobby with the goal to make it 2-0.
A big demo there. As you see, it takes care of the defender that was playing on the ball, and then Bobby sends it to the middle. Was a little bit off his mark. Maybe thought he had a teammate, but he did, and a Pelham defender ended up being his teammate.
Well, the own goal makes it 2-0 Penfield, the biggest lead they've held all day. And another shot on Cage and another goal. Flippin' Crab with 2 early goals, and it's 3-0 Penfield.
Flippin' Crab so far today has stepped up and showed that he can score really from anywhere on the pitch. He can do anything this team needs him to do, and Penfield's just running away with it, silencing the Pelham fans.
Well, completely not what you would have expected after that first game domination by Pelham. Now it's Penfield, and another shot here and a goal by the Panthers. Beautiful aerial dribbling right there. And, I mean, this has just been a game of individual quality performances.
Yeah, it's really just been single players standing out. We haven't seen a lot of great assists and great team effort so far. It's just been incredible play after play after play.
Well, Pelham wins the first touch, but can't put the shot on Cage. It's Flippin' Crab, the star player for the Patriots, with it now. Tries to get it into that Pelham zone, but can't. Now it's reflected across the field. Bobby with it on the right side, gets it off the wall, but can't get anything going in the corner now. Puts a center ball, but not on Cage, and they'll reset it. Pelham with the ball.
Bobby just a little bit off the mark there, tried to set something up in the middle of the goal, hoping a teammate was there, but was just a little bit too high, not able to set anything up. As now the ball in the middle of the field, what looked like could have been a big moment for Penfield, not able to happen as Pelham gets another demo. Those demos are something that we're seeing more and more as Pelham responds with 2 straight goals.
And Yellow Archer with the goal right there. You just mentioned it with the demos. You use the demo to get the man advantage, and you're wide open in the middle. I mean, that's really why that goal went in.
Yeah, think of the demos as kind of like hockey, right? Whenever you get the man advantage in hockey, very similar to that. You have one more person on the field. You can kind of do whatever you want to do now.
Well, from 3-0 to 3-2, Pelham right back in this game and searching for a third unanswered goal. But Penfield never too far out of it as well on the attack.
Yeah, if I'm Penfield, I really want to see some offensive aggression. I was just about to say it. That's what you want to see if you're a Penfield fan. You want to see them, after letting up 2 goals, go in, do a tremendous play. And guess who? Flippin' Crab. Just another great job by him, really standing out today.
Another great solo goal. The individual quality of Crab is showing, and he's got a hat trick in this one in under 2 minutes. He's got another shot on Cage and a 4th goal. Flippin' Crab is on fire.
He's doing it himself. Bobby does a great job, wins the opening, forces that defense to have to slow down just enough to where Flippin' Crab has a wide open shot.
4 goals in 2 minutes. This is the performance you want to see out of Penfield in this second game. 5-2, currently the lead. Pelham needs a goal to get back into this one, but it's the Patriots back on the attack. Ball in the middle, hit up by Bobby. We'll see if a player can connect, but they can't. Yellow Archer with it now in the Penfield zone. Gets a shot, not on cage, center ball, no one connects with it, and it's Flippin' Crab on the other side, hunting for his 5th goal of the game. Gets the centered ball, but cleared again, this time by Pelham. Flippin' Monkey puts it right back into that offensive zone.
The Panthers doing a great job playing defense right here, but we need to see offense out of these guys. We need to see them try to get into the Penfield zone, but Penfield doing a great job keeping the ball on Pelham's side of the 50. As now Pelham gets it across the 50 very briefly, but Penfield responds. Rhino gets a full boost and has a chance to make a play, cannot. Ball in the middle now is Yellow Archer set up, but no one's there. And Penfield with another clean goal. This time it's Bobby stepping up, making a play.
And Bobby, it's another chip. We've seen so many chip goals, and this one just goes over all of the defensive players. No one is there, no one quick enough to defend that one. 6-2 the lead.
Yeah, really looks just like the other last game, but flipped, as Penfield has really ran away with this one with still 2 minutes to go in map number 2. And now if you're Penfield, just try to keep this ball in the Pelham zone. Don't let them even get a chance to cross the 50, as Rhino going to try to, gets a full boost, but not able to do much with it, as Monkey almost with a setup for another goal today. As now Yellow Archer going to have a chance, but Flippin' Crab, there he is. We talk about him a lot. Not only can he score on offense, he can play defense.
He's been absolutely everywhere with the incredible save right there, and also 4 goals. I mean, this is what you wanted to see, but we mentioned it pregame. This is the best on the best, right? Even if Pelham comes and wins that first game 6-3, Penfield going to come back, put 6 on their head in this game. Absolute scenes going back and forth here.
And we mentioned how can you respond, right? And Penfield's done a great job. Pelham, excuse us, did a great job this game.
Well, Flippin' Crab, we just mentioned him. 5th goal right there, 7-2. I mean, this one is as good as gone for Pelham, but quite an impressive performance. 5 goals and the incredible save. What else does he have in store for us this game?
I don't know. He's been incredible to watch, and right now this is where we're going to see maybe 1 or 2 goals that really aren't true goals, as if you're Pelham, you have to play more of an empty net mentality, put all your assets towards offense, and now Yellow Archer, though, going to get back and be able to play a little bit of defense and try to stop this from going 8-2.
Oh, we saw right there, Flippin' Crab had another amazing save off of what was almost a certain Pelham goal. Now with 30 seconds remaining, they're going to need to get something going fast. Flippin' Crab with it in the defensive zone. Good flick by Bobby. Puts it into the offensive zone now, and it's in the corner. Bobby with the flick up on the aerial. No good. It's in the center. Someone begging to hit that ball, but can't put it on cage. Another shot, not on cage. Center ball cleared away by Penfield.
And with 5 seconds left, Penfield looking to take map number 2 in this championship, and they do. A great job by Penfield, and you can see the players on stage getting excited, getting into it, and saying, let's go another round.
I mean, that was absolutely incredible, especially coming off of the first game where Pelham wins 6-3. Doesn't even look like a contest. Flippin' Crab, 5 goals, 1 assist, 2 saves. What more could you want from him in that game?
He does it all. He can do everything, and we even saw him in the last seconds of the game make another incredible save and get the ball out of their zone. As we go into replays, there's Flippin' Crab's first goal in just under 20 seconds into the game.
And there's another one right there. Nobody could catch up to that ball, and it was really right off of the jump when they could control these center balls and just get a shot on target. There was no stopping them.
Yeah, there wasn't any stopping them or any slowing them down even, as the game did inch a little bit closer around the halfway mark, and then Penfield just found the gaps wide open. They won the initial break off, too, to start one of the rounds, which was the freest goal we've seen maybe all day, and a 7-2 result because of it.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, and just exactly the response that you were looking for from Penfield. Coming off that first game, you score first, and then you go on to lose by 3 goals, but, I mean, they won by 5 goals in this one, so where do you think the momentum really lays right now?
I got to say with Penfield, it has to as we jump into another game. We'll see where it lays, but if you're Penfield, you want to come out with that same offensive aggression.
Well, Penfield scored first in both of the first 2 games, but we'll see what happens here. A ball right above the Pelham cage. Can't get a shot on target, and it's Yellow Archer with the one-on-one opportunity. Puts it corner and saved by Flippin' Monkey. What an incredible stop by Penfield. And now they're with it in the defensive zone still. Flippin' Monkey tries to clear but misses the ball. Now it's in that Pelham zone. 2 defensive players, all 3 actually, back for Pelham. Flippin' Monkey controls the ball in his own zone, sends it deep into the Penfield zone, and really on target, Yellow Archer. It's another tight angle goal. I didn't even expect him to shoot from there.
Pelham can shoot from anywhere, essentially, whenever they're hot and whenever they're warmed up, and that's just a great shot. You're right. It doesn't look like you can really get a goal there, but you're able to do anything in Rocket League.
I mean, that one just sneaks inside post, and for the first time today, Pelham score first. Right back on the offensive opportunity. Another shot on cage off the crossbar, no good. This one trying to be cleared away. It's Flippin' Monkey with the ball in the middle. 2-on-1 Flippin' Crab shoots it, and now a center ball, but tipped away by Rhino. Bobby, the only man back, and he clears away for the Patriots.
Bobby does a great job there. He played for the boost. He kind of sat back, waiting, as now Pelham might have a chance. Does not go. And now Flippin' Monkey able to get the ball out of their zone. Pelham responds, though. Bobby gonna try to clear it. Him and Rhino with a 50. It goes to Rhino. And now Flippin' Crab tries to... What a save by Flippin' Crab. Can he save it twice? He can! And now Yellow Rancher gonna try to respond. He misses. And now Bobby and the Penfield Patriots are pressuring Pelham.
Yeah, that was incredible there. That was 3 saves by Flippin' Crab, and they really needed it. The offensive pressure has been on this entire time by Pelham, and if they can keep this up, they should ride out to a victory. But a lot of game left. Bobby with the ball in the Patriots' defensive zone. A demo right there by Pelham. We've seen them taking advantage of those the whole day, but the ball in the air on the offensive side for Penfield. Bobby trying to get it up and get something going, but cleared away by Yellow Archer. Yellow Archer with no boost, though. He's a little bit stagnant in the middle of the field. Flippin' Crab with the aerial. Over the head, shot on cage, but Rhino clears away.
A great save by Rhino, and not the guy, if you're Pelham, that you want to see the ball in the hand of with Flippin' Crab. Anytime he takes a shot, you tense up a little bit. You get a little bit nervous. And now Penfield doing a great job playing offense, but Rhino responds. Flippin' Monkey there to try to stop it. Cannot. Pelham, can they score? No, they cannot. As Monkey's going to clear it out. Rhino, though, keeps it in play. Bobby trying to play defense and gets it back out to the 50.
A second shot that hit the crossbar in just as many minutes, and Pelham have got to feel like they're the little bit unlucky of a team in this match. Another save right there by Bobby as Pelham continue pelting the net with shots, and Bobby with it on the attack now. No boost though, chips it over, but gets a hit on it, and fortunately for the Patriots, the ball in the corner. Flippin' Monkey with the shot denied by Pelham, and now the ball on the other cage.
Good defense there by Bob, and if you're Pelham, the last time out when you were playing offense, it felt like you had so many opportunities to score, but you were just out of position one too many times. That's what you see in these high-intensity Rocket League matches, is now another opportunity. Flippin' Crab, though, does what he does and clears it out.
Flippin' Crab almost one-on-one right there with Pelham on net, but couldn't quite get out in front. We saw the Pelham player had a little bit more boost, but Flippin' Crab with a full tank right now sends it into the offensive zone with the aerial. On the floor now, cleared away by Pelham. Panthers with a lot of offensive action in this game, but can't seem to get it into the zone now. Patriots on defense now. Bobby chips it up off the post, and what could have been the first goal of this game for Penfield goes unanswered.
Bobby just too far outside, and with only a minute remaining, if you're Penfield, now's the time to go make a play. And when we see this get to about the 30-second mark, we might see Penfield kind of abandon defense a little bit more as we've seen a trend go through the later half of these games.
Yeah, an absolutely defensive matchup here. Flippin' Monkey clears the ball away, and this might be the last opportunity for the Patriots. Monkey with the ball now in the zone. Gets it cleared once again. Pelham on the attack now. And really just a lot of area. We've seen this in these last 2 games. When the clock starts running low, the ball just sticks in the air the whole rest of the match.
Yeah, and it's really, these teams start to try to play for overtime, right? If you're Penfield, you know you're not going to win in regulation. But if you can keep that ball up and do that, Flippin' Crab, he's been the MVP all day for Penfield, and he sends it to 1-1.
Take a look at what happens here. Yellow Archer tries to clear it away, and it actually goes off of the Pelham player into the net. Another own goal. This one, a very, very crucial one for the Patriots, and in all likelihood, this game's going to OT.
10 seconds till overtime, but Pelham could keep the ball up and still make a play. 5 seconds in Rocket League can be a long time. Flippin' Crab trying to aerial it. What a job by Flippin' Crab!
I cannot believe what I am seeing. Flippin' Crab takes it at the halfway line, aerials it all the way into the opposing net, and it's another superb individual performance by Flippin' Crab. Single-handedly wins them this game.
Unbelievable job by Flippin' Crab. Does everything by himself. He said, you know what? I don't want to waste my time and go to overtime. I'm coming out. I'm going to do everything. And I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to
am
say.
too. Bobby somehow wins the MVP of that match, but Flippin' Crab was absolutely everywhere. He scored both goals, both of them very late. But, I mean, with 18 goals scored in the first 2 games, the 3-goal thriller is not what you would have expected in this one. As we go to the replays, very early on, Pelham took that lead, but the own goal there from Penfield, and then obviously that last aerial right there by Flippin' Crab, absolutely unbelievable.
That is textbook at the end of the game by the Patriots. That's what you show at a coaching clinic. Whenever you put in front of everyone on the film, you're like, that's what you need to do if you want to win games, and they do so. And you can see how hyped they are. And what's even nice is they're laughing up there. They're joking around when you look at them, and that's a good sign if you're the Penfield coach, if you're the Penfield players and Penfield fans, because you're seeing, hey, our guys aren't stressed out right now. Our guys are having a good time. They're vibing. They're enjoying their day.
And the Panthers looking a little bit dejected on that other side, but who could blame them? I mean, you don't concede a goal for 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and then Penfield comes in the last 15 and steals the game away, but still more Rocket League to be played. Pelham down 2-1 in the series, but Flippin' Monkey with it now in the offensive zone, already putting more pressure on these Panthers. Flippin' Crab centers the ball, but cleared away by Pelham. And it's back in the defensive zone now. Bobby puts it in the middle. A shot by Crab off the crossbar again. And another one. This time still the danger remains, though, for the Panthers. And cleared away by Flippin' Crab. 1-on-1 on net, and that should be an easy one. Flippin' Crab with the goal. And Penfield out in front of this one, 1-0.
The last thing you wanted to see for Pelham was Flippin' Crab being a one-on-one on goal. It was the last thing you wanted to see, and, well, it happens in the first 30 seconds of the game.
Yeah, well, 3 of these games, 3 of the first 4 games, Penfield scored first, including this one right here. So it will be Penfield with the early advantage. Expect them to play a little bit more defensively the rest of this game, but there's a lot of game time left. Penfield with the ball in the attacking half again, this time centered away by the Panthers.
And now Pelham going to try to attack Penfield here as Rhino does a good job, but Penfield able to keep the ball out of net. And now Bobby going to send it into the Pelham zone. They do have 2 home, Rhino one of them. But Flippin' Monkey sends it up for the middle. Can his teammate get there? No, he cannot. And now Flippin' Monkey and Flippin' Crab do a 50 with each other. And now it's Flippin' Crab on a 2-on-3 with Bobby. Bobby gets a shot on goal, can't go. Flippin' Crab! His will go as he gets his 2nd goal of the day, or of the map, excuse me.
And that one a little bit, unfortunately, you could see the Panther in the goal, but no boost. He can't clear that one away. And we talked about boost management a little bit earlier, a crucial part of this game, and it ends up costing Pelham a goal.
Boost management is everything. You cannot do a single thing on the map if you do not have your boost. And right there, Pelham gets shut down because they don't have it.
Well, it's crucial. I'm sure they understand that now, but a 2-goal deficit facing elimination. The Panthers going to want to get ahead of this one.
Flippin' Crab sends it into the Pelham zone, and Rhino luckily there to play defense. Yellow Archer, the last line of defense, but he kind of misses. He whiffs a little bit, and now it's Bobby able to set the ball into the middle. Does not do anything with it, though.
And a little bit of lucky there. That shot wasn't on target, or else that would have been a 3rd goal for Penfield.
What can they do? Can they get the ball out of their zone? They can. Archer's back, though, to play defense. And if you're Pelham, you really need to start playing a little bit more aggressive. Your defense hasn't looked tremendous this map, but your offense has looked nothing. As Flippin' Crab, can he get the hat trick again? He can. What is there that this kid cannot do?
I mean, he's been playing excellent all day. Offensive, defensive, and in the air. You see another aerial goal from him right there. And I really think the way that he controls the game, he slows the pace down when he needs to, speeds it up when he has to, but he's been by far the best player here today.
He's been able to do everything. Save, score goals, rotate, manage his boost. It's been flawless. It's Flippin' Monkey almost with a chance to get a shot on goal. Bobby tries to keep this ball into the Pelham zone, but cannot. 3 Penfield defenders back. Monkey gonna send it out. Crab now also touches. Monkey sends it to the Pelham zone, and now Bobby back to play defense as Pelham sends it to Penfield.
And Flippin' Crab really living up to that Flippin' name. He's lived in the air, it seems like, these last couple games as they get another one. The other Flippin'. It's Flippin' Monkey with the goal, and it's 4-0 Patriots. And this one really getting away from the Panthers now.
Yeah, I think last game when you saw what Flippin' Crab did with the aerial, and now going into this, letting up 4 goals, if you're Pelham, you need to lock in. You need to do a mental reset after this map and try to make a comeback here.
Well, we talked about adversity in the pregame, and the interesting thing, Pelham wins game 1 6-3 out to a very early lead, and then these last 2 games, they've just collapsed a little bit, especially in the latter half, especially in that last game, holding a lead for almost 90% of the game. But it's them with the ball again now, Penfield on the attack, trying to get this ball cleared from their defensive zone. It's Flippin' Crab with a little chip off the sidewall. Now it's Bobby with the shot on cage, cleared away by Archer.
A great block by Archer there as Bobby and Flippin' Crab did a great job to kind of set each other up for success, but Archer said, no, not today. I'm not letting you score another one. And now Pelham really pressuring this Penfield defense, but Flippin' Crab's there to deny it again.
Well, Pelham, on the attack now. Flippin' Crab with a full tank of boost with the ball on the edge. Can't get it past Rhino, however. Rhino with the ball attacking Yellow Archer with the shot. Too high, not on cage, and Flippin' Crab with the ball now, but he's got no boost. Gets a full tank right there and puts a shot on cage immediately. Gets it way too high, centered ball now. Rhino on the attack for the Panthers. And a chip shot from Crab. That one's going to be way too high and cleared away again by Rhino. Rhino's been everywhere on the defensive side of the ball this last minute.
And now Flippin' Crab sends it to the Pelham zone. What's interesting to look at on the map right now, you might be looking, why is it a 2v2 right now? Where are the third people? Well, there's actually kind of an unwritten rule in Rocket League that has just happened where when you bump into each other, sometimes your cars lay on top of one another, as you saw in the back of the goal, and Rhino able to lock it in, but that goal, the unspoken rule doesn't happen very often. But we saw it there, and that's why we just saw it 2v2 as Rhino able to get a goal on the board.
If you're wondering why those 2 cars are sitting in the net right there, one of them backing up, one of them going forward, and neither party willing to change their directions, so they just sit there, and unfortunately the Penfield player just watches a goal go in his own net. Powerless to do anything. The Panthers back on the attack, but a really good save by Flippin' Crab. Almost an upper 90 goal, but he saves it away. Yellow Archer with it now, but 10 seconds to go. Flippin' Crab in the offensive zone, cleared away by Rhino, way at the top of the screen, and that looks to be all she wrote. One more shot on cage, cleared away by Bobby. Ball still in the air. Rhino looking to get something going off of the cage. Tipped away, and that one will hit the floor. Penfield, 3 straight wins. Incredible.
And the fist bumps going around, the coaches hype, the players are excited as they take the 3-1 lead, and they need one more map to seal it for ESSEF Spring Rocket League championship.
Well, a 3-1 lead. Let's check out the replays. It was Flippin' Crab getting out in front, scoring that first goal for the Patriots, and then the second one as well. A little bit of a lucky dink right there.
Yeah, and then Flippin' Crab does what he does best, gets the hat trick, I believe, on the game as well. And then the other Flippin' Monkey, he gets it going now, and really just unbelievable stuff as we saw there. The golden rule happened, and can't break that, so 2v2, and then the ball touches.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 incredible performances by Penfield. All have come in a row. After that first game, you might have thought they would have been out of this a little bit, but especially looking at the second half of these last 3 games, they've been in complete control.
Yeah, they really have just had all of the momentum. If you're Pelham, you haven't been able to do anything offensively, and going into this map number 5, I really want to see them get something going offensively, maybe score in that first 60 seconds, really pressure that Penfield defense.
Well, we're going to have that matchup coming up in just a second. Obviously, the Panthers facing elimination, so if they can't win this one, it'll be Penfield taking home the cup, but we'll see right now, down 3-1 if Pelham can do anything. They get it into the offensive zone very quickly, but cleared away. This time it's Bobby putting a center ball for Flippin' Crab. Now they're attacking the other cage. This shot a little bit too high by Flippin' Crab, and Bobby there to collect the loose ball. Still on the attacking. Panthers trying to clear, and they do. A little bit off to the side. Rhino with the ball now and a full tank of boost in the air. Putting a shot up on cage, but cleared away by Flippin' Crab. And Flippin' Crab on the attack now. That's not what you want to see if you're a Pelham fan. This ball long into the Panther zone, but a little bit too high. Cleared away by Pelham.
A big demo by Bobby in the back of goal did set them up on a 3-on-2 momentarily, but Rhino able to get back up and clears the ball out.
Rhino looking to create on the offensive side of things, but gets demoed. Yellow Archer with the shot on cage, and it goes off of Bobby into the net. And Pelham, in the crucial elimination game, takes a 1-0 lead with 4:07 still to go.
It's exactly how you want to respond if you're Pelham, right? You want to come out here, get that goal early, and get momentum swinging back in your way and kind of shut down this Penfield attack.
Well, Penfield, not for the first time today, but facing a little bit of adversity, and they'll need a goal if they want to end the series here. Flippin' Crab with the ball in the middle, chips it over. This one not going to be on target, cleared away by the Panthers. Still with it, though. This time cleared away into the Patriot zone. Ball up in the middle. If someone could get a shot on, this could be dangerous, but cleared away by the Patriots. Penfield looking to clear this one away and get out of their defensive zone, but relentless pressure by Pelham. Finally, a demo goes against the Patriots, and now it's in the Pelham defensive zone. No shots put on cage yet, though. Yellow Archer puts this one tough, 90, but saved by Bobby.
Yeah, great defense by Bobby there, and there was an even bigger 50 that was won by Pelham that allowed them to have even a chance to score on goal as Flippin' Crab going to clear it, but Pelham says no.
And a crucial clear right there. Again, if Flippin' Crab is one-on-one on cage, you don't think he's going to miss that one. And a shot there by Flippin' Crab. Long-range shot, and it really seems like he can pop from anywhere. I mean, that shot coming out of nowhere just comes up and gets a lot of pace on that one. 71 miles an hour, splits all 3 defenders, and absolutely incredible right there. 1-1 the score, 3:07 still to go in this game.
An amazing job by Penfield and Flippin' Crab as now Pelham, though, does win the break-off, has a chance early, but it's denied quickly by Penfield. Rhino going to try to send the ball to the middle, get some help, but it's Bobby there to send it to the Pelham zone as Archer there for the defense. Flippin' Monkey and Flippin' Crab now both on the attack. Bobby comes in. Rhino, the only man back for Pelham. Able to clear it, he can. Archer just picks up full boost and uses it nicely to win the 50 on Monkey. Crab gonna have a chance here. Yellow Archer cannot go.
Rhino with it now, trying to get something going on the attack. Flippin' Monkey clears away, and Rhino can't get anything going. This one, last man back is Yellow Archer. Should be a shot on cage by Bobby, but tipped away. And this one, a center ball now for the Patriots. Back on that outer half of the defensive zone, but Yellow Archer clears away with a cool, calm presence and gets it into the attacking half. Flippin' Crab, the lone man back, passes to Bobby, who clears away and gets the center ball with efficiency. Bobby with the shot, no good. Flippin' Monkey, second attempt, cleared away by Yellow Archer. and the Panthers with it now defensively very sound.
Yeah, Pelham doing a lot better this time around, controlling the map. It feels like there's no gaps in their defense so far, and now they have a chance to get another goal, but Flipping Monkey says no, as Rhino, the only man back, and he will stop it. Bobby sends it out to the middle. Yellow Archer, though, able to clear it and get it back into the Penfield zone. As Flippin' Monkey tries to play defense, and Rhino might have just sealed the map. There's still a minute 27 left, but an incredible goal by Rhino representing Pelham Prep.
And the fans liked that one. We could hear them out there, and clearly a lot of representation for Pelham today. They really want this team to at least extend the series by one more game, but it's going to be tough, especially with Flippin' Crab on the other side. Here he is with the ball in the air, clears to the middle of the field. Now it's Bobby, the lone man back, gets the tip, but is cleared away by Flippin' Monkey. Rhino with the ball in the corner. Flippin' Monkey now trying to take this into the offensive half, but with no boost, loses the ball. Bobby with the corner clear, and lone man Flippin' Crab has to just send it out to the other side. Pelham looking to attack now, looking to pad that 1-goal lead with just a minute remaining. Flippin' Monkey clears it off the side for Bobby, and a demo there. Flippin' Monkey destroyed by Rhino, and that might end the offensive pressure from Penfield.
Penfield can't get anything going, and what was important to watch there is Bobby missed an opportunity to have a full boost earlier in that attack, as the right corner one was just sitting there. No one from Penfield chose to pick it up, as Bobby though responds, tying the game to 2-2.
Incredible. Incredible. Every time this Penfield squad looks like they're out of a game, they just come right back, especially in that third game. We saw it with the overtime win, but absolutely incredible. 34 seconds for anything to still happen in this one. Flippin' Crab gets the first touch and sends it into the offensive zone for the Patriots. Center ball here, shot. Not going to get enough going, though, and Bobby with the demo. Another shot on target, Flippin' Crab. 22 seconds to go, and he might have just sealed the championship for the Patriots. Absolutely incredible individual performance and team performance, but specifically Flippin' Crab today. Unstoppable.
Who else but Flippin' Crab to potentially seal a championship for the Penfield Patriots? Bobby, they're trying to go for another goal. They want to end it in style. But Pelham able to send it out. You still have 10 seconds if you're Pelham Prep for a chance. Flippin' Crab with no boost, not able to do much. Rhino with an opportunity, but it's a demo, and the ball will not go. The game not over. 1 second remains on the clock as soon as it touches. Penfield Patriots are your 2026 ESSEF Spring Champions for Rocket League.
And that was incredible. You have to give a lot of credit right there to Flippin' Monkey. He saved that ball. That was in the net if he wasn't there. And this game would have been in overtime right now. But Flippin' Monkey, Flippin' Crab, Bobby, absolutely a lethal squad here today. They never looked too far out of this one. As we check out the replays, Yellow Archer with that first goal. And then again, on this other side, who else? Flippin' Crab with the goal. Second goal, this one was a little bit tough by Rhino. It was a pretty easy shot, but then Bobby on the other side. And then right at the end of this game, of course, who else? Flippin' Crab seals it for the Patriots. And Penfield are your Rocket League champions. Absolutely. We only got 5 games out of that series, but those were incredible matches.
All 5 games were incredible. Even the ones that were a little lopsided truly were great matches, and we truly saw what both of these teams can do. But with that, we're going to go back to break. And I'm very excited for what's after break.
I can't wait for the next one. It's Mario Kart coming up after the break. It's going to be us on that. I really can't wait for that one. Mario Kart's an incredible game, and we're going to see some great players go out there and try and win that championship.
Excited for Mario Kart. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back shortly.
Welcome back to the ESSEF Spring Championships. I'm Evan Simbita alongside Nate Romastan, and this is the one we've been waiting for all day. It's the Mario Kart Championships. Cannot wait for this one.
I am so excited to watch some Mario Kart. We don't traditionally get to cast Mario Kart and watch it because it's not a part of the Power Esports Conference. But man, am I so excited to see some Mario Kart action.
We should see some good matchups here. Hopefully, I think we're projected to see a lot of the lighter, smaller characters taking the track here today. But if we can see it, I think what are the keys? What are the keys of the game is what I'm trying to ask.
Well, I think some of the keys are obviously going to be managing what you get out of your magic boxes, I'll call them. Managing bananas, blue shells, mushrooms, all sorts of those things. If you can manage that well and manage that cycle, that's going to allow you to get into a higher position on the leaderboard. What's also going to be a key to look at is the characters that are used throughout. You kind of mentioned we're going to see a lot of the smaller characters, right? The baby versions of the characters, excuse me. We're also going to see a lot of Yoshi. Yoshi is extremely good. When I was just walking around kind of watching over some people's shoulders, it looked like everyone was using Yoshi. He's very good. Expect to see some smaller carts, some different types of wheels on the carts, and also expected to see some fun Mario Kart.
Yeah, the one thing I really do hope to see in this game is whether or not our field is going to start out in front or kind of hold back until that last lap and then really trying to make a last dash into first place. It'll be interesting to see whether they start going at it right from the start or kind of hold back a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams play it as we have Syracuse North Syracuse, the North Stars, going up against West Genesee, I believe, the Wildcats. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play it, kind of what goes on, and I don't know. What are you expecting? Who do you think takes the win today?
I'm expecting a fun one. That's what I'm expecting. I think I'm going to go with Cicero North on this one. Just because I think that it'll be a little bit of a different play style, but I really think if they can gel together, if they can play as a team, I think they can come out on top. But what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go against you here. I'm going to go West Genesee. I think West Genesee can pull this one out. What's going to be important to look at is not necessarily who's in first the whole time, but the placement of each team member, because say your team's in second, third, and then fifth and sixth, the other team's first four, whatever numbers I think. I'll be honest. You're going to get a higher point score, right? If you have more people in that top four, in that top five, your points at the end of the race are going to be higher, which in turn will lead to more points on the scoreboard, in turn to winning.
Well, we'll see it right now. The first race, here we go. Been waiting all day for this one, and this is the West Genesee point of view. Looks like we've got Princess Peach and Yoshi, as you mentioned. There's our first Yoshi, and we are off.
Lots of Yoshis, lots of small characters as we come up to the first mystery box. Some players get it, some don't. There's only 4 that spawn, and Princess Peach gets 2 mushrooms there. That's going to be important to watch as we go through the game.
The double mushroom, but still in 4th place, even after using 1. We see on the right side of your screen here the red shell. That's going to be dangerous, but shifting over, we've got the mushroom and now the triple mushroom. Misses on that power-up and takes a stumble all the way down into 6th place. But we see on the right side again, surging from 7th with 2 mushrooms trying to get up in the leaderboard. And it kind of does look like what we were talking about earlier, these teams staying back a little bit, playing it conservative, and then once we see that 3rd lap start, that's when the game really begins.
Yeah, and you see 2 CNS people right here, and I believe what's in 3rd and 8th place. So right now, not a great distribution of placement if you're CNS. I'm looking at this Yoshi on the left side with 3 green shells. He also just got another box. We'll see what he gets. Gets the Piranha Plant. Could be interesting. Oh, sorry, we switched POVs. I was like, did he just get the time bomb instead? What happened here? But we see Princess Peach now with a very similar thing, the green shell. What are you seeing so far that's really standing out to you?
Well, right now what we're looking at on the left side of our screen, the green shell and the Bob-omb. I think when you're out in first, especially the leader with the Bob-omb, that's going to be very crucial as we see King Boo takes a tumble with the red shell crashing into him. Yoshi on the right side of your screen just got off of that superstar, so a lot of good power-ups going up. 4 green shells just sending him out, but a blue shell coming up here, and that will take our red Yoshi out of first place.
not what you want if you're Red Yoshi. Does get 2 mushrooms, though. Gonna have to use them here quick as Yoshi and Princess Peach, the green Yoshi, are getting ready to finish their first lap. I believe they finish. And Princess Peach takes home first. We also have another Yoshi that takes home third. And wow, what a start for Blue as they get 1, 2, and 3 in the leaderboard. Wow. Jumps out to 27-12 lead.
And that Princess Peach was barely in second place. She got red shelled right after she crossed that finish line multiple times, and a very, very close finish. But a very big lead, as we can see some of the Miis out there. Looks like we've got Peter Griffin and Stewie Griffin out there. But we're going to see which one has been selected. Our next course.
They're pumped up and ready to go to get into this next course. We should say every course is picked at random. So we don't know what course is coming up until we're in a beautiful meadow cow field, it looks like, out in the middle of the wilderness.
Donut Plains, the stage for our second race. And we can see the same 2. First place, Black Yoshi, and he's going to stay back. What's going on here?
Black Yoshi with a little bit of a delay, and you saw the Princess Peach also was a little bit too early in the release, a little shooken up trying to get out. But a good recovery as she's able to get into third, or bouncing between third and sixth, as everybody so far in the map kind of balled up.
Well, Black Yoshi doing a great job. Not sure what happened right off the start, but he got 4 mushrooms in his first power-up, then he got 3 more on the second one. We see the Splatoon character, the Inkling, out in first with that red shell. Not going to drag it quite yet. Going to see what they get on this power-up. Goes down into the water and only gets a coin. That's going to be pretty discouraging.
Yeah, CNS doing a good job there, though, with having someone in first and second, as though Princess Peach, I believe, did just overtake, and now West Genesee takes the first place spot. But they're West Genesee, where you're seeing they're really spread out right now. You're seeing CNS be more contained in the middle of the map, so their overall average of placement might be just a little bit better.
Well, King Boo for Cicero North getting into that first place spot with the mushroom as well. 2 more power-ups from him, and starts to drag that Bob-omb, opting for defense late into this game, but it's 2 red shells for the orange Yoshi on the right side of your screen, trying to claw back into this one. Princess Peach on the left side now with the red shell in hand, throws it and gets triple mushrooms as she will burst out into 7th, 6th, and 7th place, going back and forth between those 2 spots.
In Black Yoshi, what a performance on this, as Princess Peach will also finish for West Genesee as they finish with someone in 1st, 4th, 5th, and 6th now on the total leaderboard. What a job by Black Yoshi. You come out, you're delayed. You were just sitting there, wasn't really doing much, and then comes out and absolutely dominates.
Well, looks like that was a little bit of a controlled effort there. It looks like he was trying to stay back in that race, and shoot, it ended up working for him. A first place finish, and pretty big lead here for Cicero North.
Yeah, big lead, not maybe what we were expecting, not really on the fence, but we're gonna see what random map we get as all the Miis are standing there ready to go as they put their fist up in a joint effort and are ready to take on race number 3 of this best of 3.
Toad's Turnpike, the map for our last race of this set. It'll be the Inkling on the right side and the red Yoshi on the left side of your screen, the figure 8 map, and the Yoshi again with the late start, maybe on purpose, but that one looked to be a little bit of a sputtering out right off the start.
Yeah, what's interesting to look at too is we're not seeing as many Yoshis as I expected, right? We're kind of seeing people just go play the character that they're more comfortable with and that they just believe in themselves to perform with better. As Princess Peach going to get out to an early start. We've seen that a few times. It's only a matter of time till Yoshi takes over, it feels like. But Peach doing a great job, in West Genesee just continuing to be in consistent placing. But Syracuse North Syracuse has somebody in 2nd and 3rd right now.
Orange Yoshi on the right side of your screen in 2nd place with the Super Horn, but now it's the Inkling surging into 4th. A lot of jostling for position in the back of the line, but on the left side of your screen, 7th place, and he got the blue shell. He's holding it, finally throws, and that one's going to go all the way to 1st place and knock Princess Peach out. No mushrooms, so she can't get out of that one, but trails the banana. Still in 1st place, though. Keeping that lead, gets a coin on the power-up, not what she needs at this moment in time, and she has a red shell coming for her as well.
Princess Peach has to dodge this red shell. I believe she did. Princess Peach going to continue to lead. Believe whoever is in front of 6 right now has 3 bananas. Very impressive there.
Wow, well, a lot of defensive capabilities, but unfortunately in 5th place, not going to get a lot of opportunities to use them. But here we are on the final lap. Orange Yoshi on the right side of your screen, dragging that red shell, but finally throws, making a push for 1st place.
And now West Genesee, when you have Princess Peach in first, Princess Peach gets knocked out at first at the last second around one of the last turns.
And knocked all the way back into 6th place. That's a big loss for her. Now we see the Inkling out in 1st place with 2 defensive power-ups here, and it looks like that's going to be the end of it. The Inkling going out into 1st place, but what's going on here? Princess Peach with the double mushroom. And what happened there?
I think Yoshi had a shell that hit the Inkling and set up a tremendous job for Yoshi to get 1st place and keep who I believe is West Genesee in the blue with this massive lead that is inching closer and closer,
Wow.
but it might not be enough.
Well, an incredible finish. I know we were looking towards the back of that line, and there was a lot going on back there as well. A lot to look at in these matches, but it's the blue team with the pretty big lead out in front of this one.
Yeah, blue team kind of just running away with it as we get our random map selection happening here. We'll see what map we have. You know, I really liked the Meadow map. The Turnpike, it gave me PTSD from driving on the highway. It gave me I-81 here in Syracuse. It gave me a little bit of PTSD driving through there, but it looks like we're going to be going to a beautiful...
No, this is Bangkok, so not going to calm it down a little bit
Okay.
at all, actually.
Okay.
4th race here. Black Yoshi on the right side of your screen, Princess Peach on the left. They both actually get a good head start in this one. Maybe a little bit more competition towards the front end of this race. Yoshi gets that mushroom and opts to hold it, still in 7th place.
Great job by Princess Peach here. And so she's kind of just drifting around, almost like Tokyo Drift if you ever watch Fast and Furious. Great movie, recommend. As we jump to the 1st and 3rd, now 2nd and 3rd, we're kind of, you see at the front a lot of bouncing in the early games between 1 and about 4, 5. Tell me what happens later in the game and why we see this gap as the game goes on.
Well, later in the game, I think you want to be further back in the line because for those of you that don't know, the further back in the line you are, the better power-ups the mystery boxes give you. So if you're in 5th or 6th place, there's a higher chance you get a bullet bill or a blue shell and then can retake 1st place. I think that's what we saw from Yoshi on the last run. But it looks like competitors trying to get out in front of this one. You can see the Yoshi on the right side of your screen who just activated that superstar, but still staying in 6th place.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how the teamwork is when it comes to being towards the back of the line and getting those bigger power-ups, because maybe if you are in a 6 or 7 position, you have an opportunity to get a power-up that can really help whoever on your team is in the front of the line to get even more points. So it is interesting to see how that plays into it.
Well, you saw it right there. The Yoshi on the right side of your screen had a triple mushroom and a superstar. The 8th place right here with the golden mushroom and 3 more after it. But the Black Yoshi pretty far behind there. Now jumping out into 6th, and really, this is a really tight race. Looks like everybody's right there, but knocked away by the blue shell. That's coming for Princess Peach in 1st place. She's only got the coin and the banana. The coin will not be enough to boost her out of range of the blue shell, but still holds. Doesn't use that coin quite yet, and gets out into 1st place for the finish. It's the Black Yoshi on the right side of your screen with the golden mushroom, jumping all the way out, and Orange Yoshi finishing in 7th. It's not going to be good enough for that blue team with the top 2 players, and they're going to remain out there. Princess Peach with that 1st place finish, 1st place on the day as well, and the blue team a 20-point lead. This one getting a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, what was impressive to look at there too was Princess Peach had such a big lead out of the start and out of the gate that the blue shell did absolutely nothing to her. She was able to get hit by the blue shell, still get up, not even use her coin, and still get 1st place. Very impressive work so far by Princess Peach.
Well, I mean, yeah, you've seen the different strategies. You saw Black Yoshi on the race before that one. Got out to a very slow start and ended up winning. And then Princess Peach in this one, 1st place from the start and finishes out the race. So Mushroom Gorge, the next map out here, the 5th race of this one. A little bit more of a circular track with some tight turns on it. And it's the orange Yoshi on the right side of your screen, King Boo on the left.
I believe this is more of a classic map as well. I believe this was in a lot of previous Mario Karts. Map looks familiar. I'll say that. Map looks familiar to the old Wii days when you have the steering wheel and you're trying to turn.
Yeah, those were fun. Certainly interesting to get the steering wheel in your own hands. Those were fun, but it's the red Yoshi, or the orange Yoshi on the left side of your screen. 2 mushrooms holding those in second place. Still can't get in front, but it's Princess Peach, as she has been all day, out in first place. She's got the coin and the banana, and remaining out in that first place lead. We'll see if getting out in front helps her in this game, but holding that coin, she sees the power-ups, uses the coin, uses the banana, and 2 fresh ones coming up for Princess Peach.
Yeah, an interesting move out of the black Yoshi there, coming right out of the turn into the finish line for the first lap. He tried to do the shortcut that you can do where you can kind of play off the map. It resets you perfectly. But what it did end up doing for him is it really didn't work. It reset his momentum. So a bunch of people were able to get past him. Not really what you want to see.
Well, not really what you want to see from King Boo right there, going off the map, and that's going to stop all the momentum as we come up on this final lap in our 5th race of the day. It's the red Yoshi on the left side of your screen, mushroom and a green shell for him. It's the Inkling on the right side, no power-ups. They just used that green shell, and they will fall off the map and suffer all the way back into 6th place. It's the Princess Peach, as we've seen all day. The red shell coming for her, but with that banana, it won't matter, especially on the mushrooms. But another Yoshi coming, this time the blue shell coming. Who is it going for? Was Yoshi in first or Princess Peach? It looks like Yoshi, and Princess Peach escapes with another first-place finish.
A great job by West Genesee, as it felt like all 4 of them just finished in the top 5. That was very impressive, to say the least. And you could see the movement by Princess Peach when going through the mushroom cave. She was able to just dodge half the mushrooms based off her movement. Very impressive as we jump out with West Genesee with a 115 score to the North Stars 80 score.
Yeah, what you saw was a little bit unfortunate that Yoshi, I mean, luckily they're on the same team, but that Yoshi jumped into first place. The blue shell was thrown, and he immediately lost that first place status, but still had to take the blue shell hit. A little bit unfortunate there, but hey, your teammate gets first place, so who cares, right? Same difference, same points.
It's a win. Your team wins, you win, right?
Yeah.
It's a team game.
It's a team game. Here we go, Maple Treeway, another one of those classic maps, and this one is a little bit calmer. This is the final race of the day, however. It's going to take a lot for the red team if they want to win this one.
Yeah, the red team really going to have to step up if they want to win the first set of 3 that we have today, and looks like red Yoshi going to take a little bit of a shortcut. Don't know if that really is. It might be. Not a bad play by the red Yoshi, going to jump all the way to 6, and we look on the right side with the Splatoon character into 3rd place. And you know what's interesting, this map is really cool. I'll just say that this map is very cool. Also was very rage inducing as a kid. I will say I fell off this map a lot when I was little, and these people stepped on me a lot. I still don't like them for it.
Well, you can see it in the middle of your screen, the map shape. If you're wondering why it drops off a cliff right there, it's because there's a long period where you are hang gliding through the middle of this race, and that opens up a lot of opportunities for players to fall off the map. That's where some people can fall behind, but it's the black Yoshi, certainly not falling behind all the way out in first, still holding that coin, but we'll switch over to the orange Yoshi in 8th place, who will fall off the map right there, as you were talking about. King Boo on the left side as we enter this 2nd lap of the day in 2nd place, gets hit by a shell and all the way back in 5th.
Yeah, and you see the Yoshis for West Genesee taking an early lead on your little mini-map there as they jump out. Looks like 1st and 2nd place for them. Princess Peach also falling behind, but Syracuse North Syracuse really starting to maybe find a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a rhythm, as the Splatoon character still in 3rd place.
Well, we can see the red Yoshi holding that lightning. We assume he will pop it at any moment now as the orange Yoshi gets the golden mushroom, and there is that lightning. But doesn't look to set too many people back. It looks like it helped the orange Yoshi more than it did the red one.
And that is a testament to West Genesee, what they've been able to do and how they've been able to just maintain a steady lead where really anything you throw in their face, it doesn't affect them.
Yeah, well, the superstar for Yoshi still with 3 mushrooms to go, but nowhere to go. It's the last lap in our final race of this set. Yoshi surging into 5th, and the Splatoon Inkling still in 2nd with a mushroom, looking behind to make sure no one is coming up. There's a red shell coming, but on the turn it will not find her. But it's the black Yoshi he's been in the lead for most of this race and remains there.
Yeah, remaining there, and we've really seen this by just West Genesee's players in general. It feels like always one of them is in first place, whether it's the Black Yoshi, whether it's the Peach. As he gets blue shelled, though, an opportunity potentially for CNS and the North Stars to take the lead. Not going to happen, though.
He threw that banana behind him. It was perfectly timed, and the precision banana keeps the Black Yoshi out in first. Now he has that green shell for defense if he starts dragging it behind him, and this is going to get real interesting. It looks like the Black Yoshi coming out into first place in our final race of the day, and another incredible finish. The Splatoon character in fifth, and the red Yoshi. And it looks like, wow, the blue team, all 4 top spots, absolute domination, and they take the first game pretty easily.
Yeah, and when you finish the first game in 4 out of the top 5 spots, that's pretty impressive. That means you, as a team, did your job, and I mean, you can't be happier with that. As we look at our race finales there, and that's great. That's a great game by West Genesee.
Well, I do want to say, I did say that North Cicero was going to win this one before the game. I just want to say that, but no, that was a very impressive race. I mean, it looked like they were very good at adapting, because whether it was those first couple races where hanging back seemed to be the objective, and then in the last few where being out to that big lead in front really was the difference maker, they adapted and won all of those races.
Yeah, and they've done a good job really countering the blue shells and really putting themselves in a position to where whatever you throw in their face, it doesn't matter, because they're just so far ahead. I'm excited to see if they can continue to do that into the next game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with the Princess Peach, got hit with the blue shell, and there was nobody within a mile of her. She finished that race easily in first, even with the blue shell, but we did see certainly a lot of power-ups, not a lot of piranha plants, not a lot of not a lot of boomerang plants or fire plants, but looked like a lot of mushrooms, a lot of green shells, a lot of more of those common ones, just because those players were out in front.
Yeah, and the mushrooms especially, they're able to not just give you a speed boost, is what it looks like to the common eye, but what you're able to do with those maybe on a turn to get momentum and set you up to be even further ahead. I mean, that's where they make a difference.
Yeah, one of the more niche, I guess, uses of the mushroom is for a player out in first. If that blue shell is coming, you can actually trap it in the animation and then use the mushroom to push out from underneath it. But we haven't seen that yet today. It looks like those first place players have been getting straight coins and bob-bombs. Not really what you want to see, but the people that have started out in first have usually retained that.
Yeah, we are seeing that first few seconds of the race be important as we jump into the first few seconds of match number 2, race number 1. And if you're the North Stars, not starting out in a position that's any better than before.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it depends on the race, right? We saw it last time. Sometimes hanging back is the move, but it seemed like North Cicero were always on the pace, and we're always on the right side of whichever finish that was.
And a good dodge on the big rock that dropped down there by the Ghost. Does a great job. And I believe this is Orange Yoshi. There you go Orange. Looks like Otto out there. That's great. In third place, representing well.
And got the shortcut pretty good there. Opts to drag the red shell. Still has that banana as well as a defensive option, and we'll use that now. King Boo out on the left side of your screen in 7th, had those 2 mushrooms, but we switch over. It's the Inkling with the super horn in 2nd place, and that's a real dangerous one.
Dangerous indeed, and you can hear the fans behind us getting into this. This is great. Everyone getting into the Mario Kart as we go underwater swimming. I did not know Yoshi could swim. It's interesting.
Well, I mean, Mario Kart's a great game to get into. I mean, while technically a children's game, it's really fun to watch this no matter what age you are, and especially seeing people go out there and compete in a sport like this is pretty fun.
It's one of a kind. It's very unique.
Yeah.
You don't see it every day, as West Genesee really falling behind the players that have been dominant all of game number 1, now sitting in a great shortcut by Black Yoshi gets him into 3rd place. I was just about to say sitting in that 5 to 7 range, but now Black Yoshi has really put himself and his team in a position to succeed.
Yeah, this really is a sport I wish we had at the college level, and there's that Fire Flower we see for one of the first times today. Gets a lot of shots off of that one, but still gets hit all the way back in 7th place now. 8th place for the Black Yoshi, and that turn really did not work out well for them. It's the red Yoshi on the left side of your screen. All the way out in 2nd, the Inkling in 1st, and that will be the finish. Inkling takes home 1st place, red Yoshi in 2nd. And that's what you want to see if you're the red team.
If you're the North Stars, that is exactly what you want to see in a bounce back. I mean, look at the scoreboard distribution, 1 and 2, and then 6 and 7. If you are West Tennessee, though, you're still happy to be in 3, 4, 5, and to be in 8th. That's still good placement. That's still going to help you out later on down the road. As we look at our players who have been competing so far today, doing a great job, obviously bringing some energy and having a little bit of fun, because at the end of the day, we are playing video games, but also extremely locked in and really want to take home one of those trophies out there.
Yeah, I mean, the trophies we showed earlier are some very nice hardware out there, especially the WWE belt that we have for Super Smash Bros. Solos winners. But our next map, another one of those classics you were mentioning, the Mario Circuit, and this one has a lot of fun secrets, a lot of fun shortcuts that I'm sure these competitors know and will have to take advantage of if they want to win.
I'm happy to see these maps from my childhood still being played, you know. A lot of those things go away as games develop, but not in Mario Kart, which it's great to see. As CNS not starting out great here, and did Black Yoshi go backwards?
I think he did right there. Put it in reverse. Interesting to see. And yeah, you mentioned these old maps. I mean, that's one great thing that always happens in Mario Kart games. The power-ups and the maps cycle in and out. If you have a favorite, you'll see it in a title eventually, or you can just go back to an old one to play it. But that is the great thing, just how adaptable these games are and how there's something for everyone.
Yeah, and we see the North Stars Yoshis that were both in first and second, both get hit by a shell. So not what you want to see if you're them, but now Princess Peach getting that momentum back, and Caster Jinx, she falls down to 6.
Wow. Shocking. Not shocking because you said it, though.
Black Yoshi did a good job getting back after he said, put in reverse tear. Does a great job getting back into 5th place and really has a chance here with the star to take even more map positioning.
Well, still holding that superstar, finally uses it and now has the triple mushrooms to try and get out in front of this one. Uses the shortcut all the way into 2nd place. One last grasp, but it's not going to go. Our final lap coming up here on the 2nd race of the 2nd set.
And he gets hit there, though. Going to take him from 1st to about that 3rd or 4th range, as now Orange Yoshi, or as I'm going to call him, Otto, running up at 5th. We see the Ghost at 7 now. And really, whoa, Princess Peach has the star in the back, though. An opportunity for her to maybe make up some ground as we come into these final corners. Pink Yoshi leading the way with Black Yoshi right behind, but he got hit by a shell. And Black Yoshi might have a chance to win. It's going to be between him and the Ghost. The Ghost takes home first.
Wow.
For the North Stars.
King Boo with the 1st place finish. And look at that, a little bit of a rainbow right there. Have offsetting matches right there, but it's 2 North Stars out in 1st place, and they're taking a lead in this game.
A lead that you need to see if you're the North Stars. Last time around did not go in your favor. Here, they are dominating. They're in that 1, 2, 3-ish spot every single round, which is where you want to be. And Peter Griffin's pumped up in the middle of the screen. We're having a good time. This is exciting. This is fun.
Well, you can see the crowns are on the winners of last set's players. So we'll go into this 3rd race now. Oh boy, Rainbow Road. This is a fun one. This is a very complicated one as well. Looks like this is where the most competitors will be falling off the map. This seems to be the constant across all Mario games. Whenever you see Rainbow Road, this is going to be a tough race.
Yeah, one of the most iconic maps, not just in Mario Kart, but really in all of gaming as a whole. Everybody knows Rainbow Road, but it is not an easy map at all. Even the most skilled players can struggle on Rainbow Road, as it might look a little bit different, though, than your past Rainbow Roads as we go into what looks like the Death Star from Star Wars.
Yeah, especially on 150 cc's, it's not going to be easy to stay on this map the whole time, but you can kind of see in the middle of your screen a very unorthodox map shape, a lot of loops, twists, and turns, and also areas where characters can fly off as well. Opportunity right there. You saw Princess Peach skipping a little bit of the course, so a lot of great turns in this one, but if you're familiar with the course, that's where you can really take advantage of those shortcuts that other players might not know.
Yeah, and Black Yoshi doing a good job battling for 1st right now. It looks like he's battling between his own teammate, though. So that's what you want to see if you're West Tennessee is, you know, you're not battling with the North Stars for 1st place. You're just battling one of your own.
Yeah, well, again, this is a points competition, so it's not how many times you get out in 1st. It's however many points your team has, and the more points you get is by placing higher. So the first 2 spots will always be the most valuable. If your team can take those, you'll be in a really great spot. As we can see the Yoshi on the right side of your screen, popping that superstar, now with the golden mushroom in hand, and maybe a late push for first.
A good opportunity here with the star, or the yellow mushroom, excuse me. And right now, just looking at the North Stars in 6th and 8th, if you're in that position, what are you telling yourself to maybe get out of that slump?
Well, I would tell myself that, hey, people from 8th have gone on to win races this whole day. We're just coming up on our last lap right now. This is anyone's game. We've seen it in a lot of earlier races. Positioning up until this point really doesn't mean much unless you're really out in front, which no one is in this one. So this is anybody's race.
Yeah, and West Genesee doing a good job. They have one in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd right now for all their team members. This is the map you need to have if you want to come back into this one.
Well, we can see it right there. The Yoshi on the right side of your screen in 5th place, but popping that superstar now with the triple mushrooms and the King Boo. I think this is going to put them in a pretty good spot, but unfortunately for them, West Genesee getting those first couple spots and taking a pretty big lead. First 3 spots all go to West Genesee, and even though they are not in the lead, this is definitely going to put them right back in contention.
Yeah, the point total should add up to be pretty close or take over, which is big. A 61 to, I believe it's at 56 lead now for West Genesee. That's what you want to see. You can see them getting hype on stage, fist bumps going around. That's what you want to see in a Mario Kart tournament.
Yeah, well, this is a very high vibe game, right? It's a party game. That's how it's advertised, and you know, we can certainly feel that party atmosphere out here, especially with all of the fans in attendance. Next course has been selected. This will be our 3rd race of the day, and it's Shroom Ridge.
I don't know if I've ever played Shroom Ridge.
This is an interesting one. It's set on a road, but I do believe that there are cars later on that you have to swerve and drive around. It's definitely a complicated one. Getting hung up on those cars could be a deterrent for those wanting to win this race, but it's the Black Yoshi getting out into a quick and early lead.
You know, I was thinking about the Black Yoshi's play earlier to go backwards. I was wondering if that was maybe intentional so that you can get a great object from the mystery box right away. I wonder if that was an intentional play.
I would bet probably. I mean, if you can get a really good power-up like a Bullet Bill or a Blue Shell, I mean, that can help you take out every player in your path and put you right in first, as we see the Orange Yoshi using that shortcut right there to gain a little bit of ground. 2 mushrooms and the King Boo still left for them.
Yoshi going to do a good job with these mushrooms. You also see on the left side 2 mushrooms to play as well and a star in your pocket. The star is going to be used here as he goes through the next mystery boxes as we cut now to 1st and 2nd place, which is both West Genesee players.
Yeah, well, we see it's the Princess Peach. She's been out in first for a lot of this game, and it's the Black Yoshi trailing right behind her. This is not what you want to see if you are the North Stars. A huge lead for the first 2 players, but in comes a Blue Shell. No mushrooms for Peach, so she will go into 2nd place. It's the Black Yoshi going back into first, but they switch. It's those cars I mentioned earlier. Black Yoshi ran into a car and hurt him.
And what's interesting about that switch, though, is it really doesn't hurt their total team point value for them as an individual. Yes, you want to be in first place, but really when it comes to your team aspect, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You both are still in 1st and 2nd.
Well, 3rd lap coming up, the crucial final lap as we see the Red Yoshi getting a superstar, King Boo with the Bob-omb and triple bananas, and then the Orange Yoshi all the way out in last place, but finally gaining some ground with the star. We see our first Piranha Plant of the day, even if it is short-lived, on the right side of your screen, as the Pink Yoshi uses all 3 of her green shells at the same time.
All of West Genesee is in 1 through 4 right now. An unbelievable performance so far, and there is a rainbow out of the Yoshi, but it's too little too late as West Genesee dominates on Shroom Ridge.
This is just incredible to see, especially because North Cicero got out into that early lead. It looked like we could have seen the set go the other way, but, I mean, looking at this, tie for 2nd, pretty interesting. You don't see that too often, but, yeah, they're really growing that lead, and it's not what you would have expected.
That lead is growing to a point where if you are the North Stars, you're a little bit nervous now. You might be thinking, all right, we need to get some people in that. Again, it doesn't have to be 1. It can be 2, 3, and 5. But you need some people in that top spots to really try to make this a closer game.
Well, the next map coming up here, this should be our 4th race, if I can count correctly. This will be a crucial one, though, as we can see all the Miis jostling for position. The random map selection coming up right here. We'll see what it is. Obviously a big lead for West Genesee. Cicero North looking to get back into this one, and it's Sherbertland. This is an interesting one.
Never played Sherbertland.
This-
Very, very intrigued. Oh, it's snowy.
Yeah.
It's like Syracuse. It's like living in Syracuse. It's
It's
snowy.
like Syracuse for most of the year.
I bet
for
their
8
classes don't get canceled either on here. I bet they still have to go to class too.
No, we had one this year. That was, I think, one of the first ones in quite
a
a while
great
for
day.
Syracuse. It was a great day. But we see the orange Yoshi getting out into an early deficit, maybe trying to get some better power-ups, as it's the pink Yoshi in 6th and the red Yoshi out in 2nd, now moving to 3rd.
We see Princess Peach kind of take that 8th spot right now, but it's not abnormal for her to make her way back into the top 3, as Black Yoshi doing a great job getting out in first place again. Has the red shell and a coin in his back pocket. Goes under the water. Going to freeze if he's down there too long. What's interesting to look at if you're West Genesee is you finish out these next 2 races strong, you're probably going to be taking home that trophy, because this is only a best of 3.
Yeah, especially if they can finish out these 2. I mean, the lead is already at 22 points. If they can further that even more, put it out of reach for the North Stars, I mean, we could see this one ending pretty quickly. But we see the orange Yoshi on the right side of your screen with 1 mushroom still in 8th place. It's the pink Yoshi out in 2nd, one of the leaders for this West Genesee team. And they're going to need a lot of points if they want to get back into this one. You can kind of see it on the mini-map in the middle. Just a lot of Yoshis out there jostling for positions.
Yoshi is kind of the trend in Mario Kart. He's a lighter character, and then you put him on a light car. He can really, there's a secret stat from what I understand in Mario Kart that really takes all of that in consideration and allows you to be faster.
Well, the Piranha Plant for the King Boo as we come up on our final lap here in what could be a crucial race in the chase for the title. It's the pink Yoshi out in 2nd place on the right side of your screen, red Yoshi in 4th on the left side. Pink Yoshi gets a mushroom and a red shell, doesn't opt to hold either of them, pops them both immediately, and the black Yoshi with the defense.
Princess Peach with a star, though. A chance to potentially end the North Stars run right here. Does a good job going from 8th to 6th. Black Yoshi, right before the finish line, gets shelled.
And it was the pink Yoshi jumping out into 1st place. We'll see. It looks like there were a lot of West Genesee players out towards the front of that race, so I don't know how much this one will really help Cicero North. But yeah, it's the pink Yoshi and the black Yoshi out, the best 2 players in this game. We'll see how it tallies up, and that lead still pretty big for West Genesee.
Yeah, West Genesee, all you have to do in this map is just have 1 or 2 people finish inside of that top 4, which they've been great at doing all day, and the trophy should be theirs.
Yeah.
But it is never over in competition. Anything is possible. We'll see what our random map is here. Are we going to Star Wars? What?
Oh, boy. Big Blue.
Big Blue. Is this Apex Legends?
It's like a futuristic city type map, I believe. Yeah.
Looks pretty cool.
So the final race in what could be the title clinching race for West Genesee here. And it's the pink Yoshi, the red Yoshi on the right and left side of your screens. And they're going to need to jump out to a big lead if they want to clinch it on this final run.
Good job by the pink Yoshi getting into 1st place early. Auto the orange in the back with the Ghost in 6th and 7th still. Now up to 5th and 6th. That's what you want to see if you're the North Stars. You have to get as many people in this top 4 as possible.
Now, one thing you'll see is with a lot of these maps, you can see it right there. If the green means you're going forward, the red means you're going backwards. But on the 2nd and 3rd lap, these can switch to any random possibility, and that could be a real challenge and put some people behind that are in the lead. We're coming up on the 2nd lap here in the final race of the title clinching, possibly run for West Genesee.
Some good shortcuts there out of most players on that turn, and Princess Peach doing a good job, but she's going to get blue shelled. That could be a big blue shell with implications on this game if some more of the North Stars can get into those higher positions. We see them in 1st, 5th. Looks like they're bouncing around 3rd and 4th as well. Really could be a closer game than we thought.
Well, coming up, this is the final lap. And if the North Stars don't do anything, you could see it on their mini-map. They're kind of all towards the back of this race. If they don't do anything now, with the exception of that Bullet Bill, they might be out of this title race. And it's the pink Yoshi out in 1st place. Red Yoshi right there out in 2nd. And complete domination. Pink Yoshi gets hit, but it's another Yoshi going into first place.
And it might be too little too late, as Pink Yoshi does finish first. But will the North Stars be the first team? We will find out here momentarily.
Yeah, and it looks like they will be. It looks like the Blues got 4 out of the top 5 spots, and that should be the title clincher. We'll see the fans' reaction out of the back here. Parents out there recording, and there it is. There's the crowd pop.
West Genesee.
West Genesee with the trophy, and the celebrations start. That one was never really close. It was close in the beginning of the second set, but outside of that, it was pretty much all West Genesee.
You see the players celebrating on stage. A year's worth of hard work, lifetimes of hard work with how long most have been playing Mario Kart. All comes to a conclusion at the ESSEF Spring 2026 Championship, as they will take home our trophy for Mario Kart.
And it's easy to forget because we're watching what is marketed as a children's game, but this is athletes that put years of hard work into coming here to Syracuse into the Esports Center and competing for a state championship. It's really special to see a lot of hard work pay off for these athletes.
And compete they did. They did compete to a high level. They managed it really well. They utilized all of their abilities well, and, well, for that, they take home a championship.
So the trophy there, we'll take a look at some replays now. You can see the Inkling, a little bit of a more mushrooms there from Black Yoshi. 2 mushrooms and the golden as well. Looks like the orange Yoshi right there with the star. But you can see it, a lot of these third laps, that's when you want the good power-ups. Being behind in the final turn is not a bad thing.
Yeah, and really, I want to highlight some of the key players today for West Genesee. The Black Yoshi was crucial. Made a lot of great plays as the game goes on. You're gonna see him a lot in the replays as time progresses, and as well as you see Princess Peach on the left, Black Yoshi on the right. Those are my 2 MVP players for this team. Obviously, all 4 pulled their weight and did their job, but those 2 really stood out.
Yeah, the Black Yoshi, again, we see him in a lot of 7th and 8th place positions as he goes into this final turn, but it seems like he was always at the top of the leaderboard when crossing the finish line. Very impressive from him to get out from behind those late starts. We can see the King Boo and the Yoshi out there. There you see him again with 4 mushrooms, one of them being golden, and that helped him out to use those shortcuts and get out from 8th place into a good position in this race. We can hear the fans behind us screaming and yelling as I think they're going over there to lift that trophy, that coveted Mario Kart trophy. But getting back into our highlights, it was the King Boo. I think he was middling in the middle spots of these races for a lot of it, but it was the Yoshis, like you said, coming out, getting a lot of good finishes.
Yeah, it's that lightweight that the Yoshis bring, and also you see a lot of the baby characters, right? Princess Peach, it was baby Princess Peach, which really allowed her to be faster around the turns, gain more momentum, and ultimately come in first more often.
And it's definitely an underrated part when you take a look at Mario Kart and kind of what is looked at as important in this game. Obviously, it's the power-ups way at the top, but the characters that you choose have a very big impact on where you finish in races.
Yeah, and character selection for casual gamers could be just who do you like more. And we do see that in the high school level of obviously a comfort has to be there to play the character. But when you get to these higher levels of competition, when you get to these championships, comfort goes out the window, and you have to learn to adapt and become more comfortable with these more meta, I could say, characters.
Yeah, I think we definitely saw that, like when you get out in front of picking the characters and all of the first picks are just every variant of the Yoshi. I think that really kind of tells you where the meta is at right now, especially Black Yoshi. I mean, was out in front of a lot of these races. Pink Yoshi did very well, and we saw the Orange Yoshi even with a lot of great power-ups, helping them get from late positions into better ones. So, yeah, definitely Yoshi being the meta, but as we take a look through these highlights, this is the one you were talking about earlier, Princess Peach so far ahead, Blue Shell had no effect.
Yeah, Blue Shell really didn't affect anyone. That's also the clean sweep there by West Genesee, where all 4 of their players were able to finish 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's really the map that allowed this to pull away and allowed them to become champions today.
Yeah, and a very, very tight race. We saw it certainly in the first half of the second set. It looked like the North Stars were really getting back into this one. Looks like they might have been able to force a third one, but after that third race, it was just all West Genesee from there on.
Yeah, once West Genesee got into it, and you can see them celebrating again their championship. Once they got into it, there was no stopping them. It did not matter what you tried to do. Princess Peach, Black Yoshi, they were going to take over.
Yeah, it was a battle of the Yoshis, but we will be right back after our break. On the other side, what do we have?
I believe we have Marvel Rivals, and I believe it's our Marvel Rivals finals. So it's going to be very exciting. But you guys will also get a break of listening to our voice because we will step away and our other casters will come join you here in the booth. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
place, and the Rocket League awards as well. So if you got first, second, or third place in those, be ready to come up and be recognized. We're going to start with the Smash Solos. And new thing this year, we do have banners that we're giving out that are awesome. I ask that when you come up, hold up that banner in recognition when you get your state championship. Third place, Smash Solos, Space Pirates from Auburn. Woo! Second place from Middletown, Alex. He's already got his medal. He's already got it.
That works. Do it again. There we go.
Do it again. There you go. Where is it? Come on up, Alex. Yeah. Official. Belt.
Ah, yes.
He has a collection of these. To add to his collection at home, I want to see this wall at some point, Tadpole. Come on up from Washingtonville, Tadpole, get your belt. Where's he at? Okay. Now, I will say, Tadpole wanted to say a few words as well when he gets up here. He asked that he wanted to speak. I will give him a moment to speak. But one of our traditions here is to have a belt for the Smash Solos champ because it's just really cool. And I think at the next tournament, maybe we should give it to somebody else. And I think we'll have to since many of the people are graduating this year, of course, that are competing. Just while we're waiting for Tadpole, who here is a senior? Please stand up and be recognized if you are graduating. Woo! Go seniors, thank you. Woo! You can take a seat. Awesome. We want to recognize the whole work of all of the seniors. A lot of you seniors have been involved in SF in the league for like 4 years now at this point, like 3 years at least. And I know a lot of you by sight, right? When I see the seniors around here, so that is awesome. They're tracking him down at the bathroom.
I mean, I'll take it. It's a nice belt.
You're gonna take it. Okay. In the interest of time, we're gonna have Rocket League line up on this side over here. Third place, ITC Institute of Technology at Syracuse Central. Come on up. Be recognized. Congratulations. Okay, we moved on to Rocket League. I stalled for as long as I could. Second place, Rocket League. They're no longer here. They left already. So, Pelham Prep. They had a 5-hour drive. They're one of the furthest traveling teams. So they asked if they could go, and I said yes. That is fine, but we are grateful for them. They are a great team. We love having them here. First place in Rocket League. And this was a great match if you watch this. Great players on Penfield. Woo! Excellent. We'll hold that. We're going to finish Rocket League.
Yep, okay.
I learned it. It's not fun.
We got to get Tadpole.
Oh, right.
He's here now. Speak loudly and clearly. Okay? It's on.
It's on?
I rebel. You don't have to hold it, don't worry. There you go.
Sorry.
There you go.
So this is my senior year. I am going off to college after this. I've won 4 of these in a row, and it's been a wild ride. And honestly, I only have my teammates to thank, and a special thanks to one of my fellow competitors. His tag is Lightstar. A few days before this tournament, my controller actually broke. So had I not gotten a replacement from him, I would have not been able to compete. So I just wanted to give a special thanks to Mr. Lightstar right here. Yeah, thank you. Other than that, it's been an amazing 4 years. I've done this since my freshman year, and I really hope to see that the league continues even after I go off to college. Thank you, everybody.
I'll take my paper. There we go. I'll take the. Or unless you want to say more things. We're going to be starting up Rivals, Penfield, and Washingtonville.
All right, next up, Penfield and Washingtonville Marble Rivals.
What is going on, y'all? It is good to be back in the booth. I've been out there all day, and now I'm staring at really bright lights, but it's okay. I brought sunglasses. That being said, we're going to have some hot gameplay today here for the Grand Finals. Rayshawn, you've been a longtime friend of mine, and we get to cast together. I'm looking forward to this finals.
Yes, about time. I mean, it's once in a lifetime going being you as a senior by graduate. I mean, I'm glad to just be able to do this along with you before you go off to the real world and then get a real job and stress about more things that you have to as an actual adult inside the society.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm going to get money. I'm going to get paid. And that, at the end of the day, that's the trade-off I get. So
yeah,
it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. But before I have to worry about the real world, I get to cast Marvel Rivals Grand Finals for this ESSEF event. Penfield and Washingtonville. These two teams have scrimmed each other a couple times. They've always been neck and neck. They've always been pretty even. I obviously got got to watch the games earlier, and that was super duper fun. So overall, I'm looking forward to this matchup. It's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, you got to be in here and watch one of these teams play. So let's just talk a little bit about sort of what you saw, what we're going to really get into, and sort of what you expect to see. Still a best of 5.
One thing that I've seen so far, I only be able to witness the Penfield games, but one thing I know for sure, they be kind of like this whole shield team dive-oriented type of comps right here. I mean, we've seen the Andra, we've seen the Elsa, we've seen the Phoenix, the Groot. They really know how to play very well in terms of their position, and also type of synergy. I mean, I think their synergy very high in terms of a team. I mean, we've seen their ultimate usage, their combos together. And, I mean, for what I believe, they've been playing a lot of these games almost absolutely perfectly, as I would say. And I know they definitely be switching up the team comps. Now, there have been times to where I did see, in my personal opinion, are some questionable choices in regard to the tank line and what would be used for attack. However, I think one thing for sure, this team just adapts no matter the given situation and whatever the enemy team is going for us. And I think they have a very strong lead into this grand final.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here. I mean, obviously, you and I have some Rivals experience personally playing on the club team here at Syracuse, right? And so we've seen a few things, and we like to play a certain way, and that's sort of the joy of high school is sometimes you don't see sort of the hardcore meta that is in the professional play. It's a lot more about the synergy of the team, right? And in high school, it really is about building that connection together, and so like you said, it's a little bit of some interesting picks, specifically on that tank line. And we're going to see sort of what actually comes to be with their composition and how they want to play it, how they're going to play together. I'm curious to watch it, like I said. I do want to give a quick shout-out as well, though. While this is happening, the Mario Kart 3rd and 4th place match is also going to be happening between Auburn and Washingtonville. So that's going to be a fun match. I don't think we'll get a score update. This should be done before then, but we'll have to see. This is going to be fun to watch, though. We got the ban phase, Rayshawn, and Loki's the first one up. I'm okay with that. I like Loki going out of the game.
I mean, Loki seemed to be a very a popular pick that we've seen so far when Penfield was going against. My fault. But, you know, with the whole type Loki Gambit here, since Loki's now gone, no longer is Loki Gambit a viable support comp option. I mean, so now we might actually see a very popular way to where I think most of the sports are probably going to get banned here in terms of, you know, Luna Snow, CD, and Invisible Woman all seem to be popular options here. A ban off the Punisher and Protect on the Moon Knight here. That's kind of like honestly, a 2-for-1. I mean, Groot seems to be very much, he was a very popular tank that, you know, inside the last map on Aegis Seal seemed to be taking a hold for a lot of a point. But, I mean, Moon Knight do basically the same exact job that Punisher does. We see another Protect on the Cloak and Dagger here and the ban on the Gambit here. This is basically a switch up from what we've seen before for semifinals. And with another ban on the Phoenix here, I'm really not sure what they're going to run.
I mean, you know, it kind of makes sense, right? If you're going to have the Moon Knight in the game, you can't have the Phoenix in the game, especially when you relate it down to triple support, right? I mean, it's like these two characters, Phoenix and Moon Knight, completely shred the triple support compositions. And so having one in the game means you should not have the other in the game. So it makes sense, right? You have the Moon Knight. You want to make sure that if anyone does run triple support, that you protect it by getting rid of that Phoenix. So I don't mind that. Could see some hella Namor, though, Rajon.
I would be very much against that so much. With Protect on the Elsa and the Hell here, I mean, I'm still quite interested to see what they would run here. Personally, I'm really not sure. I think both teams is generally looking to go for a poke comp here. With a ban on Invisible Woman, now my dive is being run. Dive is straight up being run. They might go for a Venom. A thing ban. Okay, so I'm assuming Venom DD, Helen no more. Now, imagine that.
So, no.
It very much is a no.
But, I mean, like we were talking about, right, you had that triple support come out from Penfield, the Fox, the CD, and the Jeff. I don't know if they'll stay on the Jeff there, but, right, that triple support composition coming in. So the only really way to counter that is with that Moon Knight, with that Phoenix. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a change-up from Washingtonville, who's going for also a triple support composition, but with that Ultron in there. And that's sort of the difference between that Ultron and that Fox, right, is sort of that damage output you can have, and also the verticality, excuse me.
Yeah, and one thing I do like about Washingtonville, I mean, in addition, we can't undermine the Hawk here. The Hawk here is going to basically be the anchor for the team regarding this. When the Hawk goes in, if they will apply so much pressure to the front line for Penfield here, they won't be able to really contest the Ultron inside the sky. And, I mean, Magneto is able to keep the sustain for his Hawk player and his Ultron. Hell will most ideally get free picks here off of Penfield if, I mean, they just never be contested this entire time.
Yeah, I mean, it plays into that poke composition you're talking about, right? Is, you know, with that Hela, you can kind of just take full advantage of the game and play more towards the elimination with the Hela. And so I do think that's going to be something dangerous. It sort of gives you the ability to one-shot these supports. But game number 1 going to be starting in this best of 5 grand finals between Washingtonville and Penfield.
Ooh, Ryan, we see a fellow Jeff player here.
I love it.
Something you must really relate to here. Washingtonville taking high ground very early off here. Make sure they're going to contain that pressure up here. However, Penfield already on point. They're going to catch it. Nomura gets a pick on Gemini. Now Washingtonville down by 1, unable to keep their team up. Ultron goes down by Jester here. Ooh, just like that. Penfield able to catch a point within the first 30 seconds of this match here. Spicy won't be able to, or Shark won't be able to get out. Ooh, just to get picked off of Skyfox. And just like that, Penfield able to really take a flawless first fight here.
Yeah, right. You saw that Hela die out incredibly early in the fight, and that's all your damage really gone, right? You do have that Ultron, but it's not nearly as oppressive as the Hela is, being able to two-shot really anyone on Penfield's side. That Namor kill immediately really, really good for them, but they're going to get back into this fight. A double stun onto these Hulks here. It comes out immediately, and this fight on the point, right? You see the Hela looks for something, but immediately the Hulk goes onto them. There it goes. Omni finds one onto the Luna, which will be Person. A great bubble comes in, keeping the team alive. Has to jump out. Will be the Hulk that side of Washingtonville. Jumps back in here. Omni falls low on this Moon Knight. Omni, a player we sort of are familiar with from last semester, was really, really powerful on this Moon Knight.
I mean, Moon Knight here being the first person who has the ultimate here. It's like Washingtonville, they have to try to play this very effectively in order to catch a point. Moon Knight uses the ultimate. However, Washingtonville able to find 2 on Penfield. They now up here. Ultron now has ultimate, goes down to the Hawk play. Nasty freeze by the Lunar Snow there. Hawk just had to watch his point get taken by Washingtonville, but 61% up to Penfield.
Yeah, and they're going to go back in, right? That's the thing with these Hulks, is you have the ability to sort of just jump in and out really, really fast. Baby Form comes out for Insig on the side of Penfield, and the rest of Washingtonville not going to look for that kill. They don't need to, right? That Baby not nearly as dangerous as the full Hulk form. Like you said, though, 61% for Penfield in counting. We're going to have the Whale online for Namor here, and this is where the Ultron gets a lot of that value, is having those drones up, constantly keeping that team alive. Namor turret's going to put a little bit of pressure onto Plague. Here comes the Rage coming in from Washingtonville. It's going to be Corval on this Hulk looking for something. Can't quite find a grab, though. The TP in comes from the Fox. This could be really good for the side of Washingtonville to look for something here. There's an early pick. Gemini goes down. Trade onto Zero Scoober on that Jeff here. Trades on either side. Washingtonville still at the advantage. They also have the point in their favor. That CD uncontested entirely for Washingtonville. Penfield, Drucifer finds one onto Person. This is going to be their engage. There goes the Hulk ultimate from Insig. Immediately after, going to see the ultimate come out from the CD. Plague falls down to Drucifer. That's a 2-piece for them. Counter on the CD. Here comes the Magneto ultimate coming in from Shark, looking to try to get the kill. Finds it onto the CD. Looks for something more. Ultimate on the side. Hela pops out as well as the Kitsune, the Eat, and the Whale. Looking for kills. It's going to be all trades for Washingtonville. Full fight. The fight is still in the favor of them. Jester finds one, but it's not quite enough. It's just going to be one member alive. There's the Baby. Washingtonville, a messy fight, but one they won.
One thing about Mario Rival, it will always be an ultimate dumps for a lot of these fights here. I believe about more than 5 ultimates got used there. 3 on the side Washington, 4 on the side Penfield here. Penfield now only have 1 ultimate to play off here with the Moon Knight. They have to be contested. It's 80% on the side of Washington. This is final fight territory, and Ultron got ultimate here along with Luna Still in order to keep the sustain for them.
Yeah, really, really good, but a great early pick goes on to the Fox. Drucifer falls down. Baby Form gonna be online for Instinct. They're gonna fall right after Jester does on that Namor. Washingtonville looking to clean up this fight. Omni finds one on to Gemini, but falls down a Person immediately afterwards, and it's gonna be Washingtonville looking to clean up this fight. right. Zero Goober trying to live on this Jeff. No swim available, falls down. Shark finds that final kill. It's just a constant contest here. Strange comes out from Penfield to look for a final contest. They're able to get on, but it's just them alive. Insig falls low. The Ultron ultimate, like you said, comes out. There goes Omni with the Khonshu's fist, but Fate of Both Worlds popped by the side of Person. Insig goes down. Jucifer goes down. Omni goes down. Zero's Goober goes down. No one touches point. And Washingtonville, a great way to start 1-0 on this control.
I mean, one thing about Washingtonville, what they did, they played it absolutely perfectly. Again, because everybody was distracted about the Hawk, Hell was able to find 2 early pistols in order for final fight territory. That's why when Penfield was forced to TP here, they were already down by players for such a long cooldown from the respawn timer. I mean, all Washington just had to do was just pop the rest of their ultimates, get the remaining staggers off, and as they see, just capture the last point, give them the first round inside the domination map. And coming to round 2, Hawk already got ultimate on board here. So that's a lot of damage we about to see inside this first fight in terms of contesting.
Yeah, right. And also you see the Groot comes out from Penfield, so they're playing a little bit more for that brawl-centric composition. I mean, Rayshawn, you're an Angela player, so not really a brawl guy, but you have had your time on Emma. You know what it's like to play brawl. So walk me through a little bit how this brawl is going to play into Washingtonville, who's really making no change-ups to their composition.
So one thing that Penfield is going to play for, they're going to play for, ideally, they initially going to start with a Bucky hook. Bucky, he was able to hook an enemy team into his team, and therefore the group would then just wall off that one singular player. They trying to go off of these one by one. They want to trickle Washington down like dynamos.
Yep.
Now, whether or not that could happen, I mean, we could see here as Bucky go for the first grab, gets it on the Hulk.
Yep.
Already half HP. Hawk is able forced to use his bubble, but he get baby anyway here, and just like that, dominoes.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see, right? That hook is going to be crucial for Penfield. An immediate first pick goes in their favor. Insig able to find one onto Shark. It's going to be 2 down for Washingtonville now. The Hulk gets back into adult form. Jester finds one onto Gemini, onto that Hella. Omni goes for a little bit of a sleepy cryo freeze for a second, but it's okay. He's not Captain America. He'll be bad in the game in less than 87 years. Person goes down, and a great capture for Penfield.
I mean, Penfield now getting the percentage, almost hitting 20% here. Washington coming up still with the Hawk ultimate, also coming up close with Cloak and Dagger ultimate with Magneto here. Penfield, however, almost have a full team of ultimate. Doctor Strange only 2% away. We might see a big Argamora here. Cloak and Dagger go in along with Hawk, however. Ooh, Hawk finds the pick on White Fox here and on Doctor Strange. Washington up.
Quargle with the 3-piece!
Looking for the 4.
Oh, I'm not going to find it. Looks for it, but it's not quite enough. Washingtonville, beautifully well done, and they did that with 2 ultimates right now. Granted, Penfield didn't use anything.
I mean, Penfield is going to come up with basically a full team of ultimate. One thing, a combo they could do here is Groot Bucky here. Bucky has execution on his ultimate, and with the new patch, is now at 20% instead of 15%. Which makes it a lot easier. If Moon Knight just combos along with them, this might just be a 3-0-2 win fight territory.
Yeah, but we got a bingo board for Penfield. Every ultimate online. Gemini goes early with the Moon Knight ult, tries to force him off the high ground. We'll be able to get Omni to back up a little bit, and that's going to be good for Washingtonville. Quargle on the Hulk finds one onto Drucifer. That's 1 member down. Zero's Goober goes low. There goes the Groot ultimate, looking for something. Moon Knight combo comes in. Gemini finds one onto Zero's Goober. Ultron pops the ultimate as well as Gemini finds a second one there. Plague finds Insig, and it's going to be Washingtonville cleaning that fight up. They used a couple ultimates. Penfield used a couple as well, but Washingtonville in a great spot, right, Sean?
I mean, I'm actually honestly quite confused here. I'm surprised the Groot only were able to get the Magneto there. I believe it hit everybody. There must have been, I think CD probably faded a little bit right there.
Yep.
However, coming inside this next fight here, I mean, Penfield, despite they did use 2 ultimates, they still have 4 more to go, and each one of them is very strong in the, as the other. However, Washington don't have another Android, is unable to look for the pick on the Ultron here. Then going White Fox, and with Kasune.
Yep, and Kitsune goes in, looks for something here, and immediately Plague goes down. Gemini falls down to Omni as well. The Fox still alive, giving that healing away. And you see the brawl potential that comes in from that Fox. Omni and Jester find their kills. Penfield, Jester again, as the squid of tentacle mechanics falls to the face of glory. Washingtonville will lose that fight, but they're 1-fight territory, Rayshawn.
I mean, this fight is going back to back to back here. I mean, it really depends on whoever can engage faster here. Washington has has 91% here. I mean, this is final fight territory, ideally for the side of Penfield. Penfield, they lose one more fight. I mean, Washington just take the map and then also round 1 for this series of grand finals here. Penfield have 3 ultimates coming on board for this. We haven't seen the Iron Archimoto yet. They start in with CD. But Magneto, is he able to find it?
Maybe. They're still alive. Not going to find it, but ultimates on either side. Both CDs go in. Neither one of them are dead. It's going to be Corval who finds something. Gemini with the ult finds 2. Person finds 1. Penfield down on members. Omni Tenacity is popped, but it's not going to matter. No HP alive. Penfield needs that Strange to come back. It's going to be Zero's Goober who's going to be trying to make it on time, but they need a contest from someone if they want to get that portal on the point in time. Someone needs to jump through. It's on point. Just in time. They're going to find it. The ultimate comes out from Person. Rip Dan goes down first for Penfield. It's not a great way to start for them, but it's going to be 2 more down as you're going to see the Fox Falls. Ayagamoto pushed away. And it's going to be Washingtonville cleaning up this fight. The Exile onto the Angela is going to be the last one alive. Rip Dan trying to live, finds 1, but can they find 5 more to win this fight? Washingtonville, beautifully well done, beautifully executed, and a 2-0 for game 1.
Unfortunately for Penfield, a early stagger off that CD. At the start, right out of Portal, CD was the first one to die right there. Unfortunately enough, Washington was just able to pick off the rest of the members after that. When it hits overtime, all respawn time will hit about a 15-second to 18-second cool timer right there. And Cordial gets the MVP. I haven't seen Hawk MVP in a long time. I'm kind of surprised.
I haven't either, but I mean, you can't blame it, right? I mean, the things that Corgal was doing over there on that Hulk, I mean, 26-2 with 11 finals, 23,000 damage blocked on that Hulk. That shows sort of that prowess on the bubble usage as well. An incredibly good job coming out from that Washingtonville squad. And I mean, if you're Penfield, Ray Sean, right, what do you got to do to sort of find your way through? Because they showed some signs of life, but it's a matter of getting themselves back into the game.
I mean, I really do. I did like the Groot and the Bucky pick here. I think when they did switch to Bucky, it did give them more of an upper hand choice here. Maybe some type of higher damage output in order to just break away through the Hawk shield instantly and try to take away his HP bar. However, I think they should ideally try to go for the save on Susan Storm here. I think the Luna pick is quite an option here. I think that made Hawks a lot stronger because then you could just snowflake a Hawk player. And I mean, with their own survivability and along on top of Magneto, which could give them a shield, and then Luna, which could just heal them despite healing the rest of the team here. I mean, Hawk would ideally, you couldn't baby him the entire time there.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You see that is sort of where Luna and Sue sort of fit in the meta right now. Is right. They're both very good picks, but it's a matter of what are you trying to accomplish when you're on one of those two supports. And I mean, if you're on that Sue, right, you're much better in the brawl. The Luna has a little bit more poke potential, a little bit more rush and ability for the dive. Sue is really anti-dive, right? So you also see that into Hulk players a lot of the time. So it makes sense that we saw that ban. I mean, Penfield. I think another thing as well, right, is it's a matter of going first. Right, it's a matter of controlling that tempo.
I mean, Penfield. I mean, then again, it was still very close games here.
Absolutely,
as we can say. I mean, Washington, despite they was able to take round 1 here. I mean, Penfield. It seems to be they find their answers pretty fast here. I mean, we've seen the switch of between first point of domination to second point of domination. I mean, all you have to do over here is just look behind, see what works well. I mean, was the Hawk really a threat, or was it something else regarding the Washington team count, the way how they was playing, that was causing an issue for Penfield here? Penfield. I mean, Marvel's isn't really as simple as, hey, I got to change to this other character in order to just win here. It's really how do we now play as a team in order to capitalize or at least punish Washington in any type of way to where they overextend.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm curious to see sort of what ends up happening and what changes Penfield can make, right? You may see, right, maybe they'll try to copy that triple support. I mean, the Ultron was really, really powerful for the side of Washingtonville. They were able to use it very well, and they were able to get some really good value as Plague on that Ultron, right, who did a really good job. And you can see that pressure, right? I mean, not only do you have those drones on the Hulk like you would with a Snowflake with Luna, but also you just have so much damage pressure. You're flying in the sky. It's very hard to get that kill on Ultron, who has really no fall off.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I'll say for sure, I mean, we didn't see it yet, but on the scoreboard for the last round, there was a Mantis being used at some point within it. I would love to see a with our Mantis throughout an entire match. I mean, Mantis, the damage boost, the healing, I mean, that's so much offensive while just basically saying we putting so much pressure on you. I'm really not caring about keeping my team alive. I'm just going to damage boost you, and I'm going to just hope my DPS could just one-shot you, basically. I mean, damage boosting Widow is a very popular. You could damage boost a Bucky. You could damage boost, I mean, damage boosting Moon Knight. I mean, Moon Knight did get used a lot regarding the last round and throughout the entire series for finals and semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, right? I mean, you have Omni, who's a really good, really good Moon Knight player, right? That was one of the players that we really highlighted last semester was Omni on that Moon Knight. And, I mean, I remember shouting Omni getting a 4-piece on Moon Knight at some point, multiple points, actually. But, you know, right, with the where triple support is right now in the meta, it's like, do you have to run it? Absolutely not, right? But if you are going to run it, it really does rely around that Ultron, that Fox, or that Mantis, right? And if you're going to bring the Mantis into the fight, you could easily use that, like you said, with that Moon Knight. And we already saw Omni's very good at getting those single picks. Imagine if you have a damage boost on that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, then again, Penfield, what they looking? They might take some time right now, probably a couple of minutes, see like, hey, how are we going to go inside this next game? How are we going to go inside the bans, the protests? What we ideally trying to look for? I mean, next map, it seems to be Oracle for the Hellfire Gala. I mean, Oracle, that's a pretty tough map. I'm not going to lie. It seems, to me, Oracle is one of my least favorite convoy map. Really?
Personally, I love it.
Well, you're a Jeff player.
I am a Jeff. Now, granted, in one of our scrims when I had that 4KE and I spit them all back onto the map.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, so I kind of I have a love-hate relationship with Araco because I have to prove that I'm not a bad player when I'm on that map, knowing that I completely trolled a match one time. Yeah, no, we don't need to talk about that.
Yeah,
But
you're not
anyways,
gonna live that down either.
I'm not. I'm really not. I mean, Cole reminds me of it almost every single time we're on Araco, and so does Emmy. But it happens, right? It's whatever. But we're having a good time, right? But Araco, like you said, right? I mean, it's very powerful for dive, though, right? That dive and that poke is really good, especially on second point for those attackers. It's just a long ramp upwards. That is incredibly hard to get to the top of if you're not on Brawl. I mean, if you are on Brawl, excuse me.
I mean, that's why you have to really fight for this high ground here. I mean, a lot of players, when you hit the defensive side here, I mean, there's a little, as you're saying, when the little event on to the left side of it, there's the high ground here. I mean, all players start at that position. Once you fall off, I mean, that's when die becomes 10 times more powerful because there'd be no corners to which you could escape from there. It's a really open space map. I mean, then again, along with all these new maps, more characters are going to be way stronger or way more valuable than others. As I mentioned, the reason why I mentioned your Jeff here is because Jeff is, as open maps is, you can't run away from a streamer warrior.
No, you can't.
Open map.
Now, granted, it was nerfed. I don't think it was needed to nerf, to be honest. It
did.
No, it really did. Now, Jeff as a character, his overall damage, yes, should be nerfed. However, the stream did nothing. I don't know why. No, that's just me.
Hard players. PUB want to play when their favorite character get nerfed every single time.
Yeah, I mean, bro, Emma's been nerfed like every season, so.
Whoa. Not too much.
That is something that we haven't seen much of, right? Is the Emma. I did. Wow. Yeah. I did get the chance to watch the match on the pit, and there was an Emma player, right, who was really doing a good job in capitalizing on the ultimate specifically. But that is something that you don't see as much, right? You see the group come in, you see the mag come in, even Strange, who has a shield made of cardboard, but you still see Strange come in over the Emma simply because of that overall, the kit, right? The ability to fly, the ability to use that Dark Force, right? It's a lot more powerful than what some of the stuff Emma can do right now because of her long range.
Yeah,
or short
I mean,
range.
Emma, they honestly cripple her survivability is to a very unfortunate standpoint. But as we get inside second game here, first man, again, Loki gone forever. And protect on Gambit, so we get another Gambit game, man. This is going to be interesting. I mean, we see in Penfield queuing up the Daredevil. Gambit Daredevil combo will be insane. I mean, they already have banned the thing here, so therefore Washingtonville should know that Penfield is looking to go full dive here.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? You might see that Hulk come out again. Obviously, we can't predict what Washingtonville is going to be. I don't think you can play 6 Widows in a game, but that's okay. You are going to see that
Wait.
Moonlight ban.
6 Zazas is not an issue here. That seems like a viable team count to me.
Yeah, I mean, throw a Phoenix in there, and then you have 5 supports on the team. So.
Oh, that's right. That team is still inside the game?
Yeah, it is. It's, You know,
Ooh,
it's a
wait,
fun team
think
up.
about 2 Mantis, 2 Widows, 2 Phoenix.
Yeah, so that's why that doesn't exist in the game. But you see the Moon Knight ban come out, right? That's sort of something you expected to see, right? Penfield with Omni, a really, really powerful Moon Knight player. You sort of get that out of the game, but the Daredevil comes in. All right, Rayshawn, talk to me a little bit about this, all right?
I mean, we're looking for the game plan here. I mean, Gambit Ultimate, again, with the explosive damage along with Daredevil. Daredevil is already one of the most powerful die characters inside the game. Despite they did try to nerf him times and times again, he's still, I mean, the resets to his flames as the character just give him so much damage output potential. If you combo that with a Gambit Ultimate along with his Ultimate, I mean, that's like Ramatra, but like 10 times stronger and 10 times more scary. Along with the fact he also blinds your entire team during it too. He will be looking for these pits. The backline will need to find some way to counter this Daredevil. And honestly, ideally Black Panther, which also I did see inside the lineup too. We might see a CD save, I mean, eventually here.
Yeah, and I think another thing to consider, right, is with that Daredevil is, right, a lot of those nerfs did come in, right? And it does affect him as a sort of solo DPS, because you would see that sometimes as Daredevil would be that solo DPS. And now it's like, he kind of looks like a Black Panther or a Psylocke, where they can do really quick damage to one person, but they're no longer very good to sustain in that damage. But it's the ultimate, right? A lot of what Rivals comes down to, even though they did do that nerf, right, with those 20% decrease on all ultimates, it is still really difficult, right? That Gambit Daredevil combo is so powerful, and it's scary. I mean, it's scary when you see, well, correction, when you hear "let the devil out" and he is running at you with cards circling him. I'm scared. If I'm any support player, I'm running away. The amount of times I've been on Jeff and I've swam away in fear, it's like, why are you healing me? I ain't out healing that. You're on your own.
I mean, unfortunately, no, Jeff is the only support character that could run away from that.
Exactly.
No, I mean, CD, I mean, that's why we have a protect on the Invisible One here. Invisible One, one of the best anti-dives support characters inside the game. However, then again, dive is so strong. I mean, the Invisible Woman just by herself is enough. A target ban on the Angela, smart play here. They probably seen the screen here. So therefore, but in order to just, you know, minimize that, I mean, no longer Angela, however, a Lord Captain America, just to keep it up a bit, or a Lord Venom here. I mean, Venom didn't get banned. That's still the best dive tank inside the game.
Venom is scary, right? With that anti-heal, similar to Blade, who, you know, I'd love to see some Blade play, but you know, it's the Venom, it's the anti-heal, it's how much power that can do, similar to Gambit, right? With that anti-heal capability. You do see the Mantis come in, right? Talk to me a little bit about what we're going to see, right? Washingtonville is playing this Mantis on this defensive side. Penfield looking for a hardcore dive, though.
I mean, Washingtonville with the Mantis, I mean, Mantis will probably ideally Mantis is a good anti-dive.
Yeah, she got to sleep.
She has to sleep, and that sleep do last for about 5 seconds, and that the only way to wake the person up from the sleep is by the team to which that person gets slept on has to destroy the little pink Mantis floating on their back.
100 HP.
However, 100 HP? Really?
100 HP.
Oh, I thought it was 50. But I mean, Mantis also could be utilized only to damage boost the Punisher. Punisher, very high damage and output DPS here. I mean, we've seen a Ultron being used inside the mist here. That's the reason why I got banned. But as we go inside this first game here, I mean, ideally, Penfield's going to start a dive here. We got to see how this first dive attack going to work.
Yeah, they're going to come out immediately out of that right door, right? A lot of these teams like to hold this high ground, especially as you see like Washingtonville, right? They have that Punisher. They want to hold up here. It's going to be a flank immediately. Gemini spots them. Is going to put some spottage more onto Jester, who's on that Black Panther. Remember, the more damage you do, the more Vibranium workup he is going to get. He's going to look for something here. Throws in the dagger, or the spear, excuse me, looks for something, can't quite find the combo. There's one! The Sue goes down! The Mantis goes down! Jester finds two, is gonna go down to Shark though. Gemini finds one, and there's Cordial again, finding that third member. A great play coming out from the Black Panther, but it's not gonna be enough as Washingtonville still finding their way through. Shotgun comes in, Gemini gonna fall down to Omni, who's on this Magneto instead of that Moon Knight since it's no longer in the game, but Penfield wins the fight.
I mean, despite Penfield did have 2 down there, the job was already nearly done there. I mean, again, when you go inside defense, yes, life when defending is much more valuable than life when attacking. They at Penfield spawn though. Washingtonville cannot afford to lose a single member here. And with Invisible Woman and Cloak and Dagger here, I mean, that's a lot of self-sustain here, but a dive team, they're going to kill very fast here. Kart tries to go in, however, unable to do nothing with it.
Yeah, these dive teams, right? It's all about the cycles, right? You get in, you do some crazy damage, you get out, and you just do that over and over again. A great hit comes in from Shark, and it's going to be a kill onto Jester. Slyfox goes down to the Daredevil there. There's the sleep onto the Daredevil. It's barely alive. Lives through. No one's able to kill. Gemini has the mark of the Daredevil on them. Needs to be careful. They don't want to get dove on. Captain America comes in from Insig. Omni gets stunned for a quick second. Stays safe for a second there. Cordial has the Magneto bubble. Goes up to mark this dive, and is now going to chase them once more in the back line of the enemy team. Gemini finds one onto Jester, who swaps over to the Elsa from the Black Panther. Omni pushed back a little bit. Another kill in the back. Here comes the cards coming out from Ripdan on the Gambit. It's going to be into Cordial popping in that ultimate for the Hulk. It's going to be something more. Zero Scooper goes down, can't live, falls down. It's going to be one member down for the side of Penfield. Washingtonville has ultimates to use. It's going to be baby form now for Cordial. Penfield looking for something more. It's going to be a CD ultimate coming in. Here comes the Magneto looking for something if they can. Can't quite find it. Immediately after, going to see the judge, the jury, the executioner looks for something. Washingtonville just clearing up this fight, and they're going to make sure they win it.
I mean, that's very unfortunate for the side of Penfield. They used Gambit Ultimate, however, wasn't able to find pick. I mean, they didn't have the Daredevil Ultimate to combo it. And now, I mean, they just have to find something. A minute almost left here. Daredevil do have Ultimate. He's trying to look at the backline here. Elsa also coming very close up to it too. But Washingtonville do have 3 Ultimate to try to counteract this. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, Captain America, he also unable to find pick. Get done down early here. I mean, Elsa still have ultimate here. I mean, Penfield, they still got very 2 big plays they could make here. It really depends on how to utilize it. Invisible tried to get the push off the map, unable to see it. Mantis had ultimate. I mean, Mantis might go before here. They really just playing for it. Invisible and ultimate. CD counteracts it. Magneto trying to find a hit on the CD.
And he
finds it on the Daredevil instead. Penfield down by 2. Washingtonville still up by the entire team. I mean, Penfield finds one on the Punisher here. It's still a pretty head-to-head fight here, however, last 30 seconds here.
Yeah, and you can see the Mantis ult pop from Plague here just to make sure they can clean this fight up. 25 seconds, Penfield needs to make something happen if they want to try to get this cart around the corner. Daredevil ult as well as the Glard Trucks finds 2. It's going to be a 3rd for Jester. A great play coming out for Penfield there. The Daredevil is in on the Devil's Chain. There goes the ultimate coming out from the Gambit as well. Insig on this floor finds 1 on a person. Gemini goes down. It's going to be a fast contest from Washingtonville. If they can get on the point, they're not going to be able to. And the point captured by Penfield.
Wow, just when I thought the game was over, Elsa went in the back line and ulted, able to find 3 picks there. I mean, the Glosstros, her own physical brother, by the way, it seems to be just doing more of his own. Basically, a 7-member inside the game here. I mean, we see a switch on to the Thor now. It seems that Penfield got off a dive. Washingtonville still staying the same. However, it has a switch on the Namor. They tried to go against the dive, but, I mean, Penfield, they already counteracted that.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard, right? Because you're going to see them start to push in onto this fight, right? Insig as well in this Thor has a little bit of survivability in that backline compared to the Captain America. Ripdan does not have that Gambit ultimate, but you're going to see, right, that magnetic meatball is coming online. Cordial goes back in. Shark finds 1 on to Jester. It's going to be Penfield still taking this fight, but Insig is going to be in very deep into the back line here. Daredevil takes some damage as Cordial is going to punch them a couple times. Plague finds the kill onto them. Washingtonville in a good spot. Grounded will be Cordials. They're not going to be able to fight that fight again, but Omni finds 1 on to Plague. Looks for something more. Will be Washingtonville. They want to try to clean this fight up once again. These fights have been messy. It really has just been constant fighting for both of these teams. The turret looks for something. A lot of members low for Penfield, but they're going to live through for a little bit longer.
I mean, one thing for sure, when you have fights that last for so long, you will have ultimate charge way with it. Washingtonville now has 4 ultimate on board, starting off with the Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Penfield counteracts with both Magneto and their own Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Every single Cloak and Dagger and Magneto's ultimate at the same time. Shark finds 2 on the Gambit and the Elsa. Thor try over to counteract. Finds 2 on the Namor and the CD. Penfield up.
Penfield, a really good job here, forcing out Cordial to use that Hulk Rage just to live for a little bit longer. Penfield, no ultimates to their name. They almost have the cards online for Gambit. Ripdan has it online. Plague goes down to the Daredevil. That's what we were talking about, right? Really good, really fast to get that nice early kill. You might see some early pressure come out from Penfield to pop this ultimate and guarantee the next fight. Here it is, ready to be used. Gonna put it away for just a second. Not gonna use it yet. Person does have the invisible barrier online. Ripdan sees it again. Looks for something. Finds it again. The Gambit goes down. down, finds another onto Zero Scoober. That's 2 supports down for Penfield. That's their support line at large. Cordial finds the one on the Mag. Plague, a great defense goes in. The sleep is found. Penfield falls. No Gambit ultimate online. 10 seconds, and Penfield needs to find a fast contest.
Wait, Gambit has to ult just to touch point. Unless they won't be able to make it.
I don't think they're going to get a contest.
He wasn't able to. If I was Gambit right there, I probably was just ulted just so I could touch point for my Doctor Strange to Portal. Then the flanking Nomura seems to be very popular ever since Season 6 of Marvel Rivals. He able to find an early pickoff here. For anybody who don't know, inside Nomura Ultimate, when you hit inside the middle circle, it's an instant kill no matter what. But the outer circle do reduce damage, but still a very lot of damage. However, the most powerful thing about Nomura Ultimate is that he restrains every single movement ability in the game. You cannot fade it, you cannot run from it, you cannot dash away from it. He did that for the Gambit. Gambit tried to ult, however, he wasn't able to escape the Nomura Ultimate. I actually could see it if you actually look back at it. And just like that, an early pick off a Gambit, the 10-second cooldown, they wasn't able to touch point afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this a lot, right? Gambit is a win con, right? I mean, one of those win conditions you have to make sure you win the next fight. And, you know, that Gambit ult was crucial. And you see, right, they want to use it, but they don't want to use it too soon, right? You don't want to just let the enemy team say, okay, you used arguably your best ultimate in the entire video game, and we're not going to let you get any kills off of it. And that's why you see a little bit of hesitancy, but sometimes you have to go for those ultimates. Penfield bringing out the Penny now, though.
A Penny on defense. Cole? he speaks to me in spirit despite he already had graduated here. Penny for defense is a very popular tank to use for any type of conversions or convoy map here. I mean, this also could work well inside the Hawk here. I mean, you could just web the Hawk, and then after that, the mines could just do the rest of the job here. I mean, Hawk ideally still putting out much pressure as he did inside the first match here. Unable to get Baby at all, just has so much sustain with the triple support.
Yeah, exactly, right? And it's going to be difficult to really get into that enemy team through that triple support. But Penfield, they're giving a lot of free progress to Washingtonville. One of the major choke points given away. They're now going to contest his Punisher, though. Gemini doing a really good job keeping the pressure onto the front line. It's going to be Mr. Wu to find one on a person with the Namor. It's a really good pick for Penfield as they're going to try to find their way back into this defense. They're not going to sit on Kart here on this little group, and they're going to be able to win this fight, and Washingtonville is going to back up.
I mean, Penfield, ideally, I really thought Washingtonville was going to take it when they would basically force Penfield off the high ground. However, Penfield, they able to just basically adapt to it. They did say, you know what, we will play your game, we will play your strategy here. However, this is going to work inside our favor instead. Punisher is just trying to flank, put some top line pressure here. However, has to back off when the Penny do go for the contest here.
Yeah, you see that mark from the Penny, really good job. Looks for something onto Jester, finds them. A great KO, and they're going to continue to flank further with the Hulk. They have a shotgun shot. They're able to find one, but not able to find the kill. Take a look over at the main fight here. Ripdan does go down with that flank from the Hulk and the Punisher. Just barely survives. Gemini goes down. It's going to be Mr. Wu that's able to live this through, and they're going to find that kill. Now the Hulk gets webbed by the Penny. Looks for something onto the kill to find it, to finish off that kill. Excuse me, Penfield. Really good job to keep the pressure on. Cordial popping that rage to look for something more. 10 seconds to their name. There goes the CD ultimate from Penfield. In return, Slightbox finds it. Double mag comes out from Shark and Omni. Neither one of them able to find it, but Insync gonna pop that ultimate once more. It's gonna be person who has their online. Jester goes down though. Penfield, Gemini, they're losing another one. Penfield doing such a good job. The invisible barrier to secure the fight even further. Shark finds Ripdan. It's gonna be 2 members alive. Good staggers coming out from Washingtonville. They do have Judge, Jury, and Executioner online. Penfield falls. They need to find something. It's gonna be a really big stagger. Someone needs to touch point, and it's gonna be captured by Washingtonville.
Washingtonville 4 minutes just to not even reach the full point two, but only 75% along the way here. 7 ultimates got used inside that fight. Washingtonville only has Punisher ultimate along with Mantis ultimate coming up, while Penfield almost has 3 ultimates along the way. I mean, we can't make the same thing that we did last time for our attack. We just have to just pop ultimates just because at this point.
Yeah, and this big point, right, getting up that ramp is all about keeping that momentum, right, winning that fight. Rip Dan, you see the cards online once more. They tease it again, not going to use. There goes the Executioner. The Exile! They might get a free kill because of that. Immediately pops, just barely survives. Plague pops drops their ultimate as well just to get a little bit more stability. Gemini gonna be able to find one but falls down onto Jester. Gonna be more kills. Gonna be Jester looking for something if they can, but immediately a really good mag shield comes out from Washingtonville. Shark is one of those players to look out for. Immediately you see the Whale and the Hella ultimate come out online. It's gonna be all the defensive util used from Washingtonville, but it's gonna be so many ultimates. 3 ultimates used for Penfield to secure this fight. 1 fight territory. Shark finds 1, and they're not gonna give this fight up yet. They're gonna try to win this if they can. The Magneto ultimate almost online as well. Mag pushes forward. Shark finds Omni. Slightbox with the blind. Blanket finds another one. Gemini finds 1. Gemini finds 2. Looking for a third. Plague finds it. And it's going to be Washingtonville 2-0 in this series.
Washingtonville, they capitalize off of everything perfectly. And honestly, a lot of insane timings with that Hawk. The S-Lyle on the Gambit right before he popped ultimate while the Punisher ulted, that was, I mean, Punisher did find one. He found the CD very early off. I mean, Penfield, they were down. I mean, MVP goes to the Shark. Well played here. I don't think they hit all their Magneto ultimates, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone was hit. It may not have been on the intended target all the time because, you know, you go for the CD, it's like, I don't get it, but I got the Gambit, you know? So really, really good job. I mean, Shark, what an incredible job. 17-1, 9 finals. Gemini, 22-6, 11 finals. Really, really good from this team. Omni as well, right? On that Mag, Jester, on that Hella. They were really, really good there. 5 finals for each of them. And it's like, Penfield, they're right there, right? They have the ability to get those fights, but sometimes it's a matter of, like, I feel like they hesitate a little bit, right, Sean?
Yeah, I would say there's been a lot of unfortunate times here. I mean, we've seen with the No More, we've seen with the Hawk, being able to just stop them times and times again here. However, I mean, then again, it was still a very close match. I mean, they still, again, be making the proper switches along with this. I mean, when it comes to this is actually now game point here.
It is, yeah.
For the side of Washingtonville. Is Hawk too much to where we can't handle it? Do we just have to target ban the Hawk now? And you know, we're going to look back on some of these replays here in regards to some of the plays. Love BP players, one thing I would say for sure. I mean, I can't play BP. It's too hard for me. My brain can't comprehend it. But 10 out of 10 BP players.
This is why you're not a support player.
Oh.
You're a tank player. Oh. No support players like Black Panther. None of us. None of us.
What?
Yeah,
I would say I have a very good Invisible Woman and Lunar Snow and CD, and I would still like to go against Dive.
No. Dive is okay. Black Panther is not.
Black Panther is okay. Daredevil is not.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's agree to disagree. Anyways, yeah, I mean, this is sort of match point, right? And you see some really good plays here, but it is incredibly difficult when you're not taking that tempo advantage. I mean, Rayshawn, you and I have competed for all year, right? All semester we've competed, and a really big issue with us sometimes is that we don't take that tempo control, but when we do, we sort of run through the lobby, right? A lot of this is using your ultimates correctly, right? Having good cooldown management, using your ults when you need to use them, and then just completely rolling through, which we see at times from Penfield, but it's not very consistent.
Yeah, one thing I would say for sure, as you mentioned before, your worry was that Penfield is too hesitant.
Yeah.
One of the good things about Mario Rival is you just have to go first. You have a team of 6, that's 6 ultimates, all ideally very strong. You could win a lot of fights with just one single ultimate. Yeah. Sometimes it's better to just rip it and hope for the best, even if it works or not, rather than save it, something happens, they go first, and when you try to match ultimates, because they went that 1 millisecond faster, they able to get that elimination that 1 millisecond faster, and just like that, they 1 point, and now you think in the back of your head, wow, if I just did what I just wanted to, maybe I would have won this team fight for my entire team here. And, you know, this could very much be a lot of pressure on the side of Penfield here. They down 2. They had to now try to go for a reverse sweep here if they want to win this grand finals. They need to find a way to switch something up.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, right, is outside of sort of controlling that tempo, right, what else does Penfield really need to sort of lock down? Maybe it is banning that Hulk, right, from Cordial. What can you do if you are Penfield? Rayshawn, if you're sitting there, you're in the coach seat, right, you're in the hot seat, and you're trying to figure out what can we do to sort of pull off this reverse sweep? Collegiate, we've seen many reverse sweeps before, right? It happens. It's very possible. It's very doable. What do you say to Penfield right now to, you know, get their spirits back up and maybe change the game plan a little bit?
One thing I would say for sure, I mean, again, all these fights are still very close here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Run one thing, Emma group. Run that. Let the Emma Frost basically charge off the Hawk player. She could crystallize. She could grab the Hawk player. That's a lot of CC. Yeah. You add probably a Bucky there. You know, if you just want to be safe here. keep the Invisible Woman.
Yeah.
Hawk, make sure Hawk do not leave no matter the cost. That is the role for the group player there by walling off. You get Hawk out, you win the team fight.
Yeah, I really agree with the Bucky, perspective that you brought up. Is that Bucky we saw immediately right on Clintar earlier on that domination map. You saw the Bucky hook go in, and immediately that Hulk died, right? And I think it's a matter of utilizing once again that util, right? Using that cooldown, making sure you sort of save it for that Hulk, right? If you bring the Emma in, right, save your diamond form for that Hulk and really take advantage of that anti-dive. Because if you can force someone like Cordial off that Hulk, we have not seen them on anything outside that Hulk so far. So you sort of have to question, right, can you force them onto something a little bit maybe less comfortable for them and something a little bit more comfortable for us?
Yeah, one thing I also would say for sure, I haven't seen it yet. However, I believe we haven't seen a lot of antis inside this game so far regarding the game. Have I been correct? Yeah, I mean, anti and Hawk will be very viable. I mean, with triple support, if you just anti, they won't be able to heal as much. So therefore, it makes it a lot easier for you to try to get that elimination off. Yeah. But, you really don't need to get the elimination on the Hawk. You just really want to baby him and then probably keep him as a baby so that he don't get ult charged fast enough. And not that. If the answer is not to the Hawk, it surely is within the back line. I mean, there's a reason why Hawk is doing what he's doing. He's trying to distract the enemy team so that his backline could be safe and sound, all good, along with the DPS, along with the other tank player here. You try to distract their backline, they won't be able to heal that Hawk player. Yeah. Therefore, Hawk is now overextending, and then you can punish the Hawk player while still getting elimination off of their backline. Yeah,
we're going to get Shin Shibuya for our potential final map game point for Washingtonville, and there you go. I mean, someone should sign you. I mean, it's like you know how to play the game or something.
Bucky too.
There you go. And we're gonna have to see what ends up happening there. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. Right? I mean, it's also like you see that Punisher is immediately banned. Do you ban the Hulk as well? Gambit banned. There you go.
I mean, what comes next? I mean, if they do ban the Punisher, I would like to see a protect on Dugu here. I mean, Emma Bucky here, I mean, it seems that Pinfield did try to find a way here. With that ban on the, I mean, it seems like Washingtonville is kind of skeptical of what they want to protect. Protect the CD. I mean, we've seen a lot of matching CDs. Oh, fun fact, by the way, for the last round, every single time CD ulted and Magneto ulted on both sides.
It was double CD, double bag.
The 4 ultimates been used on every single team fight there. A protect on the Bucky here, a target ban on the Hawk here. However, so now Washingtonville had to go inside a brand new comp they hadn't run before.
Yeah, I'm curious to see sort of what their strategy is going to be from that, right? Is now that Punisher is gone, that Hulk is gone, that's sort of that double flank you really relied on, and I'm curious what's going to happen, right? Now that Gemini and now that Cordial can't play those characters, what are you going to change in that return? You also have Penfield playing that Bucky, right, as well. So this is going to be interesting to see, right? You see that Moon Knight ban come in, that Gambit ban. So the Gambit's also gone. Loki is still in the game.
Ooh, well, Loki's in the game, but Loki isn't too much of a hassle now. Now, however, with the ban on the Moon Knight, Loki could potentially become an issue here. 2 off-tanks protects, one with Andra right after the Think protect this. I'm actually quite, I mean, personally, as an Andra player, Thing has always been an issue for me. So, but then again, despite Thing has been protected, Emma Frost is still inside the game. It seems that Penfield is also very much welcome to play Emma Frost, as they also just insta-locked it. Instantly, Emma Frost is able to get so much charge off a Thing, off a Doctor Strange shield, off a honestly Invisible Woman shield, and I mean, as a laser, is also anti-air. So it seems that Penfield, just with that one character, despite how much we disregard Emma Frost in terms of survivability, in terms of offensive pressure, she can honestly do everything.
Yeah, and Rayshawn, right, for us at Syracuse, we played a lot of Emma Angela as a composition. You, as the Angela player, right, Cole on that Emma. Talk to me a little bit about this, right? This is not a very common composition. Angela, not a very common character, a little bit more niche. Talk to me a little bit about how this Emma Angela is going to function in this composition.
Yeah, so what Penfield will be playing for is basically heavy CC. Ideally, it will only be 2 CC abilities, so therefore, the side of Washingtonville, they won't have the CC immunity, basically tenacity go off. Yeah. So what Andrew will try to look for a grab early off here, since also on the attacking side, it's going to be a bit harder. However, inside Shin Shibuya is a very corner-heavy map. So if you do get grabbed, that's basically your life right there. So Andrew going to try to look for the grab, and if they are not able to kill after the Andrew grab, Emma Frost could just grab afterwards, or Bucky could just grab afterwards. It's basically Penfield we're going to grab you.
Yeah, it's a lot, right? And you do have to be aware of that tenacity, like you mentioned. But here we go here. Match point for Washingtonville in this grand finals of Marvel Rivals at the ESSEF Spring Championship. We're going to have to see what happens here. Penfield immediately getting some really good space walking forward. This choke is incredibly difficult. Thing comes in. Jester finds one on the Plague, and that's one support gone immediately for the side of Washingtonville. Penfield, a really good job walking forward here. Cordial no longer on that Hulk on the Strange. The Strange thing is going to be a lot of damage output, and it's going to be scary if you are Penfield. You can't get too greedy here. Insig falls low for just a second, but gets back in immediately. Double headshot comes out from Gemini on this Hella, who's been a real problem and a pain in the side for the side of Penfield. But they're giving up a lot of space still as Penfield is slowly walking forward, but a great kill on his Zero's Goober as Shark goes for the backwards return.
I mean, Penfield, they was able to find pickoff with it, however, wasn't able to capitalize off of it. That's the strength about triple support. I mean, when you have some of these off supports here, I mean, despite my Mantis would go down, despite my Ultron would go down, despite sometimes even a Jeff would go down, we still have enough sustain with Invisible Woman and Cloak and Dagger to where, despite we're probably one man down, I'm going to just heal this entire time. And Shin Shibuya is the map to where if you just stand inside line, you're going to be kept up no matter what. I mean, that's the reason why we see Group being super strong on some of these maps, Penny Pocket being super strong. I mean, we seen some of the perspective of the Invisible Woman there. Invisible Woman, she was literally just standing there just shooting left and right. I mean, with the Ricochet, she getting some Ultra off of it. Her team's not going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, Person has their ult. Omni's 93 to theirs on those Sue, and it's like, that's kind of the biggest thing, right, is these supports, even though you have that 20% decrease on ultimate charge, when you're sitting in the corner and all you have to do is shoot, it makes it a little difficult, right, to not build your ultimates. And so with this, right, the Sue ultimate is going to be the first things to come online for both teams, and Washingtonville has been doing a really good job with Shark on that thing, right, just keeping the pressure there. I mean, you saw so much forward movement coming out from Penfield, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, one thing I would like to know about the Penfield, the Angela isn't able to do as much as she wanted to because Washingtonville, I mean, we see Gemini putting a lot of pressure. I mean, we seen the double headshot basically directly in front of their face. Even if Washingtonville don't have nothing for anti-air, because the thing wasn't there around that time, we have players who are able to look up inside the sky.
Yeah, exactly, right? They've been looking up to see where people are going. Immediately someone gets low. Cordial goes down as Insig swaps off of the Angela and onto the Thor. They've been a real menace on this Thor before. Omni pops the invisible barrier. Immediately after, you're going to see the tentacles from the arm of Jester pops down looking for something, but in return, Person pops their invisible barrier. CD ults going to be popped on either side. Plague, double support ultimate for Washingtonville here. Emma looks for something if they can. A portal on the point comes out for Cordial. Penfield looks for something if they can. Gemini pops the ultimate, but Jester finds two. Gemini finds one. Slidefox finds another. It's going to be two down. It's going to be another one as Gemini is trying to find it. They will be able to before the ultimate goes down. Zero Goober falls down as well. The double headshot comes down from Gemini. Omni finds one on the slide box, and this fight that was in the favor of Penfield is now swapping to Washingtonville.
Gemini got three, and also a heavy stagger for Penfield with their Invisible Woman. Omni just trying to escape with their life. Getting hunted down by the Doctor Strange. Unable to find it. Oh, wait, hold on. He's still searching for it. Wasn't able to find it. Omni able to leave with his life in the way. Penfield had two ultimates coming up. Thor and Elsa Blessing. Now, Elsa, we seen here, able to get massive grabs here. I wanted to see if Mr. Wu were able to do it once again.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this, right? You might see a combo as well. No support ultimate on the other side. The Eye of Agamotto finds one onto the Thor. Plague finds it onto Jester. It's going to be Cordial onto Mr. Wu, and now it's a fast fight taken from Washingtonville, and that's what we were talking about, right? As Gemini finds another kill, is when you take the advantage, you go fast. That's when things get dangerous, right? If you let the other team go first.
I mean, we mentioned once again. I mean, that's really how these games have to be played. How much confidence he has. Dr. Strange, he could have got canceled by Emma Frost. He said, you know what, I'm not even going to try to count down your diamond form. I'm going to just pop and see if it works. And despite he did get grabbed, it already did a job because they got one person up inside the entire fight.
Exactly, right? Finding that one kill. Penfield now has 4 ultimates online. Gonna walk forward with the invisible barrier. Almost dies, but lives through. Here comes the arm coming out from Jester. Omni finds one on the slide. Fox is gonna be Plague with the ultra. pressure on ultimate. Shark finds one on the Insig. That's a great ultimate from them. Looking for the Sue, and Plague finds it on the Omni. It's now going to be Penfield down 2 members of the one that fell to Washingtonville. Shark finds one again. It's a double on to Zero. Goober looks for a third. Plague finds it on to Jester. 10 seconds left.
Ryan,
Penfield needs to make something happen. It's clobbering time, Rayshawn. And here comes the Thor ultimate. Person finds one. The Thor ultimate does not connect. No, someone needs to touch point. Here comes the portal. You're going to see the Yosa ultimate goes in, but it's not quite enough. It's just going to be 3 members alive for Penfield. 4 now. There comes the invisible barrier from Person early on. There goes clobbering time. Cordial finds 2, and it's going to be a great play for Washingtonville. The CD comes in. There goes the Eye of Agamemnon. Cordial finds 1. Shark finds another. 2 members live for Penfield. Hella ultimate comes out from Gemini. They're looking to full hold. They're looking to close this series out. They find the kills, and they need 1 tick to claim their victory.
Penfield has. It been long for battle here. I mean, that was a perfect, by the way, thing ultimate right out of TP there for Dr. Strange. I mean, Washington was basically able to hold their entire point down practically almost simultaneously, very easily. I mean, we've seen a lot of ultimate have been used here. Washingtonville has been going first. We mentioned once, we mentioned again, you need to have the confidence to just go first. You can't just allow things to go inside the favor of the enemy team's way. Well, not when you're attacking, when you're defending, you just need to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like you said, it's just some really good plays coming out from this Washingtonville side, a really good clobber, right? And I want to mention something, like we didn't really touch on it because it was such a chaotic fight, but Cordial TP'd on to point when they thought they were going to lose it, even before Penfield got a tick on that first point. That really chaotic fight that happened about minute and a half into the game, you saw Cordial TP on. Now, that's a 220-second cooldown that you do not get back if you waste it. And they sacrificed that portal in potential of not being able to contest on a final fight territory. They went for it, and they won that fight, and it was an incredibly good job for them to do so. And now Washingtonville, they're 1 tick away from victory.
I mean, in regards to any type of convergence map, I mean, the first point here is always would be the strongest point to defend. That's the reason why you're able to risk that portal very early. You don't want to get that up. That is your best opportunity to just win, because that's the easiest thing to where you could defend. Now, on the side of attacking, Washingtonville with 4 minutes just to get 1 tick, 33% to just close the series out with a sweep against Penfield.
Yeah, and you already see, right, Penfield's giving them a lot of space to walk forward onto this, and that's scary, right? Washingtonville with Shark on this thing, and if you give Gemini the ability to take that space for free, it's going to be something to be concerned about. Soul Bond early comes out from Penfield. Shark is walled away, but just barely lives through. It's going to be Cordial now who's on this Venom to look out for if they can find anything on that back line. Triple support from Penfield with a solo Namor for this defense. Omni falls low. It's going to be punches. Gemini finds one on the Insig. It's going to be Omni who falls down next. Insig comes back with the resurrection, and it's going to be Mr. Wu with another resurrection who finds it, but it's not going to matter as Gemini takes down Jester. That's 1 member down after 3 are going to fall. Penfield in the lead right now as they find another one. It's going to be Cordial on to Mr. Wu. That's 2 members down. That's a support and the main DPS down. Omni falls incredibly low. Slide Fox able to find them. Penfield, they want to close this series, Rayshawn. They want to take the victory. They want to take the trophy. Slide Fox, they want their name known. They find 2. Cordial finds another. Omni, they might not get Portal off. It's not enough. And Washingtonville with a 3-0 sweep in the grand finals.
Really being impressive. That Gemini with those headshots just get crit after crit after crit. I mean, despite they was on ideally what you would assume to be the answer, Emma Groot along with triple support, they had everything that they needed in order to sustain themselves to probably even draw the entire map out. But Gemini, they just took it upon their hands. I don't care you got triple support. I don't care you got a best tank line. I'm going to just kill you all with my own 2 hands. I mean, Hela, the queen of hell. I mean, she took it. She sent everybody back to Helheim. I mean, goodbye. You now inside Valhalla.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible play from Washingtonville, right? Penfield, they had a lot of moments, and they were a really good team, right? You saw them earlier today, but you go up against a team like Washingtonville, they just knew what they wanted to do. Every single fight, they took the advantage, and they went first, right? That was a really big thing. I think, honestly, that was the difference maker between these 2 squads. Is Penfield, they didn't always go first, but when they did, they were winning fights. But this game came down to tempo control in Washingtonville. Such an incredible job. Gemini, 9 kills Eagles, cordial 8 on the Venom. I mean, just such a good team and some incredibly good plays as well. Shark, right? Playing the Magneto, playing the Thing. They were earlier on DPS, right? They were on support, I believe, as well. And really just flexing to every role. Some incredibly good plays from both of these squads, but at the end of the day, a dominant victory for Washingtonville and an incredibly good one at that.
I mean, one thing I would say personally, as somebody who has been studying my competitive history in college, I'm very impressed with these high schools so far. I mean, this is some of the high-level Mario Rivals gameplay. I really enjoyed watching this today, along with casting with it tonight. I mean, we could see all these players. They play for a good sustainable amount of time here. They know how to play the game. They know they have the mechanics for it. They work together. They have great synergy. They know when to make swaps. They know when to make different team comp changes. They know what could counter some things. They know how to talk together and synergize well as an entire team. I mean, that's what all the must for. You build a family, you build a community, and you come to these type of LAN events and then these championships, and you just show them what you've been working so hard for.
Yeah, exactly. You got to show them sort of that synergy. You've got to show them what their capabilities are, and you also got to sort of show them the intelligence, right? There were some really bright plays. Some would say so bright you need some sunglasses, and that's what we saw, right? I'm sorry, I just had to put them back on again. But in all seriousness, right, there were some really intelligent plays, right? That clobber from Shark was such a good play. I mean, sometimes you get so caught up in the moment, right, when there's so much going on. There's so many colors on your screen. There's so many voices. There's so many different flashing lights on the screen. And then you take a moment, you take a second, and you're like, this is what needs to happen at this exact moment. The clobber comes in. It stuns out everyone from Penfield. And it was such a good ultimate to sort of secure them that fight. Really, really good job from that team.
Yeah. I mean, thank you for all the high school who came out today. Next up is Super Smash Bros. Trios Finals, if I'm correct.
Yep, Trios Finals is going to be that last matchup. Mario Kart's also, I believe, finishing up their third-place match, but the final of the day will be Smash Trios. I had a blast coming back in here and casting with you, Rayshawn. It was a really good time. I love Rivals. I love you, man. And I got to go back to work, though. I've got to run back outside of the glass box. I believe it's Evan and Nate coming back in here to finish off the day, so thank you all very much. Don't go anywhere, though. Grab your popcorn. We've got one more final to finish the day.
Welcome back to the ESSEF Spring Championship in 2026. I'm Nate Romastan, joined by, I'm going to introduce yourself again. I mean, we've been
Evan
here a bunch.
Zabita.
But
Here we go.
Evan Zabita. As we get ready for our Trios Smash Brothers Ultimate Championship between Washingtonville and Bethlehem. It's going to be a very exciting matchup. We just finished up our Marvel Rivals Championship. Tell us a little bit about that.
Marvel Rivals was pretty interesting. It was a 3-0 victory. Not something that we expected to see, but it was actually Washingtonville again on the other side of that one that 3-0'd, and they took home that trophy. So last event of the day, they're looking to take home one last piece of silverware.
Yeah, Washingtonville has been very good throughout the day. I believe they also won the Smash Singles tournament as well. That was Tadpole, I believe.
That was Tadpole, yes.
So very exciting stuff if you're a Washingtonville fan so far throughout the day. What can we expect in a trios match compared to a singles match? Can you tell us a little bit about the format?
Well, the format is it's 1v1 to start, and then the winners of those 1v1 competitions, they add up the points, and then that will be a best of 5. So say me and Nate were to 1v1 and I were to win, that would be 1 point for my team, but since there's 3 players, there will be 3 separate 1v1s going on, and then those points will tally up to the best of 5.
To a best of 5, and you can kind of think of it like tennis in a way. It might also, if you've watched some of the PEC streams, it's similar to what we do in the PEC, not exact, but you might be able to relate to it a little bit more. I'm very excited to watch this. I don't know if Tadpole is playing as one of the people. If so, Washingtonville might run away with this, but I don't know. What if you had to give a little bit of a prediction, we could say, for this? Who would you?
I'm going to roll with the hot hand. I mean, Washingtonville has been one of the better teams in all of the competitions and all of the games that we've seen them play here today, and I think they're going to keep that rolling. You know, our last event of the day, been here since 8 in the morning, and now we're just wrapping up, but I think they're going to keep that strong momentum going, and I think they're going to take this one home. What do you think?
Not a bad pick. I'm going to actually go with Bethlehem.
Ooh.
I think they could, upset. We've seen a few upsets today. Washingtonville was not supposed to win Marvel Rivals. They did. Tadpole came in as the 3 seed. Was not expected, really. There was some hype around him.
Two-time champion. I mean, come on.
There was some hype. But Alex, who he went up against, was not expected, really, to be in that role and was in that role. We have seen some upsets so far. So I'm going to pick the underdogs.
There's one of them right there getting locked in for the match. Well, doesn't look very locked in right now, but I'm sure he will be by game time. I mean, this should be a very interesting one. And just going off of the first game that we saw with the solos, where do you think they're going character picking wise?
I definitely think you got to go with somebody that's a little bit more heavy, somebody that you can really keep your map positioning and not just one combo send you flying. So I think you have to go with more of a heavy character. Rob the Robot was very fun to watch. But I do think one guy, I don't know if he's more heavy or light, but I think Steve needs to be played at some point. We see him a lot in the PEC with Syrup running Steve. I really think if you know Steve and if you're comfortable playing him, he can be not just one of, but probably the best character in the game.
Yeah, well, there's a big reason we don't see Steve is because he's very disliked, because some would consider him overpowered. As we take a look at our trophies right there, still 3 to give out and a lot of medals as well. 2 awards in the front there as well. But Steve very popular out here in America. I've heard Japan, Joker is the more popular character to use, but here in the U.S., Steve is that dominant character.
Yeah, and Steve's just fun to watch, too, because he has the mining animation.
Yeah.
You can get his pickaxe from wood all the way up to diamond. He's cool. And everyone can relate to Steve, honestly. So we'll see, though, what character can bring home some hardware today.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I think the leveling up mechanic with Steve is one of the more interesting things that I've seen in this game, just because some characters have other forms where they deal more damage, and some have other upgrades. But with Steve, I think the manual mining and building process is just so unique to his character and his character alone that, I mean, that's why it's one of the best characters in the game. You can literally build a wall on the stage to prevent your opponent from getting at you. I don't know what could be better than that.
As you see a nice view of the Shine Gaming and Esports Center at Syracuse University. This was built just about a year ago, almost to the day, give or take a few months, but really a beautiful space. As somebody who's used it a lot, I can say there's no space like it in the collegiate world. Maybe just the Marley Education Center. That might be the only space that tops this beautiful facility.
Well, as someone who's only been down here twice in my entire life, I can wholeheartedly agree with you. This place is absolutely awesome, and I'm sure for these athletes competing here, it's an absolute honor to be in a great facility like this, competing against the best athletes in the New York area.
It really is. And I mean, not only are they the best athletes, they have the best equipment.
Yeah.
Really, in esports out here. So talk to me a little bit about what you think character-wise will be used and why maybe heavy might not be the option today.
Well, I think we saw it a little bit in the solos final where if you can get that rangy character with projectiles and stay at a distance, maybe guard the middle of that stage or completely edge guard, they can be really effective, especially if you're throwing things over the stage when your character or when the other character is in open air. They can be really effective. But to be honest with you, I see the brawler as the most efficient option. We've seen that pick the most today. That's produced the most wins. If I was a player, an athlete on that stage, and I was looking at those picks from earlier, I wouldn't pick against brawler. I know trios is a little bit of a different competition, but when you look at how effective and successful the brawlers have been, I don't know how you can pick against them.
Yeah, and I wonder what the strategy for teams are going to be like now that we're in a trio-style tournament. Are you just going to say, hey, I'm going to put my best against your best and just see what happens, kind of like you see in a high school tennis with a relegation that you see, or a team's going to try to strategize, hey, who matches up better against the other team's character of choice? It's going to be interesting to follow.
Yeah, I think the character picks, I mean, that's really where the game starts before the game even begins. Which character you pick, depending on the matchups you have, the other characters, and just how comfortable you are with that playstyle. I think one of the big reasons that we haven't seen Steve today is because a lot of players, especially at this high school level, pick the character that they are most comfortable with. Even if Steve or Joker is the best character, if you're not comfortable with them, it's probably not going to produce at a level like this. Picking those good characters that you know personally, that's going to be the way that you win.
Yeah, and we saw that as well in Mario Kart. I mean, it was a little bit more meta with a lot of Yoshis and a lot of lighter characters, but also there were a few people that were just using characters that they were familiar with. As we take a look at the players getting ready to square off for this trios championship here in the ESSEF Spring Championship. What would you be telling if you were a coach of these teams, what would you be telling your players?
I would honestly be telling them to go out there and focus up, but not be too worried about the early results. I think not just in Smash, we saw it certainly earlier with Rocket League, and even more so with Mario Kart after that, the first result is not always the most important one. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Even if you get behind in these matches, the good thing about this is stock is not something you have to worry about, it's points. You can get points back, and we start off here early. It's the zombie from Minecraft against Jigglypuff. Interesting matchup to start off here.
Yeah, and Zombie will be similar to Steve. He basically runs, from what I understand, these same abilities as Steve. And so you're going to see him try to play more passive off the start to upgrade. But right now, Jigglypuff is just going in.
Early 45% for Jigglypuff, and the Zombie trying to get something back. Maybe the more he can mine, get some power-ups, and trying to build up here just to stay away from Jigglypuff. Now in the center, getting some hits against Jigglypuff, and 43% for the Zombie in a row.
And he gets the upgrade to Iron this time, so keep an eye on that. You'll notice he'll place 2 to 3 blocks up and then go to the other side and mine just a little passively. That way he can create his own space on the map. That's another reason why he can be so valuable. As you see, with the upgrades, he's dealing more and more damage.
And a huge hit right there. One interesting thing, just got Diamond right there. Steve is almost at the peak of his powers already. Uses the minecart projectile against Jigglypuff, and the Zombie quickly back into this game.
Very good job by Zombie here, but Washingtonville and Jigglypuff knock Zombie out first, takes down the first stock, and now he's going to have to get up to Diamond.
Well, just a reminder that this is just the first match of many. Trios operates on a point-based system, so whoever wins this does not win the whole round. This is just 1 point in a best of 5. Jigglypuff still advancing forward, still on that first stock and dealing damage to the Zombie, but on 130% and still going at 145, getting a lot of life out of this first stock.
What a play by Zombie there, and he takes the stock, but a great play to set it up. uses the fence, boxes him in, almost like Fortnite, box like a fish. Boxed him in, puts the piston down, sends him up, great combo, and now in a position to succeed. But Jigglypuff bouncing back nicely, but Zombie has Diamond. You got to be careful.
Yeah, got to be very careful with that, and we saw it right there. Steve accidentally blowing himself up with the TNT. That's not going to be great. 75% now for the Zombie, 27%, and a great grab right there by the Jigglypuff.
Yeah, Jigglypuff playing it well. Unfortunately for Zombie, as you said, the TNT explosion to yourself. Done that, been there. But a great job by Jigglypuff really to create space. But Zombie going to utilize the space. A great minecart, and now can maybe get on the aggression. Going to continue to mine, though. Jigglypuff trying to stop the mining and stop Zombie from upgrading. What a hit by Zombie onto Jigglypuff.
Beautiful up hit right there, and we see him trying to utilize the blocks in the middle just to block Jigglypuff out, get more mining, more upgrades, and get that damage up. I mean, now these hits are even bigger than ever for Steve.
You see the competitors in the bottom right trying to lock in, trying to focus on getting their team a point. You hear the tools break for Zombie. Puts down the anvil, climbs up with 3 stone. Gonna mine with hand now because he doesn't have his tool. Gets his diamond sword back. Jigglypuff, though, breaking the blocks. A minecart by Zombie.
And interestingly, Jigglypuff, not a character that we see very often. Obviously, Steve is going to be one of the more popular picks, especially in a tournament like this. But Jigglypuff just doesn't really have that skill set a lot of competitors look for. But it's been working out pretty well. I mean, not right there. They lose the stock, but it's been working out all right for them this match.
Yeah, another great box by Zombie. Luckily, Zombie out 134%, so Jigglypuff just has to get 1 or 2 combos on and was able to take another stock. Now, basically evened up with Jigglypuff, 28% to Zombie 0. And Zombie does still have a diamond pickaxe, it looks like, so he's going to be able to retool pretty quickly and get himself in a position to do something like that and tie this game up.
Well, down to our last stock here in the first set of this Trios final. Almost was even, but now Zombie coming out and taking a lot of damage from the Jigglypuff, but Jigglypuff trying to retain that center action, and now getting Zombie all the way up to 90% damage. That minecart misses, and Zombie with the anvil, no good, all the way up to 100% now.
Yeah, Jigglypuff really doing a good job at keeping center stage, but overcommits a little bit, gives Zombie that control. Zombie gonna try to keep center stage. It looks almost just like a square off there for a second. No one really wants to take the bait, which gives Zombie time to set up a box. What a combo as he throws Jigglypuff off the map. And now just has to edge defend, but he doesn't. He backs up.
Yeah, and Jigglypuff really just trying to stay in control of the center of this stage. That's been when it's most effective in this game. As you can see, a huge 12% hit right there. And Zombie is certainly on the ropes for the first point of this matchup, 118%. And it's only a few more hits now until Jigglypuff can taste victory, 125. We're really getting to the end of this one.
Getting close. Jigglypuff might seal it. Cannot. Zombie stays alive with 143. And what a play by the Zombie to come back at the last second. Unbelievable work.
The up smash right there. Jigglypuff wasn't even at 100% damage, and that completely eliminated them, and a huge first point from Washingtonville.
Unbelievable job by Zombie. That it was almost just the perfect combo. You cannot get much better than that in Super Smash Bros.
And we talked about it earlier, going heavy versus light on your character. Jigglypuff and Zombie, a perfect example right there. Steve, or Zombie, the heavier character, was able to take 145% damage, and all it took was 1 up smash at 97%, and Jigglypuff was out of there. That was a very impressive set, and I think it really sets the tone for the rest of the night.
Yeah, if you're the rest of Bethlehem, you have to be wondering, ooh, what does Washingtonville have in store for me next? What characters are they going to be running? It's going to be interesting to see, too, since this is trios, and these guys are going to play off multiple times. Is their meta going to change at all? Will you still run Jigglypuff next time around? Will you not? It's going to be interesting to follow.
Well, I think it really gets interesting when you start to see this is where what the guy ran last time, as we look right here again for the second round of this matchup. But if somebody picks a character the first time around and then you pick one to counter that character, maybe this starts to shake out differently. We see some different characters as Steve gets out to an early 92% and takes the first stock. Only 21% damage from Steve.
absolutely flawless start for Steve. Still at that 23. Jigglypuff now at 8 already. And Steve up to Iron Tools. And a great juggle there by Zombie. A good minecart, too. He is playing very aggressive.
Yeah, that projectile was right on the money, and it's got Jigglypuff all the way up to 71%, but using the grab right there puts him to sleep and gets him up for 78% damage and takes the stock away. We're all tied up at 2.
A great job by Jigglypuff putting Zombie to sleep and then just absolutely dominating from there. But Zombie now at that 0%, Jigglypuff at 86, so this is an opportunity for Zombie to take another stock.
Absolutely. Big play right there by Jigglypuff, though. Especially after losing the first set, you're really going to want to do better. Puts Jigglypuff in the minecart, gets him down low, but can't get them off of the stage. Jigglypuff back controlling that center at 86% damage. Zombie just at 30. Another hit right there, an up air by Jigglypuff, and Zombie right around 50%.
And what a play by Zombie to send Jigglypuff off. Had the great save earlier, but then Zombie just playing great. But Jigglypuff now edge defending to a high level, not letting Zombie Electra back on to the platform. Jigglypuff playing this almost perfect Zombie, luckily able to get platform control again, but it's not enough. Jigglypuff gonna take the stock and tie us up 1-1 again.
And you saw how crucial that edge defending was right there. Zombie had to burn through a lot of that stock just to stay on the platform and made it very vulnerable to that next hit and ends up losing the stock. We're all tied up at 1. It's still Washingtonville 1, Bethlehem 0.
And Jigglypuff getting some good hits off on Steve, but Steve gonna try to back up, get his tools upgraded, try to get some ores, getting closer and closer to that iron. Steve just trying to maintain this platform control. Gets him boxed with a piston, but he can't get him up. He gets him out. Still maintaining platform control now as Zombie. Jigglypuff trying to make an aggressive play. Zombie not going to allow it to happen. Walk me through what you're seeing out of Jigglypuff's playstyle.
Well, I'm seeing Jigglypuff getting really up close and personal and really controlling the center of the stage is the crucial part right now. Jigglypuff right down to that last hit, as we mentioned earlier. One of the lighter characters on 110%. This is going to be it, and that's the game. Zombie takes the second round, and it's 2-0. Jigglypuff just couldn't hang on there.
A great job by Zombie to close out that set there, and I mean, really great stuff to maintain platform control. You were down on your health, you had to back up, get your materials, got up to diamond at the last second, and then just a great combo.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great combo. I think Zombie was utilizing the projectiles in the minecart very well throughout that match. You did have some great edge guarding by the Jigglypuff, however, that, you know, holding him on the edge pretty much took a whole stock away from the Zombie just on that one little edge guard right there. But a strong performance by both. It's been 2 really tight matches, but Steve just wins the first 2. It's 2-0 Washingtonville.
And Steve's one of those characters, as we go into replays here, actually, as Steve does a great job here, able to get Jigglypuff with a great hit to take a stock early. And then a really tight one here, and that's where the box like a fish happens. The piston sends you up and out.
Yeah, and a really crucial one right here. That was taking the stock in that first game, and then the edge guarding straight down. But this was the grab by Jigglypuff. Took nearly a whole stock off of the Zombie. And then this right here, the edge guard, and taking him out.
And look at Zombie here. Just that's that maintaining platform control that we talk about, and then the minecart able to get Jigglypuff off. I mean, Zombie and Steve are the best character in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I really don't think there's a character that is a super strong counter. Joker we talk about as one of the other best characters, but if you know Steve and you know how to play him right, it's just hard to defend.
Yeah, the one thing with Steve is if you can get out in front of him and stop him from upgrading his tools, I think that's probably the best counter. But with a character like Jigglypuff, especially a lighter character like that, there's not really a lot of time to get out in front because you don't want to risk losing a stock, and that's when you really get behind, and we saw it there, 2-0 to Steve.
Yeah, and I mean, that matchup is really kind of in traditional sports worlds. It's like Derrick Henry going up against a safety in the open field. Not going to work out too much for the defense there if you let Henry get a big run on you. And that's what it's like when you're playing against Steve. That's how it can feel, I guess, whenever you're on stage playing.
Yeah, big football guy over here. But very interesting on the matchups. Maybe this changes the way that people will select characters going forward. But I certainly think the theme across all of our Super Smash games that we've seen throughout the whole day is pick heavy and you win. I mean, that's seemed to be like it is to me.
Yeah, it's definitely the name of the game. There's no doubting that. If you're a heavy character, you have an opportunity to run away with it. As we jump into our second matchup here, and two heavy characters going at it.
Two of the heaviest characters that you could possibly have, and it's a really interesting matchup. Bethlehem has the lead. It's 1-0 to them off of that first set.
And a great job here. Donkey Kong, though, struggling on the edge, but the Alligator King does a great job just defending the middle of the platform and keeping Donkey Kong on the edge of the map.
And a double stock loss right there. Not sure what happened. Maybe a lapse by both characters.
I think it was an over-adjustment by, I believe, the Alligator sending Donkey Kong off. He over-adjusted and just, unfortunately, it fell to his own demise. This time, Donkey Kong does a tremendous job.
And King K. Rool already up to 114%. Donkey Kong very close to getting them out of here again.
Great job maintaining the middle of the platform for Donkey Kong. King K. Rool hanging on the edge, able to get back to the center, but it doesn't matter. Donkey Kong sends him out. And look at him just defend the edge of the platform so well. But King K. Rool able to counter. Kidding, I was joking there. He was not able to counter.
One interesting thing that we'll see is, especially with these less mobile characters as King K. Rool loses another life, is that it's not going to be so much edge guarding, but it's going to be the center of the platform that you're going to want to control. There's not a lot of movement to get to either side of the platform. We see it right there. King K. Rool takes the center, and look, he tries to edge guard, finds himself on the wrong side of the platform.
Yeah, that's an over-adjustment right there by King K. Rool for sure. You don't want that type of adjustment. When you over-adjust like that, then you put yourself in position to be trapped at the edge of the platform. A little bit of a stalemate here, as King K. Rool, though, gets a great hit onto Donkey Kong, and we're tied up 1-1 for the remainder of this stock.
And King K. Rool behind just a little bit, all the way up to 44%. Donkey Kong at 21. But I think in these matchups, we're going to see a lot of higher percentages. It's going to be the big hits that matter. We know that these characters can take up to 150%, but it's going to be those really big shots at the end that are going to be the crucial ones. These ones, or these two characters, almost tied up at percentage.
Yeah, and if you're able to get the combo at the end, as Donkey Kong with a great hit and is able to take map 1. What a performance there by Donkey Kong.
Yeah, and that's going to be a crucial one. Washingtonville is going to need to get back into this one, especially because Bethlehem won that first set, and you could see the competitor on the left side of the screen in a little bit of disbelief that he lost that one. But especially with two of the heavier characters in this game, you're going to see these matchups go down to the wire. Because they get so high in percentage, they can really do a lot, take a lot of damage, and it's going to be those very last moments of the stock that set the competitors apart.
Yeah, it is the ability. Can you grab and then land a great combo after the grab? And right there, it was perfect. It was almost flawless right there to end the game.
We should have the second round of this matchup coming up really soon, but a very interesting one just to start. I think we saw it. We said that the competitors would be changing how they pick characters, going a little heavier, and then, of course, right after that, the two heaviest characters in the entire game coming up.
Yeah, some love to Donkey Kong, though. Everyone loves Donkey Kong. And King K. Rool. I mean, they're great characters. Everyone knows them. Everyone likes them.
Yeah, I haven't seen either of those picks so far today. I mean, those are really, in every sense of the word, heavy characters. There's really no movement. There's not a ton of projectiles, but it's just staying in the middle and brawling it out. And that's what we saw in the first matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique play style for sure. As we take another look at our Shine Gaming Esports Center, all the fans that have been here all day supporting their schools and showing up for their community. It's really been a tremendous event so far today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great matches here, especially for the fans of Washingtonville. I mean, if you've seen your team go out there and win a lot of hardware, it's going to be a good day for you, but still a little bit of work to do. Down 1-0 to Bethlehem in this match. Did win the first half of this one, though, so we'll see where the point goes.
Yeah, Washingtonville has already taken home some hardware, but you can never have enough in the esports world, or really any competitive world. You can never have too many trophies sitting in that case or too many banners hanging in that facility. So even though competition's coming to an end, they are nowhere near finished.
Of course not. They're going to want to win this one and end the day off right. Of course, we said earlier, I mean, they're a pretty storied school in terms of esports, especially here, certainly with Super Smash Bros. And all of the other games that they've played today. But, I mean, they're going to want to put an exclamation point on this season, especially for their seniors that are a part of this trio team, their last time competing at the high school level.
Yeah, and what a better way to cap off your high school career by bringing home a title for your school. That's a dream that a lot of players want to do. As we're going to jump back into action here, and we see the same character selection.
Yeah, of course. This is a really, really fun matchup to see, especially this one, just one platform in the air right on the middle. You're not going to see a lot of fighting on the edge here, of course, as they start fighting on the edge. But really, it's going to be the center control, as right there, King Kong with nearly 100% damage right off the bat. Gets it up to 114, and King K. Rool is almost out of there.
And Donkey Kong is playing this as good as you possibly can, maintaining stage control, maintaining this momentum. But King K. Rool going to get a little bit of damage back. Now trying to even it up more as Donkey Kong falls to 81%.
Yeah, Donkey Kong, a good stretch right there for K. Rool, but up to 140%. That is not going to be good for Donkey Kong, or for K. Rool, excuse me, and K. Rool's almost out of there. 1 or 2 hits away now with 160%, and there we finally see Donkey Kong take the first stock.
A great job by Donkey Kong, and you know, if you're King K. Rool, you want to see yourself get back into this, right? You need to see yourself start to get some momentum going. Donkey Kong at 116, now 128%. So very likely that we see another stock come up, or the first stock, excuse me, for Donkey Kong come off the board.
And I think that's the highest percentage that we've seen all day, 160% for King K. Rool, and got a lot of use out of that stock as Donkey Kong goes flying. He's on the ropes here at 155%, just trying to guard, and throws King K. Rool off of the stage, hanging on the ledge here, trying to get another stock off of K. Rool. Punches him up, and he's trying to get a lot. Both of these characters over 100% now as the projectile comes from King K. Rool. Donkey Kong blocks and gets him up to 120%. This should be an interesting one to see who gets the stock off first. Donkey Kong 174%, and finally gets sent off the map.
King K. Rool finally able to get the job done, but now Donkey Kong in a prime position to take another one of King K. Rool's stocks here. As he's at 147, damage 164. He needs probably one more hit to finish him off. And he may have just got it, he did. 2-1 as Donkey Kong takes the lead.
And very crucial right there to not take a lot of damage on that stock for Donkey Kong. Only took 11%, and he was already back in the lead right there for a second before taking a couple hits.
Donkey Kong edge defending, as we've talked about, is a trend throughout the matches, but King K. Rool doing a good job trying to get back to that center stage, but Donkey Kong's defense too strong. King K. Rool does get back to center stage, though.
Donkey Kong with the slight deficit, 86% to 57. The stocks, of course, are not even. Donkey Kong in the lead in that category off of a really strong second stock.
King K. Rool just managing that top platform, not giving Donkey Kong an opportunity, but there may have over-adjusted as Donkey Kong gonna get some good hits off on King K. Rool.
And King K. Rool getting back into this one, fires the projectile and tries to do a down air, but cannot connect on that one. Donkey Kong up to 137%. King K. Rool at 108, 152 now for Donkey Kong as King K. Rool goes below the stage. Donkey Kong jostling for position in the middle, gets the grab, punches him up, and Donkey Kong at 178% finally gets sent out of there, or even up at 1.
Gets sent out at 198%. These heavy characters really can take a workload. We're tied up 1-1, but it looks like it might be all but over as Donkey Kong's only at 8 and King K. Rool at 177.
Well, one more hit and this second round should be over. Donkey Kong would win the set and win the point for Bethlehem. So that would be a 2-0 lead for them. Donkey Kong taking a little bit more damage than he would like, but there's that final hit, and that is the game. Washingtonville take the point and even it up at 1 apiece.
Great job by Donkey Kong there. Great job by Washingtonville. And truly, I want to say, good Smash Brothers.
That was some good Smash right there, and we saw Donkey Kong come in there and dominate a little bit of the lesser of a heavy character, but no projectile for Donkey Kong. As we can take a look at these replays right here, it was pretty early on from the jump. King K. Rool was in the hole in the first game.
Yeah, and you can see Donkey Kong's stage presence here. Every single one of these stocks taken, Donkey Kong's in the center of the stage, throwing King K. Rool out. This was a good play by Donkey Kong too, and then you do see him again here. Excuse me, King K. Rool throws Donkey Kong out. And we just got reported as actually 2-0 Bethlehem. So Washingtonville sitting at a goose egg right now, needing to get some momentum going.
Yeah, and it was the second stock by Donkey Kong that really set him apart in this one. He got a lot of use out of that one, was able to get King K. Rool away from his second stock and move him on to the third one, and that was the crucial difference in that match. We saw at the very end he was able to take a lot more damage than he would have liked to, but just to get King K. Rool out of there. And another correction, it will be 1-1, so these squads are all evened up.
All tied up, and so far they have not disappointed. The winner of this next game will, I believe, win the first set of the best of 5, correct? I believe so.
Think so, yes, that is correct. I think that's correct.
We're learning
we're gonna
Smash
find
Trios
out.
at the same time as you guys are. But the games so far have not disappointed at all. They've both been pretty close. We've seen a lot. When we watched the solos, we didn't see it go down to 1-1 left for stocks for each character. Here, it feels like every single time we're going 1-1.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of a different tone or pace of play, you could say, where with those two brawlers, they kind of both sit in the middle. I don't want to say button mashing, but it's a little bit more of physical contact, whereas with the first match, we saw a lot more pace of play and trying to guard those edges and fire the projectiles. But definitely both matchups very entertaining so far, all tied up at 1. Bethlehem 1 and Washingtonville 1, so we'll continue to take that forward in this matchup.
I'm interested to see what the meta is going to look like for this third matchup. Are we going to see another double heavy go on? Are we going to see the heaviest in the game go? And maybe we see the lightest in the game go out of this time. Really get the full circle, get the full experience for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. If you are Bethlehem right now, what's your mentality going into Game 3?
Got to win. I mean, that's always the mentality, but especially going up on this one, you win the first set and you drop the second. They've been having some issues dealing with the heavier characters all day. Obviously, they won that first set off of a Jigglypuff, one of the lighter characters in this game. But I think if they could just settle into this one, this third point is always a crucial one, especially when you're tied up at 1. This sets the tone. This is where you can really capitalize and put you in a position of gaining a greater point, as we see our competitors right here before they match up. And yeah, I mean, the third point always really seems to be one of the most crucial in the set.
The ultimate sign of being locked in esports is playing on your phone directly before you go out for your competition. Ultimately locked in. Probably looking at ESPN, I'd assume.
Oh, I hope so.
I'm hoping so. I don't know if there's been any breaking news recently. I mean, the draft just concluded. NBA playoffs. If you're an NBA fan,
yeah.
I don't know much about it, but some great stuff going on in not just the esports world, but the traditional sports world as well, as we are getting ready for Game 3 here momentarily. If you were Washingtonville, who would you pick? What would be your character pick?
Oh, it's so easy. I'm picking Steve. I'm picking Steve every time. Steve is the best character. We've seen him with the most wins today. I think he's the obvious pick. Obviously, if you know where your opponent is going, there are better characters to counter than Steve. But I think if I had to make a general assumption, if I was picking first, it would have to be Steve. What about you?
You can't go wrong with Steve. I don't know. That's a good question. I gotta, who would I pick? I might also, I don't want to be generic and pick Steve, but he is very good. I might go Joker. I'll just go with the other best character with Joker.
Yeah, the one I always used to pick, I forget the name. It was like a Mega Knight, I think. Mega Knight was the one that I would always pick. And he was, or Meta Knight, sorry, excuse me. That was the one I always picked when I was a kid. And I always used to rock with him.
It's not a bad pick. Mega Knight, though. That's
Clash Royale.
Right? Yeah, he's annoying to deal with as well. They're both annoying characters to deal with in their respective games. What do you want to see coming into our next set of matches for the series? Do you think any momentum or any character choices need to kind of be played around with?
Selfishly, I would like to see a projectile character and I'd like them to win too. I think we've seen so much of the heavy dominated play today that seeing one of those lighter characters get a win. I mean, we saw Jigglypuff was close on both sets, but just couldn't get the job done. Maybe another character like Inkling, where you can step back and shoot a little bit more, and I'd like to see that character get a win. I think seeing all these heavy characters win is great, but seeing that, it kind of sets the tone in a bad way for whoever gets the heavier character is going to win, which is exactly what we saw in the last set. I think I'd like to see somebody capitalize on a lighter character and maybe change and shift the tone going forward.
I would like to see some Rob the Robot as well. He was very entertaining to watch in our first matchup we had today for the singles finals. He was very fun to watch, so I want to see a little bit more robot action out here.
Yeah, that was certainly a fun game. Of course, taken by Tabpole, also of Washingtonville. But yeah, haven't seen him since that final game. I really would like to see. I think the character choices are so interesting because it has such a big effect, regardless of the player's skill. And some players are going to be better at playing heavy characters. Some players are going to be better at those projectile-styled characters. But at the end of the day, it's a game of matchups.
Yeah, I'd like to see Tabpole maybe come out and play in the trios with his championship belt around him. That might be pretty great as we spawn in to our third matchup here.
Oh, you got your wish.
I got my wish. Maybe this is Tabpole. Maybe he's playing his robot.
Robot versus the Mii Brawler, and the Mii Brawler quickly goes down 61%, and Rob gets a quick start.
A great job by Rob, and this is just...
Oh my goodness. A 0 to 100 in the first round of this set, and that is absolutely incredible by Rob.
Tremendous work there, but now getting backed into a corner as he's up to 53%, but that was just perfect. And last time we saw Rob the Robot, we saw him play the edge defense extremely well, and we're seeing that trend continue here.
Now the Mii Brawler tries to deflect back onto Rob, but cannot do so, and quickly is back in the hole. Robot at 74%, and the Mii Brawler is at 56%. Getting some more hits right there, and getting him up. The up air, good for Rob.
This is that heavy versus light that we kind of seen, or you can maybe say heavy versus medium to a sense. I don't know exactly what the Mii Brawler is classified as in the game, but Rob the Robot is just, I mean, that's not fair. Just watching him play, that's perfect. That's textbook.
Well, the Mii Brawler taking a lot of damage in this one, up to 135%, up to 163%. Maybe you could call him a heavy. 170%, and Rob just needs one more hit to really get him out of there. Finally, the up smash on Rob takes him above 100%, and this will be a highly contested stock. Up to 111% now for Rob, 174, and that finally gets the Mii Brawler out of there. It's a 3-1 lead for Rob.
The Mii Brawler was holding on with every last bit of hope that it had, but Rob the Robot is just too powerful.
Yeah, and Rob the Robot still on that first stock, all the way up to 147%, and finally bows out and goes on to the second one.
Now Rob the Robot really gaining control of the middle platform. What a combo to end it as Rob the Robot playing perfect, and he goes right back to his phone like it's another day in the office.
That was absolutely disgusting combo right there. That wasn't even on the stage. That was completely off of the stage, mid-air combo, and completely destroys the Mii Brawler. Two heavies back on each other again. But I got to say, Rob has looked like every time he's been played today, no matter the contestant, they have always had the upper hand.
Yeah, and just what he's able to do when you play the edge defense game with him, it's almost unbeatable unless you have a character that's like Steve where you can create your own space on the platform. Rob the Robot's able to just maintain all of the space and keep it contested.
Yeah, and it's been pretty cool. I mean, Rob, it's those quick hits, right? It's that quick combo that can deal 30, 40, 50% in about 2 seconds, and that has really been the most effective tool for any Rob player that we have seen today. But a quick work right there. I mean, at a point it was 3-1 Rob. Is there any taking down these heavy brawlers today?
I think the only counter I could think of for taking down Rob, especially, is find a character with good projectiles, right? Because where Rob really has shined is when he's able to grab you and then combo you. If you can play a projectile character and just kind of poke away at his health, you really can see a difference in the gameplay.
Well, we saw that earlier in the solos final. It was the Inkling versus Rob, and Inkling, I mean, never even looked in that one. As we go back to the second set here, it'll be the same characters, Me Brawler versus Me Brawler. There's a switch. No more Rob.
This might be playing with your food, or this might be just, hey, you know what? I do want to switch my metas. I don't know, Me Brawler Red going up against Me Brawler Blue here. And so far, all tied up in percent. And an RKO looking like WWE out here.
Yeah, and really interesting to switch, especially after dominating in that first matchup. I don't understand why you would switch, and now these two players all even in terms of percentage.
And really, the right side, I believe that's Washingtonville, did a good job, but not enough. Gets his stock taken to him.
Still 76% damage on the red Me Brawler. The blue trying to get that stock out of there and regain some control. Already down 1-0 in this set. And this is, like we said, the crucial third set. Getting out of there, and it's really looked to be a struggle for the blue Me Brawler in this matchup.
Yeah, the red Me Brawler has just done a tremendous job at countering it, the blue Me Brawler's offense, but also just maintaining this platform control. We saw it in his last matchup when he was Rob the Robot. He's doing the same thing as Me Brawler. And look, he's not going to let the blue one get back onto the stage as he takes another stock and hasn't lost one of his own yet.
Yeah, it's 3-1 again for the second time in just as many matches. And I think this one's going to be over pretty soon. We'll see if he can get the job done at 3-1, but sitting on 132%, that's going to be no easy task.
A great job so far. And finally, the blue Me Brawler able to take one of the red stocks, but it might be too little too late as you're sitting at 59% and red is at, well, a goose egg. It's at 0.
Yeah, the red Me Brawler certainly with all of the advantage in this set with 2 stocks and more percentage behind it. We see them jostling for control of the middle here. That stage in the air just being a little bit in the way. And it's... and Washingtonville wins. That'll be 2-0 and the set over.
Great job by Washingtonville there. Really made it not even, I don't want to say didn't make it look close, but really took it away. Dominated throughout, even with a meta change, even with that, playing a different character was just still flawless.
Yeah, and even though we saw that, they certainly flattened the skill gap, making it the exact same character for both players, but still just dominance from Washingtonville.
But we aren't done yet. There's still more of an opportunity for Bethlehem to come back as we have, this is a best of 5. So a lot of opportunities to still get back into it. Not quite done, and we go to replays here, and this is Rob the Robot doing what Rob the Robot does, taking 2 stocks before losing one of his own.
Yeah, and that was a really impressive combination, especially at the end of the third stock right here. I think we'll see it again right here just to get them out of there, and that was just super impressive being fully off the stage. Then we go back to when both players were Me Brawlers, that first set very easily for the Red Brawler, and then even on this one, even on 121%, still not letting them get anything back.
Yeah, and does a great job even when he changes up his metas. Was just mentioned that perfect right there, textbook Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, these have been some beautiful matchups that we've seen today. Truly, in every sense of the word, it's been a lot of back and forth. They've been even matchups, but even when there's dominance, it never feels like the other character is too far out of reach.
Yeah, and that's a trend we've seen across all of our titles today where, yes, teams have won in a 3-0, teams have won in Rocket League. We saw, I believe it was a 4-1. The score looks like a big gap. But when you really watch the gameplay, it's just the tiniest details that really have made the difference. And these teams are all super close to each other.
Well, the trophies that we see, this is what's at stake for both of these teams. Still 3 pieces of hardware to give out for these trios competitors. Also, the medals right there behind them. 2 individual award plaques in the front, and the what looks like posters behind them. Maybe a little extra souvenir for these competitors.
little something to hang in your facility, a little, you know, when people walk in, hey, we won that. We won that, something that you can show off. And, man, that hardware really is beautiful to look at.
Really is. We went up there and we were touching it a little bit earlier, and it's not plastic, ladies and gentlemen. That is something real. You could feel it. It's important. These are things that are going to be in high school hallways for decades, and, you know, they're all competing for them right here. Beautiful Syracuse.
Yep. You're not only representing yourself, but you're also representing your school district and your community that you are from, trying to bring home a championship for them as we look at the support that these school districts have and that these competitors have. And it really has been, I'm going to say it again, I said earlier, it's been a special day.
Yeah.
It really has been. And the fans have definitely showed up for sure.
Yeah, and especially me and you being from areas where there is no esports program at our high schools, coming out here and seeing these schools and how well they're represented and supported and how good the athletes are. It's been an absolute blast to watch out here.
As the fist bumps went out, and we are in to our next match as we have probably our best matchup of the day so far with Robot versus Zombie. We'll see what Robot's able to do so far. Just controlling the game so well. Gets caught in the minecart there, but a great counter, playing great defense, and Zombie really needs to focus on getting his tools up.
Yeah, and it's always going to be an interesting pick, Zombie, especially versus Rob, though, as we see Rob take the first stock very easily. When you can get those upgrades, Steve is one of the best characters in the game. But if Rob can prevent Steve from getting Iron or Diamond, he's really going to struggle.
So far, prevention is the name of the game for Rob the Robot, as he's continuing to put pressure onto Zombie and not really give him any opportunity. What a play there. And then Steve, though, with an opportunity to edge guard, but Rob the Robot bounces right back and takes center control.
Yeah, Zombie the one now on the ropes at 84%, but these are both heavy characters. We'll see that number go at least into the 130s usually, unless you get a really good up smash going. But Zombie hanging off the edge there, now fully off the edge, tries to firework back on and is sent out again. It's 3-1 Rob. I feel like I'm having deja vu here.
And a potential to potentially be a 3-0 because Rob is only at 76%, which really, in terms of playing as Rob the Robot, is not that much.
2-1 Washingtonville, and looking to increase the lead here. Of course, Rob competing for Washingtonville, and there it is. The 3-0 on the first set. Incredible.
Absolutely disgusting work out of Rob the Robot. That was a tremendous play, able to just throw him right into an amazing combo off the side of the map. And Steve, we talked about how good of a character he is. Maybe Rob the Robot should be discussed more in this top meta.
I mean, certainly judging off of what I've seen today, I would put him up there. 3-0ing a Steve. I mean, it certainly seems like the competitors that go for Rob maybe being more well-versed with Rob, but it seems like it's had the upper hand as we go into our second set right here.
Yeah, and I want to see Steve rebound here. That is a great start if you are Zombie. And now, with an opportunity, but Rob the Robot bounces right back, ties it up to even.
Yeah, and good changes here to start off for Steve. I mean, coming off of a 3-0, there's something that you have to adjust, and I think he's done an all right job so far.
Yeah, and he's going to try to play for his tools right here. Rob the Robot, not able to get through the dirt as quickly as he would like to. Great block there by Zombie, another good dodge. But Zombie at that 89, now 96%. And Robot Bob takes another stock. 4 total stocks taken in a row, if we count last match as well.
I mean, there's just no stopping Rob today. I think that's pretty clear as we get another 50% right there from Rob. Steve trying to just keep them off of the stage, but it's just not working. Rob is too powerful, but we see him go up to 102% damage, taking 120, and still on that first stock, however. Steve mining up, trying to get more tools to upgrade, and Rob just going right for the jugular, going right in there. Steve's going to try and upgrade, but doesn't have enough time. Rob goes up there and meets him at the crafting table.
Steve's in definitely the best position he's been in so far, but I might have just cast or cursed him because he's at 91% now, and Rob has an opportunity playing the edge defense that he's so good at and sends it to 3-1, and now 5 total stocks taken in a row for Rob the Robot, looking for a clean sweep.
I mean, that was pretty gross. I think we've seen Rob a lot today with the movement and the projectiles that he has, especially with the up-close combat, the close quarters combat, I think Rob is one of the better characters in the game. I mean, he's certainly been outclassing Steve here today, as he's still in this one at 187%. How is this happening? Steve still hasn't taken any damage since he entered this game, but he finally takes some at 9.9, and then finally at 200%, Rob loses the first stock.
It was about time that Rob the Robot was knocked off the map. Steve took full advantage of the opportunity, and now Rob the Robot's already at 64, so Steve has the potential and has a chance to really turn this game around. That's a great combo right there.
Well, Rob not out of it yet, still with the one stock advantage, but taking a lot of damage right here, over at 102%, Zombie only at 41, and Rob way off. He's in danger of losing this stock right here.
And Zombie just got diamond tools now, gonna keep mining, try to get his block collection up more. Gets another great combo with the fences, blocking in Rob the Robot, trapping him, so the piston can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and interesting right there, the up smash. You would have thought that would have completely taken Rob's stock away, but not the case right there, as a good projectile by Rob gets hit again, up to 78%. You'd think that any hit would be the final one for Rob right here. Takes away those building blocks by Steve. Steve swinging with that fishing pole, and there it is. 1-1. What a comeback by Steve.
A great combo, kind of trapping Rob the Robot in that magma block for just a brief amount of time, dealing some good percentage. But now, this is where you get nervous if you're Steve. Rob only has 20%, and you're at 120%. And last few times you've been in this situation, Rob has just ran away with it.
Yeah, well, you've got to see if they can utilize those diamond tools that they have. That will be the key to getting out of this position, but there's simply no escaping the reach of Rob, as that is a 3-1 lead now for Washingtonville, and it's certainly going to be tough to get out of this one now.
A great job by Rob the Robot. You can see the smiles, though. You can see that even though you're losing, everybody is still having a good time. Everybody is enjoying their time at the ESSEF championship here in the spring. Really great stuff, though. Really from both characters, though, in that next map. Talk to me about what was different for Steve this time around.
Well, I think Steve just didn't utilize, I mean, he had the tools, but Rob was just too good, as we can look at these replays right here. I mean, Steve just getting caught on the outside and then getting up smashed or side smashed, and that is going to be it, really. I mean, Washingtonville, they win the trophy with that game, and it was just, even going against the meta, Rob definitely not the most in tune character with the meta, but yeah.
And yeah, so far, just it was tremendous job by Rob the Robot. Really played everything well and dominant every time we've seen him as a character. Even if it was the single finals, being the triples finals, was really just absolutely flawless. One more good look at our Shining Gaming and Esports Center. As we're going to get ready to get out of your hair, we'd like to take a moment to thank everybody.
But first, we've got a full day replay package of all of our games that have happened today at the Shine Esports Center. We've got some solo Smash content from earlier, and this was one of the best games that we saw all day.
Yeah, this was a tremendous game, and it was, I believe, our first game that we saw, and just two great characters going at it. This Rocket League game was also great by Penfield, who played very good throughout the day, Bobby, and our big favorite guy. Flippin' Crab.
Flippin' Crab. I'll never forget that name. And then we go to Marvel Rivals, and this was really one of the most interesting ones. We saw a lot of 3-0s today, a lot of squads that we thought would be more competitive just getting wiped off the board, and some underdogs getting some great plays, as we can see it right here.
A different pace of things with Marvel Rivals that really, I think, was much needed when it comes to this tournament. A lot different of probably the most team-heavy game out of everything that we watched today, as you have 6 characters on both teams, and great stuff that we are seeing.
Yeah, and kind of another game where character selection matters a lot. We can see the absolute thrill of victory right there, as some teams came home with some silverware off of this Marvel Rivals gameplay, and a really good ult right here just to get some more kills. We saw a lot of hardpoint-based gameplay here today, but it was all very thrilling.
Yeah, all thrilling and all really just dominant from one team. I feel like if there was one game where we saw the most 3-0s, it was Marvel Rivals for sure. And that's the team that we've seen. And this was our championship game for Rocket League that we were on for. That was extremely exciting, and really we're flipping Crab popped out of his shell. Mainly him and Bobby and flipping Monkey performed just above expectations. They ran away with it. Pelham really tried to keep momentum, but it was a 4-1 is really great stuff. And then you can see our Mario Kart brothers celebrating there as they took home gold, and can see our championship belt for Super Smash Brothers singles being handed off. We then jump back into Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, and Rivals was a really fun one to watch, especially the finals. It wasn't the squads that you would expect to be here. We thought Penfield would be the one coming out, grabbing early leads and dominating this match, and it was Washingtonville, the squad that just won right there for the Super Smash Brothers trios, that came out and dominated across every facet of this match.
Yeah, the 5 seed really took home hardware in 3 out of our 5 competitions that we had today. They performed to a high level, and then what we just watched as Zombie did a great job against Jigglypuff, performing at a high level. Fist bumps still going around. We saw Donkey Kong versus, I'm forgetting the
King K. Rool.
King K. Rool. Sorry, I'm not a big King K. Rool guy. I didn't know his name, but a great job there, and just tremendous Smash Brothers games all around today.
Yeah, really was a thrill to watch, as we can see right there. Easy for some of these competitors, going right back to the phone afterwards. But yeah, a lot of great discussion around the meta of Super Smash Brothers right now, heavy versus light gameplay, and even Rob right there taking down Steve, who is considered one of the more in-meta characters in this game right now. But that is all that we have for you today. It's been a great day here so far. We still have awards afterwards, but for us right here, this is going to be it. Evan Simbita, Nate Romastan signing off from the Shine Esports Center. It's been a great day so far, and we thank you for sticking with us, but we've still got awards to come, so don't go anywhere. Thanks for sticking with us.
Get a picture without the microphone. Sorry. Good. All right, everybody, we're going to get started on wrapping some things up. Give me more. Go ahead and have a seat. Crowd around a little bit. We're going to do, as Scott and some leadership are getting wrapped up on some decisions. Give me more volume. I did just want to take a quick second and make sure we recognize the amount of work that goes into putting on an event like this. So if everybody could please recognize and give a round of applause to all the students that helped work this event, to the professional staff that helped work this event, from Meg and our coordinators at the front, to Sean and Bree and everybody working in the back of house on the production. Like, it takes a massive effort to make sure that the facility gets set up, that the equipment works as well as we can get the equipment to work at all times. It's esports. Something's always going to go wrong in esports. But it's a massive, massive effort to put something like this on. And so I really appreciate the work that they put in, the hours they put in. We were here very early this morning. I know a lot of you had early mornings as well. This is not going to be the last time we do this. So hopefully you had a good experience. Hopefully you enjoyed this as much as you have other events in the past. And we're going to keep building this thing. This event keeps getting bigger and bigger and better and better. And it's the effort that we have from the students here at Syracuse, the staff here at Syracuse, but we do it because of you all. We do it to make sure that you all have the best experience possible, because this is something really special that you don't see in every state. There are some states around the country that are doing these kind of things, but not always at this kind of level. And so also, a big round of applause to what Scott is doing with his team at ESSEF to put something like this on and lead the way. All right, I'm going to get out of the way and turn it over to the fearless leader here to make sure he has a chance to hand out some awards, hand out some more hardware. When you come up to get the award, Ryan's going to help hand it out as well. Make sure you stop for a second so we can get some pictures of you holding up the awards, so we can get those out on some social media and get those to your coaches and your teachers and your parents as well. All right, without further ado, here's Scott.
All right, Joey. Always tough to follow up, Joey. But also like to give a quick shout out to Rally Cry, Fisher College, and Esports Integration for sponsoring this event. A lot of what you see is because of their support of SF and what we do. And thank you as always for Syracuse for hosting. We couldn't ask for a better location and a place. You're going to want to get back here again. And one of the cool things now, and you guys don't see the back channel talks, now it's the conversation is always, we're going to go to Syracuse, right? When you start the season, you get closer to the postseason, right? It's like, we're going to Syracuse. I know, like, my teams were like that, and that's the way of saying we're going to go to the championships. We're going to make it happen. So there's a lot of excitement for getting here, and every one of you that's here today that competed, congratulations, because just getting here is tough, because there are big, hard brackets that you had to get through to get here. So once again, round of applause for you guys for even getting here. All right, let's get to some awards. We're going to start off with Marvel Rivals. Tough matchup here. Second place going to Penfield. Come on up. If I can read my own handwriting. Rivals coming up next. Okay. One more. Woo! Congratulations. Yep. Let's get them all up here and then do the medals first and then trophy banner. Okay. All right, now coming up, we have first place for Marvel Rivals, Washingtonville. Woo! Don't, so I backed up just in time. All right, let's hear it for the champs. Everyone gets to hold it, okay? Pass around. You don't have to do that up front, though. All right, thank you, guys. Next, we're going to be doing Mario Kart. Third place, Auburn. Get up here. Woo! All right, give it up one more time. Third place, Auburn. Thanks for being here. Good job, guys. Second place, Cicero North Syracuse. Let's go. All right, congratulations. One of the great things of the Syracuse rivalries, it's fantastic. The little hometown crowd with the bit of competition. Because first place, West Genesee. Yeah, let's go. All right. Woo! Woo! All right. Finally, we got the Smash Trios. Third place, Fowler. Woo! One of them. There you go.
There we go.
You guys half asleep. Woo! All right. Second place, Smash Trios, Bethlehem High School. All right, congratulations, Bethlehem. First place, Smash Trios, Washingtonville. Come on up. Awesome. Let's get a big hand for all the teams that got the medals, got the trophies. Woo! We have one last award. Before we go, also, if you did not yet order any of the merch, the crit table over there, just scan the QR code. It's free shipping on all the stuff. The hoodies are pretty dang cool. So you can also get cool jerseys like this if you want to order that. We have one more award. We have the Integrity Award. This is in recognition of exemplary sportsmanship, leadership, and character by a Scholastic Esports program. We have one from last year. We finally got their plaque, and we have for this year's. And this year is unique because we had actual competitors come up and make suggestions to us. Usually we do a vote with coaches, but we had so many players come up and make this suggestion. And this team that's getting the award, they made posters for other teams to have here, which is like kind of crazy. And most of you, I think, know who that was at this point. That was Middletown did that. All right, so this year they're going to get this Integrity Award for that sportsmanship they showed by doing that. So that is fantastic. They're not here, but give them a round of applause. Woo! Thank you, everyone, for being here. This is the official conclusion. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Rally Cry, Fisher College, Esports Integration, and all the other sponsors we had. It was a great day, and we finished on time, if not early. So, which is fantastic. SU, do we have any final words? We're good? Okay. Wrap it up. We're looking forward to the fall season. How about you? When does the fall season start? Right now. All right? So get ready. It's going to be a good one. Have a safe trip home.